cup.
And then
We've
you got your
the
Kapton tape, you got your little marker, and you got your Velcro, all on board space station, made and manufactured there.
Made, manufactured there, and we will soon have this espresso machine, or one like this. It'll be a flight version, and they'll have superheated water, and it's under a moderate pressure with valves and all this stuff, and it takes good engineering to make something like that.
It's because anything. Yeah, because you bring up a lot of good points. One is that anything that you're going to do. Let me ask you this: on the ground, and I don't want to get to the spacing. You talked about how this has hot. This is superheated water here.
It does.
So it has the same principle with the high pressure as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So it works the same. The principle works the same.
Yes.
Because pressure and temperature.
Yeah. Ideal gas law works down here. It works in space.
Up there. That's not a difference about space the way it is here. The other thing you mentioned is that making things to work in space. I mean, it's an engine. That's what I tell my students is that you can build one of these things on the ground. It's tough enough.
Yes.
But now building it for space is
it's even harder.
What are the challenges of having a coffee maker, an espresso maker in space? That you have to think about that makes it more difficult than building one on the ground.
Well, the biggest challenge is you need to do good engineering, which means you can't fall asleep in your classes.
Again with that.
Yeah.
All right,
see,
okay.
and
this is the problem. All right,
so you don't want to fall asleep in your class. You need to listen to what the professor is saying, so that way you can learn all these pearls of wisdom, and then you can take those and you can say, okay, we're going to have this high pressure superheated boiler, okay, but the gas and the residual air isn't just going to form a nice layer like we have down here. It's going to make this big bubbly mess. So how do you deal with a big bubbly mess?
How do you do that?
I don't know how the boiler is going to be done on the espresso machine for orbit. I haven't seen that yet. But one way of doing it would be to have a bellows. You have a tank with a bellows.
And to put air inside of there.
Well, you have air on one side of the bellows, and then you don't have any air in with the water. So that's one way of doing it. Okay, and so the bellows just keeps contracting around the water as you dispense it from the high temperature, the high temperature pressure vessel.
That's a great idea. So that's what like engineering in space.
Yeah, that's what engineering in space. You got to solve problems that are different than solving problems down here.
Right.
Now, where does the water come from that feeds the espresso machine? The toilet. And also sweat and breath and all the other condensate that comes from the atmosphere. Any
disgusting liquid you can think of.
Yeah, any disgusting liquid. Sweat, breath, toilet, gym shorts drying, all that stuff ends up going into this distillation outfit. And then through the purifiers, and then into the galley.
There is some fresh water too that has to come up, right? Because you're going to use some of the water.
Some of it, because we can't recover all of the water, so we do have to have some water makeup.
And that comes up on one of the
resupply vehicles. Yeah.
Okay. So
this whole process, the NASA engineers call this.
This isn't your pee, is it? This is not. This was not pure.
No, this is Houston. Houston water.
I think it might be better off with what comes out of the toilet.
But at least on station. So the NASA engineers call this a regenerative life support system. It's a pretty big set of words for all.
You can regenerate the water.
But I like to call this whole set of equipment the coffee machine.
The whole thing, including the toilet.
Yeah, because you think about it. This coffee machine has an uncanny ability to take yesterday's coffee and turn it into today's coffee. And so you're peeing in this machine, and while you're doing that, you can hear it's going whir and chug and all of that. And then you're done with that. Then you float around the corner, and now you're in the galley area, and you make yourself a bag of coffee. But we are soon going to have our espresso machine, and you can make yourself an espresso.
So we had espresso before in space, right? I'm pretty sure.
It was freeze-dried espresso.
It was freeze-dried. It would be like instant. So this is actually going to I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This is going to make real coffee, not just instant coffee, not flakes, not granules. Real coffee.
Real coffee brewed that you can drink, like you're demonstrating.
And it will add a little bit of civilization into this frontier of space.
I like it.
Real convincing. Allah şöyle siktir alın. Hello. of 1 times 2 to the power of 2 times 3 to the power of 3 equals 108. 108 is sacred across ancient cultures. 108 stitches on a baseball. 108 beads in a mala. 108 temple designs. 108 is the backbone of sacred geometry and the backbone of your scientific model. Number 3, the cube code, the 216 and 2160 family. Here the pattern explodes in your face. Moon diameter equals 2160 miles. A cube's total angle sum equals 2160 degrees. 6 times 6 times 6 times 10 equals 2160. Processional harmonics tie directly into 2160. Even 4K resolution uses 2160p. 216 is embedded in temple design, musical ratios, Kabbalah, and Saturn symbolism. If the universe is random, why does the moon match the cube? Number 4, solar harmonics, 432 and 864. Everything about the sun lives inside this harmonic. Sun radius equals 432,000 miles. Sun diameter equals 864,000 miles. Day length equals 86400 seconds. Music resonant tuning equals 432 hertz. 432 appears in Viking myth, Hindu cosmology, Tibetan chants, Gregorian masses. 432 and 864 are the signature of the entire solar framework. Everything fits the same harmonic. Number 5, Earth fits the same harmonic set. The random planet Earth just happens to match the same numbers. Earth radius equals 3960 miles. Earth diameter equals 7920 miles. Earth plus moon radii equals 5040 miles. 1 times 2 times 3 times 4 times 5 times 6 times 7 equals 5040. Earth is not an exception. It is part of the coded system. Number 6. The number 6 and the 666 material code. Here the Saturn symbolism becomes unavoidable. Tilt from vertical equals 66.6 degrees. Orbital speed equals 66,600 miles per hour. Curvature formula equals 0.666 feet per mile squared. Carbon-based life equals 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons. Your entire physical universe is numerically coded with sixes. This says Saturnian symbolism, not physics. Number 7, the Saturn cube religion connection. Saturn is the god of materialism, time, restriction, and form. Now watch how heliocentrism ties directly into it. Saturn's pole has a hexagon that folds into a cube. Kaaba in Mecca is a black cube. Jewish tefillin are black cubes. Christian cross is an unfolded cube. Moon equals 2160 miles equals cube's total angular sum. Material life equals 666. NASA encodes Saturn symbolism throughout their missions. Heliocentrism is not neutral. It is a part of an ancient materialistic cosmology. Number 8, the precession and great year harmonics. Even the largest cycles follow the pattern. Great year equals 25,920 years. Breakdown 432 times 60. Precession equals 1 degree every 72 years. 72 times 30 equals 2160. Zodiac divisions fit the same scheme. Ancient temples encoded these cycles long before NASA existed. Time itself is coded with harmonics. The number 9, biology matches the same geometry. Your body mirrors the sky. Skull, 22 bones and 7 openings, equals 22 over 7 equals pi. Hands, 28 phalanges with 7th triangular number. Turtle shells, 13 center plates, 28 outer plates equals lunar calendar. Life is literally built with the same geometry as the luminaries. 10. Technology mirrors the harmonics. 4K resolution is 3840 by 2160. 2160 again. The moon's number. The cube's number. Why does your TV match the moon? Number 11. The 137 constant. The signature of the whole system. 137 is one of the most mysterious numbers in physics. 137 is the fine structure constant. 137 controls the strength of electromagnetism. 137 is the 33rd prime. Masonry encodes 90 plus 47 equals 137. The golden angle in nature is 137.5 degrees. Earth's rotation speed is claimed at 1,037 miles per hour. Drop the zero and you get 137. National Aeronautics and Space Administration equals 137 in the septenary cipher. 137 is the fingerprint of intelligence, not randomness. Number 12. The variations excuse does not save the model. Globers love to say distances vary, orbits vary, cycles vary, tilt varies. They think variation helps them. It destroys them. The averages always snap back into the same numbers. 66.6, 108, 216, 432, 864, 2160, 3960, 7920, 5040, 86400, 432, 000, and 137. These are the skeleton of the entire model. The variations are camouflage. The averages reveal the architecture. In a random universe, the averages would drift. Here, they converge. Number 13. The entire heliocentric framework in a single numerological system. Distance values, mass values, diameter values, orbital periods, rotational periods, speeds, tilts, day length, month length, year length, great year length, precession rate, chemical structure of life, geometry of the moon, geometry of the sun, geometry of the earth, biological structures, sacred structures, religious symbols, timekeeping systems, even modern resolutions and physics constants. All of it repeats the same ancient harmonic set. The odds of this occurring randomly are 0. The impossible challenge for any glober. Provide one example anywhere in nature where a random, chaotic system produces a perfectly repeating harmonic set across astronomy, geometry, physics constants, time cycles, biology, chemistry, religion, mythology, architecture, language ciphers, technology, all at the same time. Just one. You cannot, because heliocentrism is not discovery, it's design. A numerological construct disguised as science. It collapses the moment you examine its numbers. Holy crap, that was a fair write-up. Hopefully I didn't bore you to death.
That was a good summary. Thanks.
Yes, I don't know if you're interested in numerology stuff, but yeah, there it is. I find some of that interesting. Other parts are like, huh? But each to their own, I suppose. I'm not here twisting anyone's arm. What the? Who put that up there? I recently heard the most absurd thing flat earthers believe, and that is that math is government constructed lie. I don't know any FE guys that would say that. So I don't know if it's just someone having a laugh or what. Oh wow, you must be a newbie. I'm gaining here. Still have some questions. Is the moon real? And if so, is it flat? How far away is it? If it is also flat, how do we explain the light hitting as if it's more or less round? My last question is this. If the Earth is flat, how do we explain the fact I can actually see the curvature of Earth on a beach? Ah, really? Wow. Your eyes have curvature and they lie to you. What's this? So I assume that also applies to high altitude images that are taken from weather balloons where you people crop out the center of the picture and claim that the Earth is flat. Like, seriously, why would flat earthers grab some random photo, crop the guts out of it, and then claim it's flat? Like, what flat earther would do that? Every single flat earther I know would leave the image alone, especially if it shows it's flat. Why would you mess with it? And you'd just go, here, data, choke on it. That's it. They just drop it in front of you. Let the data speak for itself. Crazy. Some of these things these guys come up with. Oh, here we go. According to flat earthers. So, insert straw man here, boys and girls. According to flat earthers, the sun and moon are local. The distances given by most flat earthers is between 3,000 and 5,000 miles. I live about 5,000 miles from Moscow. I can easily fly to Moscow. Why can't anyone fly to the sun or moon? Why do FEs say no one's landed on the moon if it is so close? What's preventing humans from going to these objects?
Hello, this is Haki from Kazakhstan, bro. Abu Hamza, bro.
How's it going, bro?
Yes, I'm from Kazakhstan, bro. I'm Kazaki, bro.
From Kazakhstan. Awesome.
Yes,
I'm from
Kazakhstan.
Australia.
Where from you?
Australia.
Australia,
Oi,
fuck
oi,
you,
oi.
And people are white, and they have the tram and the cool and fat. Fuck you, bitch.
Okay. Have a nice day. Wow. You're pretty excited pretty quick. Imagine what it'd be like if we showed him that the Earth is measured flat. Holy shit. Anyways, where were we? Yeah, this guy's right up. Blah, 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 moon, 3,000, 5,000 miles. Yeah, I live about 5,000 miles from Moscow. I can easily fly to Moscow. Why can't anyone fly to the sun or moon? Why do FEs say no one's landed on the moon if it's so close? What's preventing humans from going to these objects if they're so close? And don't give me any crap about Van Allen belts because you believe the moon and sun are local, so the Van Allen belts don't even come into play. Oh. What comments have we got for this? Do you even watch rockets being launched? There's one very recent. You should watch it. Okay. Let's click on comments. Ooh, the firmament is rocket proof. No one enters, no one leaves. They are not physical. What's this? With the sun so close, would there even be an ice wall? And a little laugh emoji next to it. You cannot go to the moon and watch the sun and the moon interact with the clouds. It is obvious they are not at the distances they claim they are. They just work like spotlights. Oh, someone's redirected him to 200 Reasons the Earth is Not a Spinning Ball by Eric Dubay. You can't land on the moon, it's impossible, because the moon is plasma. Oh, wow, that's got some posts against it. Oh, here we go. What's this one? Flurfism and space denial are trends, and like all trends, it will disappear. Not a single flurf or space denier believes in anything they say. They have just jumped on the latest bandwagon. And all of that was in caps. So I don't know why you needed to yell that out, but anyways. Might have been a typo. Some numpty gets on here. Flat Earth gets destroyed again. Yeah, come and visit us, mate. We'll see how you go. Lots of pictures of space posted. Scrolling. Oh, the usual memes. All of the planets and Earth as a flat square thing.
Hi there, can I give you a drive-through code? What's the code? It's gonna be 1925.
Hey, you're
Can I
hot
get that
micing.
with no ketchup and no mustard, please?
Yeah, we might.
No, go ahead and add the ketchup and mustard. It's good for you.
Actually, you see a
Oh, somebody muted
No,
me.
it's not a mob. Yeah.
I wanted
What
to
if
hear
he
the
says
rest of that
something
word.
rude? Yeah, what if his order goes bad and he flips his shit at some poor person? I don't want to hear that. Anyways, I was reading stupid comments before I go to squash.
And where are you seeing these comments, on YouTube or in the chat?
This is on Facebook. So there's a page on Facebook called Flat Earth Friends. So if anyone else wants to jump in there, they're more than welcome to do so. But most of it is Globers. Just to give you an
live
idea,
stream
Matthew, one of the moderators is McToon.
Interesting.
That should say enough. So, yeah. Oh, we've got a poll. This poll is directed at FEs who think every picture showing the entire Earth is CGI, including the ones from the 50s and 60s. I just got to know how old you are. Oh, so they just want ages. Between 10 and 20, you got 1%. Between 20 and 30 is 33%. Between 30 and 40s, there's none. 40 and 50, 33. And over 50s, 33. I have a good reason for asking, but sharing it now would bias the result, so I'll reveal it later. Oh, okay. Fair enough. If the moon is a hologram, how can amateur ham radio operators use it to bounce a signal to the other side of the globe? What? Well, we could test and see if that's bullshit or not. Because what we could do is we could get on Discord and we could talk to our friends in the United States or some other country when the moon is not near me, and we could get the old ham radio out and we could test this. If that shit works or if it does not. Ooh, there you go, ham radio, boys and girls. Something for you to go and check out. Here we go. What do you think is the single most compelling argument for your favoured planetary shape? Please, no arguments against the opposing views, rather a credible, verifiable argument in favour of your position. Something we can look into and learn from. Memes are fine, but please provide sources for any claims. I'd ask that this doesn't descend into name calling and ego stroking, but we all know it will. Okay. And he's got 268 comments. Oh, wow. Photo evidence of a round Earth. Okay, so you got to verify your photos. So you're out. The Tychos model. The Tychos, our geoaxial binary system by Simon Shack. Okay. Globe. We have pictures. Now we've got a hot dog Earther. We can't leave them out. There's no such thing as a flat Earth. We know it's a sphere for over 2,500 years. Obviously, that person didn't read the other bit. No arguments against opposing view, just supply your own. So you're a numpty, you're out. Globe. Gestures at the complete unit available in libraries, the internet, textbooks, models, maps, personal observations, and others' personal observations. So you haven't given us what they are. So you've got models that you've yet to prove, maps that you can't prove. Someone said so in a textbook. Someone said so on the internet. And libraries. Ooh, let's go to the library. This person didn't state which way they are leaning. Leap years. Leap years prove the shape of the ground, everyone. Done. Sold. That's it. Back to Globetardia. Leap years do it for us. What do you think, Matthew? Leap years prove the shape of the ground?
No, they just show that the number of days doesn't fit equally into the number of years.
There we go. Sorry, Mr. Facebook guy. Matthew has shot you down. All right. Oh, this one's got a decent write-up. For me, it's this. Physics tells us about the conservation of momentum. On a flat Earth, where does the angular momentum come from to make hurricanes spin? Well, you're assuming that that's the cause. It has to come from somewhere. Hurricane Melissa this past year released 200 times more energy. Well, that's great. No one cares. What if it's just the fact that heat energy from the sun, from the sun's path, is what causes this? So any storm system that appears on the left-hand side of the line will spin one way, and storm systems that appear on the right-hand side of the line will spin the other due to the heat energy from the sun. Crazy idea, I know, but yeah. Anyways, why do hurricanes always rotate in a specific direction in the northern hemisphere and they rotate clockwise? Well, actually, there's anti-cyclones, so yeah, that does actually happen the other way around. So this guy's out of his depth. All of these are quite. Where are we? Why do hurricanes only form between Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn? Why do they never cross the equator? In fact, they never get within about 5 degrees of the equator. All these questions have simple and easy answers on a globe Earth. Well, actually, you started off on a flat Earth, so you're trying to have a crack at the flat Earth, which you were told not to do in the instruction manual. But anyways, however, the FE model provides no explanation for any of them. And then, oh, here we go. Before you start talking about how hurricanes are man-made, well, I didn't say they were man-made. Here are some facts. The entire region of Earth between Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn can be affected by hurricanes. Okay, so depending on exact area, they can also be called cyclones or typhoons. The area where hurricanes can exist circles the globe. Oh, so you're assuming it's a globe to start off with. That's great. Guess that would be a ring on FE projection. You wouldn't believe it. That's the same ring where the sun travels around its path. That's interesting. Hurricanes and cyclones follow the sun's path. The area where hurricanes can exist and circle the globe, I guess that would be a ring on FE projection. If you want to believe that hurricanes are man-made, tell me which ones are man-made. Well, I'm not interested in that shit. And which ones are natural. And how can you tell? Well, because the man-made ones have a digital ID number and the natural ones don't. They don't have a jumper on. They're open. They're going au natural. Oh, man, there's a big flashing sign on it that says it's man-made. Of course they're... God. Anyways, we have written evidence that hurricanes have been hitting Florida since the 1500s. And scientific evidence that they go back 3,000 plus years. Well, that's great. So if hurricanes are man-made, how were they made at the end of it? So obviously you're more interested into knowing how they're man-made as opposed to proving the shape of the ground. But we'll leave you alone. Oh, here we go. I'm a Bible-believing globe earther. Compelling scientific argument for a globe earth. Isn't that a bit of a contradiction there? On one hand, you're a Bible believer, and on the second part, you're going to tell us about scientific arguments. I thought science opposed religion.
I think they're compatible, science and religions, because the way I say it is all
bit?
truth is God's truth.
Which bit? Anyways,
Origin
back to the
of
story.
life, that type of stuff.
Why this evidence is compelling. Geometry requires Earth to be a rotating spheroid due to this observation. A stationary flat disk Earth, solid dome, would have to have the dome do the moving for the stars, embedded within its interior surface to be seen moving. And according to geometry, what would be seen would be a monopolar celestial hemisphere instead. We do not observe this. That's because it's observer-centric. Sorry, dude. Anyways, likewise, the geometry of the stationary flat Earth model precludes Polaris appearing anywhere but high overhead in everyone's sky. Oh. So you're saying we should have infinite vision and see from everywhere. Excellent. So why is it when I'm looking along an exceptionally long stretch of road, do the lampposts appear to dive into the ground? Wouldn't the sky do the same thing? Due to perspective, appear to ramp down to my line of vision? Food for thought. This is not geometrically possible if the flat disk Earth model is true. Well, you weren't supposed to be arguing against, you were supposed to be putting your thoughts forward. This evidence requires no photographs at all. Oh. So you're not going to back it up with anything? Or you're going to put that there as some kind of well poison? So if anyone says, get photographs, you can put your hands on your hips and go, nuh-uh, photographs not required. This avoids the incessant questioning of the provenance and validity of any and all photographs posted on the internet. Yeah, so straight away you can dodge the put out the nuh-uh, I don't have to. Plus avoids the need for anyone to go to high enough altitude to directly see the shape of our world within a sufficiently wide field of view. All anyone has to do is go to their backyard on a clear night and observe their portion of the celestial sphere for a while. And neither NASA or anyone else controls the view of the night sky you obtain with your own two eyes. Those who are distrustful... Oh crap, that's a write-up and a half. Man, that's going to take me about 10 minutes. Those who are distrustful of the word of any other people who live elsewhere in the world as to what their portion of the celestial sphere looks like can travel across the equator is the most helpful to those locales themselves and verify firsthand what that other portion of the celestial sphere looks like. Such travel costs something, but is affordable for many people. Those who are willing to trust the word of other people, who can select people they know personally if they wish, but who live on the other side of the equator, can schedule a mutual observation of the night sky in their respectful locales, and then compare notes later as to what they observed. The universal and constant result of such collective observations is that Earth is surrounded by a bipolar celestial sphere. Our knowledge of physics precludes the stars, given their distance from Earth, doing the moving themselves to accomplish the constellations' apparent movements we see from our backyards at night, because that would require the stars to be moving many times the speed of light, which they cannot be doing. So Earth itself is doing the moving. Oh, so you've just assumed that the stars must be travelling at some crazy-ass speed, and therefore it's down to us. Okay. So Earth itself is doing the moving. When the stars trace circular trail patterns in the sky, either seen directly in live time or over the course of hours, or in time-elapsed photographs of star trails, this is direct evidence that they are being seen from a curved surface. No, it's not. That is not direct evidence they're being seen from a curved surface. For anyone with half a brain in their head, they can go, there is three options. Number one, the ground is moving. Number two, the sky is moving. Or number three, they are both moving. How you establish which one after that, that's another story. Anyways, I maintain that the Bible is silent on the topic of our world shape and celestial mechanics because the Bible never mentions Earth. The capitalized name of our entire world/planet, as in flat Earth or globe Earth. The problem with Bible-based flat Earth advocates is that when they see the older, improper noun, Earth, in the Bible, a rendering that translates the OT Hebrew word eretz, which refers to the land, a country / territory / region or its people. The ground or the soil, they mistake it for the lookalike proper noun Earth. The name Earth refers to our entire world / planet, but the improper noun Earth does not. Such Bible readers are either unaware that Earth and Earth are not the same word, for they are simply unaware that the capitalisation difference between these words. So, if they even notice it, exists and means something important. Flat Earth advocates are not the only people who are unaware of or sloppy about the capitalisation difference, and it is to an extent understandable because Earth, lowercase, is nearly archaic usage in contemporary English. We say ground or soil or land now instead. Earth has been retained in Bible translation work out of tradition, not out of helpfulness to contemporary readers of the Bible in English. Earth and Earth, capitalised, are easily enough mistaken for each other, except for the capitalisation difference. The two words are spelled alike and pronounced alike. Aspects of the internet, example, texting, case-sensitive search engines, downplay English capitalisation conventions or make them irrelevant. So it's no surprise to me that the internet has occasioned a rise in Flat Earth movement among fellow Bible believers for this reason. Well, a lot of people are in here not because of religion, so... But I also see other kinds of people being similarly sloppy about capitalising Earth when we're talking about the world / planet as a whole or about the world's people as a whole. Even our English language style manuals, which advise you when to capitalise or not to capitalise words for correct writing practice, are not consistent about Earth and Earth in capitals, but they should be consistent because the capitalised word Earth is a name, and we capitalise names in English with complete consistency. Accordingly, Bible translators have consistently avoided using the capitalised word planet name Earth in their work, which is very clear and telling about all of this. There are 0 flat Earth passages and there are 0 globe Earth passages in the Bible. The Bible being altogether silent about Earth is thus not in conflict with physical science over the shape and celestial mechanics of our world / planet. As a fellow Bible believer, I'm sympathetic with the sense of loyalty to God and the Bible, which the Bible-based flat earthers manifest, but their loyalty has become misdirected due to their misreading of the Bible with regard to Earth and capitalised Earth. Where they are then make matters worse is in telling non-Bible believers that flat Earth is what the Bible teaches, which statement then predictably puts people off the spiritual message of the Bible, which for Bible believers is paramount. So, to summarise all of that, whinge, celestial sphere getting contaminated with terrestrial sphere, whinge, I'm a Bible believer, whinge, someone forgot to put a capital E in there. So that was pretty quick, eh?
It does exactly what you see it do, year in, year out. Right? It moves east to west in cycles over your head, resets back into the same cycles, year after year after year, for all verifiable history. What exactly is it? Nobody can test that. How far away is it? Nobody can test that. What medium is it in? Nobody can test that either. What can we test? We can test the surface of water, which makes up most of the known land area of the surface on the Earth. Okay, and we can test that for curvature, which would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. And we can calculate exactly how much. Make sense?
Okay.
Yeah. Like if you have 20 miles of water, there has to be approximately 290 foot of curvature. If the Earth's a globe, that would mean that there would be like byproducts of that curvature, such as things being obstructed in the distance and a geometric horizon, which would be the horizon at a certain distance based on the height of the observer. And when we go out and test for those things, there's no curvature. And then when we dig deeper, we can't find any evidence of any curvature being measured throughout all of history. Obviously, there's a lot more to it, but we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. All right, flat's the description of the surface. Yeah, like we're not claiming like a flat planet or anything like that. A lot of people, they try to insert the flat Earth, right? They just try to replace the globe with like a flat planet. We're definitely not claiming that. That would be silly if we were claiming
what are
that.
you claiming?
We're claiming that the surface area of the Earth, when tested, has no curvature, right? Other than obviously then topography like hills and valleys and mountains and things like that. But most of the surface is water, which doesn't have any drop over distance or any curvature over distance.
I mean, from what I can tell, this channel's called 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah, flat's not a shape.
I mean,
Flat's the description of a surface, right? So you could, like a bumpy, smooth, flat, surface. It's not a shape.
yeah,
There's no like flat Earth, right? You're still thinking Earth as an object. We're not claiming
yeah,
to
but
know
what
the
you
shape
just
of the
told me
Earth.
that, yeah, okay, but flat's not a shape, but you guys are claiming that the Earth is flat.
Right. So the surface area tests flat, is observed as flat, and is utilized as flat.
Okay.
Yeah, like we all experience the Earth
Um,
as flat. I'm not saying just because we experience it as that, that's the proof.
I could,
Right, I'm
I
saying
could
that's
give you
like
one way you could test. I could give you one way you could test for curvature,
Okay, go ahead.
which people have done, and it's there. Funny enough, because the Earth is not flat. You could find a lake that's at
Mhm.
least maybe a quarter mile across,
Yep.
and put a laser pointer
Okay.
on one edge and keep it even to the ground.
Mhm.
And then you can put something at the same height on the other side. If
like
the
it.
Earth is flat, it should hit the dead center at the same height above the ground, but it doesn't. It will be above the center, proving curvature or refraction.
So it
But
actually
refraction bends light
okay.
down, not up. So then
No.
it must be curvature.
Refraction can deviate light up or down depending on the temperature gradient, on the vertical temperature gradient.
And what would the temperature gradient have to be then?
The temperature gradient will cause the optical density of the air to change, right? So cooler air is more dense, more optically dense than warmer air, and light will deviate towards the denser medium. Okay, so it can, if you have like cooler air down lower or warmer air down lower, it will bend up or down, right? Depending on which direction the cooler medium is in, right? That's why we have sinking or looming, right? The opposite effects of each other. And we've done these laser tests that you're talking about, right? We've done them over huge lakes, right? Like 40-kilometer laser tests using the best possible lasers we could get our hands on, right? Like teams of field engineers going out with a $30,000 laser doing a whole series of different tests. Over huge distances and measuring zero curvature in these tests, right? These have been done over and over and over again, all over the world, different people, different types of lasers. We've had PhDs like Dr. John D going out with different spectrums of light, using different spectrums of lasers. And zero curvature is detected in any of the tests. I don't know if you want to see Some
Okay.
examples?
Well, from what I've seen a group of flat earthers like yourselves performing an experiment where something similar to what I described to you. You've probably seen it before. It's quite a popular clip of the guy raising the light above his head, and then which you're then able to see it through the little holes in like the wooden boards that they made,
Yeah.
proving that he is on a curved surface.
No.
Surface. I mean, you've
No,
seen
no.
that clip before, and not even
Yeah,
a
yeah,
flat
I've
earther
seen that clip.
saying
I've
that.
seen that clip. It's ridiculous, right? It doesn't show the setup, right? It shows some close-ups of absolute moron named Jaren cutting some holes out, right? We're not checking if the holes are aligned properly. He broke the laser, right? It was supposed to be done with a laser, right? But Jaren broke the laser before the test, right? He left it on and melted the collimator to the laser or something like that, which he talks about in the hit piece, right, in the film. Okay, so then they decide, because they've got it all set up, they decide to do it with a flashlight. Okay, now apparently everyone walked away from that saying, well, that was a big fail, right? That didn't really prove anything. And then they ended up editing it in a way that made it look like he debunked the flat earth. And then there was a lawsuit after, because the flat earthers were trying to get their hands on the original footage, which they were promised, and then they wouldn't hand it out because they would have been able to show, look, they were lying. But even like anti-flat earthers that hate flat earth, that literally make a living debunking flat earth, right? Even they admit that was like a misrepresentation, right? And it wasn't a laser test. Like, I'm talking about teams of field engineers going out with a $30,000 laser, right? Documenting everything from start to finish, right? Showing the whole thing in an hour-long video, and then providing a 280-page PDF doc or 180-page PDF document to go along with it. Right, it's very different than some close-up shots of a dopey-looking guy's face cutting out some holes in some foam or whatever, right? Like, it doesn't really compare. And it wasn't a laser test either.
That's fair enough. I didn't know the ins and outs of the test. I've just seen the viral clip, so I guess that was the context
No, I
behind it.
got you, man. Yeah,
That's
most
all right.
people like it's made in a way like to mock flat. That's like a mockumentary against flat Earth. And that guy Jaren, he's like, yeah, we don't really.
Yeah,
Well, I won't say we, but I don't really like that guy. And
in
most
terms of
people
like
I know,
people in the flat Earth community,
Mhm.
because I've seen a lot of YouTube videos online of. I mean, I'm sure you guys have heard of Professor Dave.
Oh yeah, Strawman. Yep, Strawman Professor Dave. Not a professor, really, by the way.
Not a professor. It's just his YouTube name. I mean,
Yeah.
I like his videos a lot. I think they're really funny. What do you guys think of David Weiss? I mean, he's pretty prominent on that channel. I mean, Professor Dave's debated him quite a few times, and I always thought those debates were very interesting, as he kind of got obliterated the entire time. But do you think that
this
he's
is
a
the
valid flat
problem.
earther, or is he a dumbass?
Yeah, so David Weiss, right? He has a few good arguments when it comes to explaining the absolute basics to some people, but then he just butchers it with some really ridiculous arguments, right? Like, he claims a flat Earth model. Okay, and his flat Earth model is the AE map projection, which is a globe
projection, yeah.
Yeah, and then, he'll say that the stars and the sun and the moon, move a certain way above this AE map projection. So that's retarded, right? That's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, whenever he
And,
actually talks to someone who's smart and scientifically gifted, he completely falls apart, and it's very obvious in those debates.
Well, so does Professor Dave, unfortunately, right? Like when he debated Austin Whitsitt, people do reviews of these debates. There's a guy called Bruce McGuire, also known as Mindshock, right? He's not a flat earther. He just does unbiased reviews on debates, and he's like a professional when it comes to logic, right? To fallacies and things like that. And he'll go through the debate and he'll pause every time there's a fallacy, and he'll explain how it was a fallacy, which fallacy it was, and how it was illogical, blah, blah, blah. And he'll have a counter to how many fallacies each person made throughout the debate. Professor Dave actually holds the record for the most fallacies out of any debate that this guy has ever reviewed. And what Professor Dave does is he tricks people that don't really know the proper flat Earth arguments. and he'll pull out a bad flat Earth argument, which is fine to do, right? Because we would also disagree with that flat Earth argument, but he'll then say, "Oh, this is what flat Earthers claim," and then he'll debunk the poor argument, and he'll do it in like a very mocking way, right? Which might seem funny to some people that think flat Earth's a big joke, right? But it's very fallacious the way he does it. But there are a lot of bad flat Earth arguments getting around, just like there's a lot of globe Earthers that say the dumbest things you could ever possibly hear as well. But we're not going to take those and then make videos about it and say, well, this is what globe Earthers all say, right? And yeah. So
Well,
he's
that's
very
pretty interesting. I
fallacious.
mean,
Yeah.
Could you drop me the link for that YouTube
Yeah,
video
man.
you were talking about of the
Yeah,
papers you got? I'd
sure.
like to see that. No,
Mhm.
because I do enjoy his videos, and I think whenever you're talking about how he like kind of summarizes, really basic flat Earth points that kind of are outdated to you guys, I think there are a lot of people that still believe in that flat Earth model, with the ice wall and shit like that.
Mhm.
From what I know, like this little community here, this little flat Earth community in Discord, is kind of it seems to me like a bit of a minority in the flat Earth scene. Like from
Unfortunately,
what I've
yes.
encountered online, a lot of people are still believing that real archaic and
Yeah, like if you go on, if when I scroll through my Facebook feed, right, I'm not even a member of any of these flat Earth channels, but for some reason they all show up on my feed, and oh my god, it pisses me off. Like I'll be scrolling down, and the memes that they're posting and things like that, I'm like, oh, these are the worst arguments. That it's almost like it's like controlled opposition or something like that. These are fake flat earthers putting out the worst possible memes and arguments to just make flat Earth seem ridiculous, And if it is actually flat earthers, then yeah, it's something that needs to be addressed. We're trying our best to try to put a stop to the bad arguments and things like that, but it takes time to iron all this
I
stuff
mean,
out.
some of the memes and stuff could totally just be mockery. I mean, it's a very easy subject to be to make mockery of, and that's not me being sly, but like it's obviously a very not even a controversial subject, but if you ever bring it up in a real life conversation, people will look at you funny. If you say that,
That's
"Oh, I'm a
that's
flat earther,"
because of the propaganda
normalized.
behind.
But
The propaganda makes it look like a joke, right? If you type in flat Earth and you hit images on Google, you'll just see a bunch of ridiculous like floating discs in space with all water falling off the edges and things like that. We're not claiming that kind of thing at all. Now, most people mock it because they don't understand the arguments, and once they do, like if they're willing to actually sit down and listen and hear the arguments, like they're not mocking anymore. They're like, damn, it makes a lot of sense. I'm going to have to look into this a bit further. Because we're not making any crazy claims at all, and we can back up all our claims with empirical evidence. Blue Jumper just put the video in the side chat, but
I'll watch that later.
here's the actual channel of the guy who makes them, Bruce McGuire. Probably best to watch it on there. But if you want to watch a good debate, watch Professor Dave versus Austin Whitsitt. It's not the greatest one, but Whitsitt is 100 times better than David Weiss. Whitsitt's a super smart guy.
Is this the guy that was on the 24-hour sun expedition thing?
Yeah. That was him. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Didn't he convert to Globe?
No, absolutely not.
Am I correct on
No.
that? I know there was a few people on that expedition that converted to the Globe.
It was just 3 flat earthers that went. It was Austin Whitsitt and Jaren, right? Jaren's the same guy from the video that you were talking about, the Netflix video where he did the flashlight thing. That guy's a moron. We haven't liked most flat earthers that I know have been trying to, educate people on how ridiculous that guy is for years. Right? He never really made technical flat earth content. All he ever did was make like videos teasing NASA, like fakery and things like that. Right? Never really going over the technical flat earth arguments or anything
more
like that.
Conspiratorial shit.
Well, yes and no. He also believed in like the David Weiss style model with the ice wall and the AE map, and he believed that was the model of the flat Earth, right? Whereas any true flat earther will tell you that we don't have a model. Right? We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, and we don't claim to have a full working scientific model of this complex system that we live in. It's not even possible. The globe doesn't even have what a lot of people expect flat earthers to pull out when they say, do you have a model? Right? You can model little bits and pieces here and there, but there's no such thing as like a fully all incorporated globe model or flat earth model or anything like that. And models need to be tested against reality as well. But yeah, Jaren had like his own like ridiculous little model. Like if you typed in flat earth right now into GIFs, it'll come up with like, I'll try to type it in right now. Okay, flat earth. All right, kind of like this thing. Right, that was like kind of like what Jaren. That's a simplified version, obviously, but that was what Jaren thought the flat Earth was. Right, obviously on this, you can't have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Okay, so because he was so dedicated to this layout and this silly argument that this was the model and this was the way the sun and the moon worked, then he went back to the globe. Apparently, I don't know. I think he was always whining about not having any money, and he saw the anti-flat earthers getting all of the millions of views and whatnot, right, on their videos, and I think he was maybe wanting to cash in on that. I'm just speculating, by the way. Maybe he was trying to cash in on that. Yeah. You know, look, he was charging, like, before this even happened, right? He was trying to charge people like $200 to have like an online dinner with him where he'll like teach you how to become a better man. And just cryptocurrency bullshit.
Like Sigma grind set.
Yeah.
Right.
So I don't. Yeah. So he went back to the globe, but
do you think?
Yeah.
On your flat Earth, would a 24-hour sun be possible?
But it has to be possible. Like so I would say that when it comes to the mechanics of the sky, it could be something more complex than we can even comprehend, right? Like what is the sun? What medium is it up there? How does it all work? It could be something more than we can comprehend. Like we can't test it. We can't test how it works. But whatever's happening in the sky, right? Here's the basic logic. If you measure your floor flat, it doesn't matter what's happening on the ceiling. Right? Anything could be happening on the ceiling of your house, right? But if the floor measures flat, whatever's happening on the ceiling isn't going to change the fact that there's no curvature. You're not standing on a curved surface. That's the logic here. We can empirically test the Earth over and over again, anywhere on the Earth, and not find any curvature. And then once you start looking at how did the globe Earth become a thing in the first place, you're not going to find that people went out and started testing the Earth and doing measurements and things like that. That's not how the globe came to be a thing in the first place. Okay, so there's actually no empirical evidence that there is actually the Earth curvature that would have to exist for the Earth to be a globe. So whatever's happening in the sky is pretty cool, right? But we can't empirically validate exactly what's going on. We agree that there's two apparent points of rotation in the sky, right? This southern celestial point of rotation and the northern celestial point of rotation. But exactly how all of that works, how does the mechanism works? There's flat earthers that make models. Okay, so there's people that have models of it that can show how a 24-hour sun can work over a flat surface. But I'm sure those models have a bunch of issues as well, right? So we don't subscribe to a model that hasn't perfectly been validated and isn't empirical, right? It isn't able to be tested perfectly against reality and probably has a bunch of holes. Okay, so we got the globe model, if you want to call it that, or the globe, the way that they say that the globe works. Let's call it that. Or it's not a scientific model, but whatever. Let's just call it a model for now anyway. So in the globe model, we've got a bunch of flaws, right? It's a flawed model when it comes to the basic essentials that you need to have the globe, right? Like the curvature, the motion, the gas pressure argument, that kind of thing. And you've got some flat earthers that have some shitty models, right? Where they're like, oh, the 24-hour sun works in this model. But then they probably have a whole bunch of issues with them as well. So you've got a bunch of shitty, flawed models where people are trying to model something that you can't really model empirically because a whole bunch of assumptions and guesswork is going to be involved. So we here at 24/7 try to stick with empirical evidence and go from there.
Look, I get that. I do. But the issue I have with this entire thing about having no model is it just seems to me that because nothing actually works, you know, you could have, again, you said it yourself, you could have a flat Earth model that someone creates that makes it so that the 24-hour sun is possible, but then this thing happening over on the other side of the Earth, you know, that with to do with the constellations or whatever is not possible. So like basically
No, they can
none of
model
the
it
flat
so
Earth-
all of the constellations and everything work just fine when it comes to the
totally,
sky.
but like none of the flat Earth models that have been made have worked with absolutely everything that we need it to work with. You know
so
what I mean?
neither does the globe, right? Neither does the globe.
But I don't
That's the
understand
problem.
how the globe doesn't, because we can predict things using our model.
No, you're not. They're not predicting anything, right? So you can predict anything that
we can
happens in the
predict the
sky
way
with a
it
flat
is.
Earth model. Hold on a second, right? So you can predict anything that happens in the sky using a flat map with a using the celestial sphere model above that, right? And a personal celestial dome of vision, right? Which is the way that everyone views the sky. This is the problem, though, right? The globe model or the globe claims a radius value, right? It claims that water is bending and curving, right? But there's no evidence of that whatsoever. In fact, the thousands and thousands of observations and tests that we've done confirm that there is no curvature, and there isn't a single one from the globe side that validates that such a thing exists. That's the biggest crux of the globe model. Okay, there's also no proof that the Earth is rotating around the sun. There's no proof of that. There's no proof that the Earth even moves at all. So if you want to claim a globe model that predicts it, it's not predicting anything in the sky, right? It's post-diction. Okay, it's everything cyclical. Everything happens over and over again in cycles. Okay, so the eclipses, right? That was from the Saros cycle, which was created by the flat earthers, right? Many thousands
But
of years ago.
NASA doesn't use the Saros cycle anymore. They use
They do use it, right? They do use it. They've built upon it because we have more people on the Earth, and we have more specific information about exactly where the eclipse will be at certain parts of the Earth, right? Where they didn't have that a way to spread that information back then, right? So obviously, over time, over thousands of years, you're going to improve on the Saros cycle. Okay, but they still use the Saros cycle. NASA still uses it. They've just improved on it, right? Which is, of course, you're going to be able to do that when you get, all of this money to do that kind of thing. But when it comes to the sky, right, that's just based off the celestial sphere, right? The ancients are the ones that came up with this idea to begin with, right? And it wasn't until Pythagoras and then people after Pythagoras, in about around 500 to 400 BC, when they started through these were cult leaders, essentially, like Pythagoras, the cult of Pythagoras. Pythagoras was literally like a mystical leader, a crazy dude, right? And he thought that the universe was musical and planets had musical notes and all this crazy stuff, right? Could get into that, but essentially he said that the sphere is like a perfect shape, and because of the imaginary way, right, that they view the sky, they had the celestial sphere. Over time, they inverted the celestial sphere, and they said, "As above, so below," because the circles of the spheres are the most perfect shape. Because the heavens are perfect, therefore, the Earth must also be perfect, right? It has to be. And that's how they inverted the celestial sphere into the terrestrial sphere, which is the latitude-longitude system that we still use to this day, which is the WGS-84. No one went out and actually measured, and they're like, "Oh, guys, we've gone out and checked. We've done some tests and measurements, and here's our results. And it's actually a globe. For thousands of years, we were wrong. It's actually a globe. Here, you can go test it yourself." No, they didn't do that, right? It was through philosophical reasoning and that kind of thing. It wasn't anything to do with because they actually empirically validated the Earth was a globe. Right, and that's how the globe still exists to this day. It's a spherical coordinate system mistaken as a terra firma.
I mean, but why do you think NASA is perpetuating this lie? And I mean, they're spending trillions, possibly. I mean, God knows, an unfathomable, that's a difficult word to say, a lot of money on perpetuating this supposed lie. And they've been doing it for a very
but where's
long
that
time,
money?
so-
You know, like, okay, well, we can't prove why someone, like, everyone knows the government would, like, lies. Like, you could ask anyone, does the government lie? Obviously, everyone's going to say yes, or most people.
Yeah,
Okay,
but now we have
they're not
independent-
using their own money to begin with. They're using taxpayer money. And where exactly is that money going? Is all of the money going into whatever they do? Like, what do they even do, right? They do, like, some little childish, like, science class experiments on the ISS and things like that, right? What are they really doing, right? When they got interviewed and asked why they don't go back to the moon, they said they destroyed that technology and it would be a painful process to build it back. So they're not really doing much, not doing a great deal, you know. Even the things that people think they invented, like Velcro and air conditioning and things, like, they didn't invent those things at all. That's ridiculous, like, myth. That's a myth that happened.
Yeah,
Like, you can look
I'll
up
be back.
Velcro on Velcro.com right now and see who actually invented Velcro, not NASA.
Yeah, on that point, I'll just be back in 10 minutes or so. I gotta go real quick.
Yeah, no worries, man. Catch you
No worries.
soon.
Well, catch you later.
Hey, Ish, why are you being so unoriginal? Very unoriginal. Earth is, I mean, you gotta be some kind of genius.
What do you mean?
It's corny, dude. It's old.
What is? I didn't say anything.
What you typed in the chat.
I just random.
Earth is a square.
I mean, since no one is saying anything, might as well.
Well, I mean, I heard somebody saying that, like, because we can't use, there's some, like, alternative theories that can't be proven, so we can't use them. I don't know what theory he's talking about.
See, look, my point stands because, look, I sent a random text and you responded.
And what's your point?
My point is the Earth is square.
Okay, what's your evidence?
Bro, what?
Hold on, CB. What's your evidence?
What do you?
Yeah, evidence. So we're empiricists. Claims
So
need
what do you-
evidence. Hold on. Claims need evidence. So what's your evidence?
Wait, let me. I'll give you evidence. What is your belief? Do you think it's
Hold
different?
on.
Do you
I don't
it's
think the Earth is a square. I have no evidence the Earth is a square.
different? So what do you think it is?
What do you mean?
What
How did he
shape is-
start the sentence with "I'll give you evidence"? So what do you think it
That-
is?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I was just playing along. He's too
Yeah,
freaking slow.
before I give you evidence, I want to.
You don't have any evidence Earth is a square, okay? Just stop.
Facts.
What you're trying to do is get out of me is what my evidence is the Earth is flat. We've been playing this game a lot longer than you. You're not going to come in here and be clever because you're not clever. You're the dumbest person in this chat right now.
Oh shit.
Oh. Okay. It's fine if you think that way. It's okay. I'm not gonna.
Why would I think the Earth is flat? Why would I think that?
No, I'm simply asking you. Like, I think the Earth is square. Okay.
No, you don't.
And
No, you don't. You're trolling.
Yeah, you don't. You definitely don't.
I mean, what makes you believe that?
What? That the Earth is square?
Do you need evidence to like?
What makes me believe the Earth is flat?
Well, let me ask you this: why did people think the Earth was flat before they thought it was a globe? What was their evidence?
I never said.
Hold
I
on, what
think,
was their evidence before the globe? What did they use?
um. What do you mean, like to determine if the world is flat?
Yeah, so before the idea of a globe
Mhm.
was amongst humanity, people thought the Earth was flat. What evidence did those people that thought the Earth was flat use?
And how is that relevant to my question?
Okay, answer the fucking question, bro.
Bro,
It's a simple question.
but you didn't answer my question.
Dude, I asked you for, you didn't answer my question. I asked you for the evidence of your claim, and you've been fucking dicking around. These games aren't going to work, Ish. I'm going to just fucking mute you and kick you out of here.
Bro,
You know what that means? When I mute you here, you get muted in every channel, and when I kick you out, you can't even cry about it.
Why are you being so rude, though? Like,
Okay, because you're playing
didn't mean to
games
be rude,
and you're
dude.
trolling.
Okay, look, let's start over. Look, I'm gonna.
Yes, let's start over with not trolling.
I'm not trolling. Let's set
Okay,
aside
then
my
give me the evidence here at the square.
let's set aside my belief. Can we agree on that?
See, we don't have beliefs here. We're not doing that.
I'm simply asking you, what do you believe in? What do you think?
I don't
Okay, you
have a
believe- what do you
belief. That's
think?
what I'm trying to tell you. You're not understanding. We don't have a belief here. We all observe everybody. The Earth is flat and motionless. That's what you see every day. That's what you experience every day. If you fly in a plane, go up in a balloon, climb the top of a mountain, go to the ocean, the Earth looks flat and you don't feel it moving. You see the stars moving, you see the sun move, you see the moon move. You don't feel yourself spin. That's what we experience. I don't believe that. That's what we experience.
And I
Now,
never
if you want to
disagreed
make
on
up in
that.
your mind that something else is going on, that's on you.
Thank you for at least telling me what you think, because I wasn't gonna disagree with you. If you wanted me to,
This
yes,
isn't
I
an
can.
agree-disagree thing.
I only asked.
I'm telling you, like,
what
do
is
you
your
think,
thought? Jesus,
let me ask you this: does the Earth, if you go to the ocean, does the Earth look flat?
No. Yes.
You were gonna say no. Yeah. If you go to a lake, does the Earth look flat? If you go to the top of a mountain, does the Earth look flat? No matter where you go, you can go anywhere on Earth. The Earth looks flat. Okay. Now, at some point in time, someone came along and said, "Oh, dude, it just looks flat, but it's actually a giant ball." Now, those people need evidence. Okay? They have beliefs. We don't. So the common thing globe earthers do, they try to drag us down into their cesspool and pretend we're on the same level. We're not on the same level. We have experience that we can refer to, whereas none of y'all do. You understand? There's nowhere you can't tell me to go anywhere on Earth and say this is where you'll see the globe, right?
And what about all the facts that the majority of facts that people present? What do you think on those? I'm not going to name
what facts are those?
Okay, let's start off with the wheel. You know, when they roll it and then forgot the name specifically.
The wheel proves the Earth is a globe.
What about the moon? The travel
What
to
about
moon,
it?
looking back at Earth.
What? You think people went to the moon for real? You think human beings flew to the moon?
I'm asking you. I'm sure people have asked you this before, right? No?
Ask me what?
The same thing I'm asking. What about the proof of people traveling to moon?
Oh,
right?
the proof, you mean the claim? The proof that would be that they flew to the moon. Hold on, dude. The proof that people went to the moon would be the telemetry data that showed that the rocket went to the moon. But they claim they lost that. Yeah, NASA claims they lost that the telemetry data, the data that shows where the rocket actually went. You can easily Google this. Google lost Apollo tapes. So, where's that proof again?
Bro, That's crazy.
It is crazy, isn't it? You think I'm making it up?
What's
They
crazy is
actually
that
had NASA actually investigated NASA to figure out where the tapes went.
man, this is my first time being in this like
There's a report on it that you can read that NASA put out about their missing tapes. It was 3,300 bankers boxes full of tapes that disappeared. That would fit a tractor trailer and a half. Somehow they lost them. This isn't my story. This is NASA's story.
And
The
what about
question
weather?
is, why would
How
you
do
believe
how do you
it?
explain the weather at least? Try to
Explain the
that.
weather?
How does that work in your
Which weather? The
What comes
sun
to your
heats
mind
the
when you
surface
say
of the
weather?
earth. And then we
What
have
comes to your
differential
mind
heating.
when you say weather?
Okay, so we have convection currents,
Okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Sun doesn't heat the earth evenly, right? We have
Okay.
currents. And because of all thermodynamic systems, meaning systems which have different temperatures and pressures, okay? They try to reach thermodynamic equilibrium, okay? This is what causes weather. Low pressure system, high pressure system, warm currents in the ocean, cold currents in the ocean, downward flows, Hadley cells, all of these things are different properties of the weather on the earth. And it's just the system, the gaseous fluid system that we live in, trying to find a thermodynamic equilibrium, but that'll just never happen.
Okay. Okay. I'll hear you out. Now I have another question. Do you believe that there's satellites up in the sky?
Wait, before you ask the satellite question, can you kind of like summarize what you think Indio just said?
No. Look, I'm gonna ask you
Yeah.
a question, right?
Why am I going to give you, like, Sheepdog's bringing up a good point. Why am I going to tell you anything when you're clearly not listening?
I mean, when you ramble for 3 minutes, how am I gonna listen, bro? Like I can.
You
only pick
asked
out
the
key
question,
points.
and I gave you an answer, and it wasn't a 3-minute ramble. You're not listening.
Here, let me
Okay,
simplify
before the
it for
3
you.
minutes, let's just take the first
Yes,
10.
simplify it for me. Thank you.
Let's take the first
My
10
God.
seconds of what I said. What was the first 10 words I said before I got into it?
It's even better if you write it in the chat. I'll read it carefully,
Yeah,
word by
you
word.
never listened. What do you mean, what about satellites? What about them?
Do you think
You got
there's
any
satellites
primary
up in
knowledge
the
about satellites, or is it just a story you heard?
I'm saying, do you think there's satellites? Do they exist?
You know, satellites are just repeaters, right?
Exist in what sense? There's things in the sky
Yeah,
that
satellites
we'll call
exist.
satellites. Even this goes all the way back to the 1940s. They used to fly these hot air balloons, and they called those hot air balloons satellites. The vernacular changed, but that's what they used to call them. Okay. It's part of a program called Skyhook, Ross, by the National Reconnaissance Office. I'll give you transcripts of freaking people talking about it in the National Reconnaissance Office about what they did. They put hot air balloons up. They had a gondola with a camera. They went to 120,000 feet. When their film roll was full after about 6 weeks, they'd fly up with an airplane, punch in a keep code, and an explosive would go off and pop the balloon, and they would catch it out of the air. They called those satellites. Okay? Now, satellites exist in the sense that there's things in the sky, but they don't orbit a globe.
I'm gonna interrupt respectfully. It sounds like fiction to me. Like
The
because I
National
have never heard of
Reconnaissance
this.
Office is fiction.
Bro, what?
Okay, I'll post in the chat. It's from the National Reconnaissance Office, which is a U.S. government agency. You think they make spy satellites? They make spy balloons.
I'm going to simplify what Indio said about weather. The sun warms up the earth, and as the sun moves across the sky, the earth warms and cools, creating currents. And then there's also high pressure systems and low pressure systems in those currents. and because of that,
What
we
do
have
you
more.
mean by high pressure systems and low? Can you explain that farther? I'm not asking to like. I'm
Yeah.
trying to be
The
reasonable.
barometric pressure is higher or lower.
Heat increases pressure, which expands, which decreases pressure, which causes dynamic
Expands what? Expands what? The water volume?
Air, gas.
Yeah.
You know, gases expand when they're warmed up, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Welcome to flat Earth.
Why the
Yes.
fuck would you believe that Earth is a flat?
We don't believe it. It's true. How do we know?
You said, so you get.
So if
yeah,
I said to you, if I said to you, I want you to prove to me the Earth is a globe, where do I go on Earth? Where do I go?
You can ride on a jet or like a plane. You can go like high in the sky and you can see the you can see the curve.
Look flat to me.
No, dude, no. It's not high enough, dude. You don't see curve from an airplane. I don't know why you guys say that shit. Not even within, not even if the Earth was a globe, would you see curve from an airplane? So where do I go?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, you couldn't tell me anywhere to go, right? So if you said to me, hey, where can I go where I see a flat Earth? I would just say Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Indian Ocean, Great Lakes, or any lake, any pond, any body of water. So we don't believe the Earth is flat. We can see it is. Whereas the globe, you can't see that it's a globe. You just have to believe it. Or you have to believe somebody else that says that they saw it, but you'll never see it, right?
Okay. I have a clip on YouTube.
Tell me one thing I said that's not absolutely objectively true. There's nothing I said that's false.
I will tell you. I will tell you. It's if I show you this video.
Video of what?
It's a footage of the globe.
How do you know that?
Because it's someone who went to space.
How do you know that's what they're saying? That's what the video shows. How do you know that?
Because there's evidence and there's many eyewitnesses.
Okay, no. And we're talking about this specific video that you're going to give us. How do you know that that's what the Earth looks like in that video? That they went to space and then they took it. What if they went to space and the Earth's actually a freaking cube? Okay, so how do you know that that video is an accurate representation of the Earth and they did what they said they did? How do you know?
Because I've seen the curvature with other people.
Oh yeah, from where? We already covered this. I just did this. You already said from a plane, but that's not true. So where?
Yeah, from a specific height.
Yeah, what height?
If you're on a plane, you could look at.
No, you can't, dude. Not even 128,000 feet. In fact, not even 300, 250 miles. That would be 400 kilometers. Not even from there.
I flew at 45,000 feet from New York to Kuwait City, Kuwait, and it was flat. So what?
But if you want to observe it, you need to be like farther away, right?
How far?
But that's in a plane.
Can you give us the mathematics which will tell us how far? Of course not.
Okay. So, you guys say that.
Now here we go, you guys. It's not about you guys, bro. You're gonna try and dodge the topic by talking about us or talking about the conversation. You guys are NPCs. You guys got the most predictable dialogue tree in the history of man.
Let me guess. You're going to ask the question if the Earth is flat, and then we're going to respond, yes, the Earth is flat.
Yeah. So this is.
What are you talking to?
We're just illustrating the horrible position that you're in. Is that you have that your worldview is based upon trusting a third party in their claims of what they think or what they say the Earth looks like. Now, not only is that a problem, but the main problem is is that you can't evaluate that claim for truth because you've never seen the Earth from that point of view. So even if they show you an image that they say, hey, this is what the Earth, hold on, that they tell you this is what the Earth looks like, since you've never seen the Earth from that place, you can't even say, well, no, the Earth don't look like that. I was there, and when I was there, it didn't look like that. Or it did look like that, right? You can't say that. Like, if you showed me a video of a horse, I could go, nah, that's not a video of a horse. That's a goat. I've seen a horse before. That's a goat right there. Right. So
I've been there.
You can't do that. No, now you're just lying because you're just desperate, dude.
No, you made a claim. I haven't seen it. I have seen it, yes, personally. I've been launched to space. What do you have to say now?
So just desperate lying, dude. It's so funny.
Am I lying? Prove it 100%. Prove I'm lying. Prove I'm lying.
Not to prove you're lying.
Prove
You're
I'm
trying to
lying.
reverse the burden of proof. That's a logical fallacy.
Can you prove it? Can you prove it?
I don't need to prove it. You haven't presented any evidence. You disprove evidence. You don't disprove claims.
Which is more believable? Observation or some mathematical bullshit?
Well, we have observation, and you don't have
proof. Everybody who's ever been to space. Why
are you pretending you have observation? We've demonstrated that you don't.
I've seen it. I have seen.
Yeah, you're lying.
Hey, I've got to wait for him to prove it.
Math can lie.
What's your name? What's your name? Everybody who's been to space. Everybody who's been to space, their name is listed. What's your name?
I was on a rocket that wasn't.
Yeah, give me your name. Give me your name and give me the rocket.
So, Nightmare, there's something called Hitchens razor. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So, produce the evidence or shut up.
Do you think evidence is required to prove something?
Yes.
What is
something about the physical world? Yes.
Okay, cool.
You're making an empirical claim, and evidence proves empirical claims.
Okay. Do you think there are other planets besides the ones in our solar system?
Here we go.
Other than what?
Than the ones in our solar system?
Are there no?
No.
Why would I think there's planets other than the ones in our solar system?
You think there's none?
No.
You think there's galaxies?
There's no outer space vacuum, brother. There's no vacuum of outer space where things are trillions of light years apart. That's fucking nonsense. He left.
Wow.
Well, we found out his real religion.
For the record, I'm not asking anybody to dox themselves, but if somebody's going to make an extraordinary claim like I've been to space, then your name's on a list somewhere, and so that's the way you can prove it right there.
Well, it's a perfect illustration of where they go. They realize they literally have nothing. He came in here like, yeah, I know the Earth's globe, and realized he looked in his basket of goodies, and it was fucking completely empty. Came to the picnic, there was nothing in his picnic basket.
Is back?
No, different guy.
Anyway, no, you're right, and Hitchens razor, that's the absolute truth. Like, if you don't give evidence, I can dismiss it. That's how people conduct business all the time. Oh, my business does good. Oh yeah, prove it. Oh, I can't. Okay, dismissed.
Yeah, it's a matter of like pragmatism, right? If all claims are true unless you disprove them, then oh my God, bro, because you can claim everything. I saw a green alien. I saw a red alien. I saw a blue alien. I saw a purple alien. I saw a purple alien with frickin' fangs. I saw a purple alien with frickin' no teeth. I saw a purple alien with frickin' 3 eyes. Like, you could just endlessly make claims, right? And all of them would be true unless disproven. Obviously, that's stupid. So we don't do that as human beings.
It's like the sky is green argument.
Can you explain me the thermodynamic law and how it's related to the argument of flat Earth?
Gas pressure without a container? That one? The second law of thermodynamics? High pressure goes to low pressure? Is that what you're talking about, Diogenes? Diogenes?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
that's what I am talking
if the space is a vacuum, how come the gas pressure on Earth doesn't go into outer space? How come it doesn't reach thermodynamic equilibrium with the vacuum?
I don't know.
Exactly.
With
You can use it as anybody else.
Wait. With with energy, you know, with something.
No, they'll say things like gravity does it, right? But that would mean that gravity could do thermodynamic work. And there is no gravitational theory of thermodynamics or gravitational thermodynamic theory that would allow that to happen. Because if gravity could do work, you would have it changing phases of matter, you'd have it turning frickin' solids into liquids and liquids into gas and then back based upon how much gravity there was. Okay? There's no mechanism. If I look at a phase diagram, right, where it's gas, solid, liquid, supercritical fluid, in a phase diagram like oxygen, they'll have the pressure and the temperature. They don't have the gravity. It's not in the phase diagram. Okay? But that would have to happen if gravity could create air pressure, it would also have to create temperature, right? So all these things, the pressure, temperature, volume would all have to work together, okay? And you'd have to be able to incorporate gravity into it, but no one's ever done that. So when you just can't say the gravity like it's some magic word that does it. No, you have to explain it within the thermodynamics, within the second law of thermodynamics. Because like the kinetic theory of gases, there's no gravity in any of that when we model gas behavior. So, science is empirical.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not based upon theory, right?
I always had the question about how the cohetes. Oh shit, I don't remember the name of these aeroplanes that goes to the space and are pushed. Are pushed. You know, are pushed with the fire. But if there is no, I mean, the fire without oxygen is turned off. You know.
Well, they say that the oxidizers is in the fuel, and that's probably right. But the thing is, inside the bell housing of a rocket, there's actually a negative pressure. So it's our contention that rockets push off air and they can't push off a vacuum. But they'll say, well, the Newton's second law was a reaction has an equal and opposite reaction because it's throwing gas out the back, then it has to go in the other direction. But that boundary between the gas and the rocket is a negative pressure. So how that could possibly work, I don't fucking know. It's just something they say. A lot of these things are just something that's what I was trying to get to. That science is empirical, which means it's based upon experience or experiment, not theory, not ideas. So if you have an idea or a theory, that's fine. But it doesn't mean anything until you go do the experiment. Okay? So you can say gravity creates gas pressure. You can say gravity holds the air to the earth. But can you demonstrate it in an experiment? And the answer to that's a big fucking no.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then when you look at the history of outer space, the idea was invented in like 300 BC, before anybody could before there could ever possibly be evidence of outer space. They were already thinking of it. They were already thinking of science fiction and people living on other planets and all this shit. Like we're talking about before the Roman Empire.
All right.
And then do you think they're just lucky guessers that they guessed outer space exists, and then 2,000 years later, we're just like, oh yeah, they were right 2,000 years ago. They're such good guessers.
Yeah, Giga, you don't have to think the Earth is flat to be in our channel. We have Globers that have been hanging out with us for years. Because, I mean, you came in saying like you think the Earth might be flat, but I don't really think you think that. I mean, that was my question to you when then you went back to satellites. I asked you what evidence you've seen that makes you lean toward the flat Earth, because that was your premise coming in, that you were only hung up on satellites and hurricanes, but really you really believe in the globe, right? I mean, you're a glober, right, Giga? That seems to be the case.
Well, I don't know what shape the Earth is. I've never been to space. I've been right here on the surface the whole time.
Yeah, so what leads you to doubt the globe then?
Let's see. Laser observations of the ocean. So you can see laser light much further than 8 or 12 miles, the globe Earth say. You should be able to see. You can see lasers for like 30 and 40 miles. And that shouldn't be possible if we're on a big ball, you know?
Yeah, a lot of the laser tests, are demonstrating lasers hitting a target at distances that would be impossible on the ball of dimensions claimed. That's right.
That makes me question the ball. But also, there's things that make me question flat Earth too. So.
Yeah, I mean, if you understand laser tests and long distance observations, and you've looked at the multitude of different laser tests and long distance observations that have been done, each one which is a counterexample to the geometric claim of a 3,959 mile radius sphere, then these other incidentals that are happening in the sky and could just as easily happen on a flat surface are irrelevant to the lack of curvature on the ground. The globe's just not there. If the globe were there, then the curvature would be observable and measurable. So you don't have to go to space. You said you hadn't been to space, so I don't know, like, which laser tests have you looked at?
I can't remember what the name of them was. It was just some guys on YouTube, and they were filming it, the whole thing. It's been many years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, I could show you some if you're interested, and you could look at them in more detail, because once you have an understanding of those, then these other questions about things in the sky, they can be interesting side notes, but they have no effect on the ground measurements, like you discussed. The laser
Right.
tests are conclusive. There's no globe. There's no curvature that's been measured. For example, I'll share the FE core laser test. Their longest test was 25 miles. There's a 28-mile laser test that was done in British Columbia. can find that one for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember it was like over 20 miles away. They were able to see a laser. It was like over the water.
Yeah, so those, for example, the longest laser test for the first link, FE core, the target should have been hidden by 297 feet of drop, but the laser hit the target. So the distances, the missing curvature, it's very large, 297 feet. So it's not even close. Yeah, and the Matrix put another one in there, the Great Salt Lake laser test, 21 miles. That's cool. You've actually looked at evidence and you remember it. That's way ahead of most people that come in here.
You know what the best cure for hiccups is?
Being scared.
Globe evidence cures hiccups immediately.
Oh, I thought it would be flat evidence for Globers that would cure it. They'd be so scared. They usually seem kind of scared of it, don't you think?
Yeah, they're scared of globe evidence.
They're scared of anti-globe evidence, or they're scared?
No, they're
that
scared
there
of
isn't
globe
any?
evidence.
Yeah, because it's not there. That why they're scared.
Well, they never bring it here, and they talk about all the things that aren't globe evidence. So they must be scared of it.
Yeah, I guess so. Sounds about right.
Exactly. Because the globe evidence that's required is directly, demonstrably measured surface curvature. That's what they're scared of. That's why they always want to talk about things that aren't that, like the sky. Right? Because there is demonstrable measured surface curvature. 0. That's the value. There you go. So if they have to talk about it, they have to talk about 0 curvature as the value for the measured curvature. That's why they're scared to death of it. But our friend who was previously speaking isn't a Glober, so it doesn't apply to him.
I just looked in my DMs. I got a DM from Fight the Flat Earth that says, "When are we debating?" How should I reply? We're not booger eater, or should I just like post the gif of him eating his?
No, dude. Be like, I showed up to the place for the debate. You didn't show.
We already did. That wasn't you. Like I debated someone. They said they were Fight the Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, that'll really drive him nuts. Send him an invite to the channel. Yeah, right here, right now, 9 p.m. Politics channel. Let's go.
Yeah. Or you can eat boogers. You're welcome.
He's got to bring his own though. He's not eating mine.
That was at 3:11 p.m. Too bad I missed it.
Tell him he has to donate all the proceeds to the gynomastomic surgery center. For the guys that didn't catch that, that means dudes with boobs.
Thanks, mate. I was wondering.
And for the other people who really don't understand what's going on, that's dudes that just look like they have these massive boobs because of their fat condition. not necessarily because they wanted to look like they have boobs, if you catch my drift. Sorry, I had to caveat that in these times.
Oh, Giga's back. Did you watch one of those videos? Is that why you're deafened, or is that just too optimistic for me to be thinking that?
A little optimistic. I did pull the video up. I've not watched it yet.
Okay, well, I hope you will. I hope you will.
Yeah, it says this one 21 miles out. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a good one.
There's someone that did one over land, 35 miles over land on a Salt Lake bed.
Oh, were they at the same elevation? I guess so.
Wouldn't matter. It's a salt flat. It's the bottom of a lake bed, and it's the elevation profile is like maybe I can't remember exactly, but you're talking about 35 miles away. You're talking about hundreds upon hundreds of feet of differential. You know, so it's not even close. By differential, I mean if the Earth is a globe, it's supposed to curve down and away from your observer's point at a specific rate.
What is it, like an inch for 8 miles, or what is it again? I forget. It's like
8
inches per mile.
See if I can do it real quick.
I love flat Earth. Do you
That's
love flat Earth?
great. That's beautiful. Yes, we love the flat Earth. It's so wonderful.
Oh, yes, I love it. I love it. I want a flat Earth disc for Christmas.
Flat Earth is not a disc. 23 Hashem. You're misinformed.
Oh, I'm learning more about flat Earth. Oh my God. Tell me more.
You came to the right place. Yeah, the misconception of a disc in space, as popularized through ridiculous internet memes, is nothing more than a
So wait.
let's say propaganda
Is the Earth
campaign.
not
Propaganda campaign.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where is it?
Yeah.
Like,
That's the end of my sentence. Go ahead.
Are we the center of the universe?
Many say that. Many say that. Is that what you're saying, 23 Hashem?
No. I just burped because I'm drinking
No,
wine.
he's so gross. Somebody else can talk to him.
I'm sorry. No, they know me here. I'm a normal guy, but I'm drunk right now, so I'm a little bit exaggerated right now.
But that ball Earth propaganda.
Are we like okay? If it's flat, does nothing exist outside of the disc?
There is no
Yes or
disc.
no?
Oh, it's you again. Get muted. Yeah, get muted, bro. LARPing ass, LARP-tastic. He's a LARP earther. He only comes here to make flat earthers look stupid by acting like a flat earther and being stupid.
Yeah, I just told him there wasn't a disc. Yeah, then he said disc again. Then Matrix had to tell him no disc. I mean, how hard is that? No disc. It's not that hard. We'll go back to Giga. Maybe it's Giga, like 1.21 gigawatts.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Put the math in there, brother.
It's more like giggity.
Says
nasty.
So the at 35 miles it'd be 816 feet of raw drop from a level line if the Earth was curved. But it's even worse than that because you have the off angle from the apex of the arc, right? To which would make your sight line increase even more. So I mean, Seeing a laser on the ground 35 miles away while you're on the ground, I mean, it's just not possible, bro. And if I'm not mistaken, they put it in a pickup truck, shined it back at the observer's location, and then drove the truck away, and they saw the laser the whole time.
By the way, that dude 23 Hashem has Earth is round in his bio, in case you didn't notice.
Yeah. Dude, he has Earth is round in the inflections of his voice. He has Earth is round, it is permanently attached to his lips.
Also, in
Yes, Earth is round in the contours of his shadow.
It also says in the next sentence in his bio, the government is full of great people. He might as well have said the Earth is round twice.
Hey, did you know that Globers can actually prove the Earth curvature rate? Did you know that, Indio? I just realized that 3 minutes ago.
Oh.
Simple.
For you, Studio
I
Man.
want to see if you can figure it out. No, I just want to see if you can figure it out. Take like 30 seconds before I tell you the answer. It's so simple.
How globe earthers can prove the Earth curvature rate.
Yep.
They could measure it. Or did you want me to be more specific?
And then they'd prove the Earth curvature value, correct?
Yes.
Which would be?
Proof of a globe?
No, 0.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Karma called it. I was thinking it.
I told you it was so simple, dude. Like, it's so simple. It's obviously simple and so simple, but then it's like, it sounds complicated.
It's R equals 0, man.
Well, actually, me and Dandelion were talking. I was saying, Globers are afraid. I can't remember why we were talking about fear. Globers are not afraid of flat Earth evidence. They're afraid of globe evidence because the only evidence would be direct surface curvature measurements, and the curvature rate of the Earth is 0.
We were talking about it as a cure for hiccups. You brought it up.
Oh yeah, I don't have hiccups anymore. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Dude, that drunk dude was like, I've been a flat earther. I've been in this channel for 2 years. Everybody knows me. That's what he said last time he was here.
There's one the other day that said he'd been coming in and out of here for the last 2 years or over 2 years, and you look at his bio, and his account was only created 2 months beforehand.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Well, let me ask you this, Peter. Who is actually a good globe Earth debate partner? Notice I didn't say opponent. I said partner, because you'd be engaging in a debate, actually answering each other's questions, actually working together. Like, who would be a good guy to have on the other side?
Let me think. That guy, I had a good debate once on TikTok with this PhD relativity guy that looks like a nerd. Dr. Galaxis or something weird. He at least let me speak, so, at least we had an exchange there for 10 minutes.
Let me ask you this, Peter. Other than yourself, what person that Globe Earther that debates this topic is the most substantive, meaning they A, stick to the topic, actually present evidence for their claims, actually know what the evidence says about in their claims, and have actually evaluated whatever the fucking evidence is. Who does that as a Globe Earther?
Mordy did a good job debating Shane and that other idiot.
Mordwin?
The ether hallucinating boys. Yeah. That was a good
Unfortunately,
debate about maps.
I have to give him the title, even though all his shit is retroactive. See, what he
Doesn't
does
matter,
is
but they
he
talked
goes and
about
tries to
maps
bullshit, and then he gets cooked, and then he goes reads the shit he should have read before he said it, and then tries to take another bite at the apple.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's what he does. But at least he's trying. I'll give him credit for that.
Well, okay, so not so bad. I think
he's just a shit debater. So I mean, not to
Professor
Shane
Dave
and
would be
Alan, with all
good,
due
but
respect to them.
he'll never agree to.
Oh, he said it.
Are you kidding, dude? Professor Dave is the most disingenuous a-hole, dude. He's not a good debate partner. You kidding me, bro? Dude's a total loser.
Now, give me one good reason why I should let him continue. Just saying that name makes my skin crawl. He's a muppet. Fair income. It concerns me that we've got this whole pile of this young generation that look up to Professor Dave because he's got so much knowledge and wisdom and he passes it on, and all I want to do is not throw up.
Talent agent left because I wouldn't sign his contract.
He's probably concerned that what was coming next.
He's allergic to Matrix. Matatrix. Listen here, Matatrix.
Matatrix. Made of Tetrix.
Isn't it Matrix?
Yeah.
Mate.
Matrix. Sounds kinky.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, I can't think of a single upside thing to fight the flat Earth that wouldn't be just completely ego driven. So everybody goes, "You kicked his ass." Like, so what? I wouldn't even feel good about that. It's not an achievement. Oh, I debated fight the flat Earth, and I won. Yeah, and where's the rest of the story?
Yeah, it'd be like a high schooler going to the kindergarten playground. I beat them all up.
Yeah, dodgeball, dude. Just oh, Doyle rules. Freaking just smashing him with the dodgeball.
If FTFE wants to crawl out of the primordial soup and climb his way up the ladder and come and visit us, he's more than welcome to do so. But I can assure you now, I am not going to chase him down. And I doubt it. I wouldn't expect anyone else to either, in all seriousness.
Hey,
listen up, bro. He may or may not have had his leg amputated. I need to find out for sure because I could have sworn he was having it upcoming. He was on he was on a Creality show, which who's that guy? Flatzoid. And he was saying, "Oh, I'm going to have this done soon," and he'd be willing to accept his prayers. And so I was like, "Wait a minute, is he had his leg amputated?" But I never validated whether that was happening or not. So I'm still out in the dark.
He took money for that. He owes us the amputation. Hey, did you see that QNF video about his amputation?
What?
Did you stream it? I've seen it, man. It's so fucking funny, man. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Is it about FTFE's amputation or about QNF's amputation?
FTFE's amputation.
Oh, I gotta watch that.
Like, you owe us an amputation. You took my money.
Wow, I gotta watch that, dude. Well, dude, listen, dude. If you ask for an amputation money from Christians and then ask for prayer, and then you don't get amputated, it's because it was a miraculous healing. It's a good scam.
and I had to go to Mexico to get the doctor because I can't afford a U.S. doctor. And then they stole the money, and I was like, oh my goodness, I don't know what to do. But then my leg was miraculously healed from all your prayers. And now this new yacht in my backyard, I don't know where that came from. It was just a gift from somebody.
And on this latest episode of Judge Judy, the money or the leg?
Flicks at you.
No.
Flicks ahead.
Yes. Tell me more.
You guys are a bunch of stupid buttheads, and the Earth is a globe.
Prove it.
Oh, Mansky's in a bad mood today. Gosh. I didn't
Kopsky.
expect that.
Bad mood today. Oh my gosh.
Speaking of copers,
You don't
here's
mock
number
me
two.
the way the
Nibbles.
child, most childish thing one can
I
do.
know.
Imitation is the greatest form of flattery.
Yeah, it makes me want to talk like a valley girl more for Nables. Hey, Nables, gag me with a spoon.
That was like that can be done, but I was more so mimicking your southern accent.
Oh, yeah, I wish I had a southern accent. That'd be so cool.
I'm going to stay by telling them what kind of accent you have.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think I've been accused of having a southern accent before. So, yeah, maybe once or twice.
You don't go too far south, you'll end up sounding like me.
Wisconsinner?
Yeah, I just want to point out. The other day, me and AV were speaking to Maz, and we wanted him to have a debate with Peter, right? And Maz was acting all like he didn't know who the fuck Peter was anymore, even though they were GF6 squad, right? Best buddies. And then they both fucking pop in there right at the same time. And they're on this drive to get Indio to give FTFE content.
Yeah, exactly.
Are they getting a royalty?
So, yeah. Peter, still highly sus.
Dude, I don't know if you know this. I told Peter on X, man, when he first started this little shtick he's doing. I said, Peter, you're never going to be considered a flat earther until you debate a glober. Like, actually debate a glober, like, on YouTube, the same way you debated flat earthers on YouTube. So, because he can't say that he's averse to that, because he's already done it.
I haven't even seen him, heard him put forth coherent arguments as to why he knows the Earth is flat yet in here.
True. I mean, that's true. But I wasn't even holding him to that standard. Because that's not enough for me. Not from him, because he could parrot the flat earth arguments. If he wants to convince me, him, that started I can't say it, GF6, insert the whatever F word you think appropriate after the G. Yeah, so since he was like in a cult against flat earth, he needs more than just parrot flat earth arguments to convince me. He needs to actually put his face, like he already has done, on the internet, debating the other way, which he'll never do.
I'll put my face on the internet against flat earth.
No, you don't understand. Look, Peter has debated flat earth and put his face on the internet for the globe side, and now says he's a flat earther. So in order for me to believe that, he needs to do the same in the opposite direction. I don't care about your face.
So he needs to put his face on the internet and then
He already did.
and then
He
dissolve.
just needs to do the same thing in reverse. Do you understand? I'm holding him to the same standard he held himself to.
Does this guy even understand the context of the conversation here? Who are you?
He needs to argue
The
against
unfunny
Flat
laughter
Earth
man.
in favor of the guard.
How much heroin did you do?
So I've got a question. Sorry. How
Less
can you?
than you to believe in Flat Earth.
I don't believe flat Earth though.
Oh, okay, cool.
It is flat. Like I don't have
Glad
to
there's
believe it.
some of us.
I I can just go. Like I go by the Atlantic Ocean. I can just walk over there and look at the Earth being flat.
Yeah, I understand your mistakes.
Want to know it looks flat? Flat things.
Okay, right.
You know what also looks flat? Big round things.
How do you know that?
Because I'm on a big round thing.
That's circular logic.
Yeah, you talking about
Flat things looking flat?
fallacies. You talking about fallacies doesn't make any difference because
Yeah,
you don't
it's still
understand the
fallacious, but it's
biggest
still circular logic.
of fallacies, which is the one that you're promulgating right now.
Which one?
The oldest conspiracy theory.
Which conspiracy theory is that?
The one where people thought that they were going to fall off the edge of the earth
No one ever
when they
thought
went
that.
sailing.
No one ever
Yeah, they
thought
did.
that.
Yeah, they
Okay,
did.
but I
If you
want a
read a
primary
history
source.
book, if you read a history
No, I want a
book, then you
primary.
would know that.
No, I don't. Look, that is apocryphal. Okay, I want a primary source.
You want a primary source of all
A primary
of the
source is
historian...
someone writing that shit down that the contemporary people of their time thought they'd sail off the edge of the earth. Like something from the 1600s, 1400s.
Yeah,
1200s.
look it
That's how
up,
you do
brother.
history, right? I'm going to look it
Yeah,
up.
look it up. Look it up.
Where
I'm
do
not
I
gonna
look? Tell me where to
spoon
look
feed
it
you.
up.
I'm
Tell me
not
where to
going
look
to
it up.
spoon feed you.
It's your
Anywhere.
claim. You need the evidence.
Yeah, the evidence is everywhere.
The evidence is your claim?
No, the evidence is everywhere.
evidence is everywhere. Well, like,
Everywhere.
in my cupboard.
Okay, you're just going on mute. I'd rather talk to the other guy that had a legitimate question. Go ahead.
Hummus.
Hummus? Was that what it was? Hummus? Hummer.
Yes.
Oh, right. Someone called my name. Yes, I had a question. Right. So, I don't know how the flat Earth is still a thing after the 24-hour sun. Like, what on earth is going on?
Okay,
It's just preposterous now.
Okay,
This
so
is countering.
can you tell us how the 24-hour sun disproved the flat Earth?
You just.
I asked a question. I want you to answer it. How
Okay,
did
this
the
is
24-hour sun
theme that-
disprove a flat Earth?
Right. Make a circular table. Go to the
Okay,
edges
we're
of
not
the
talking about a table. We said
and
the
try
flat
to
Earth.
simulate a sun.
Sorry,
How
why?
do you?
The inability
can
to make
you
a simulation is not a disproof. Okay.
Sorry, India. Why is this table circular?
Well,
Why
it
are
can
we
be whatever
making
you like.
circular
It can be
tables?
whatever you like. The idea is that you've got some sort of table. You go to the edges
idea?
of.
Your ideas are not proof of anything. Now I asked you again, how does the observation of a 24-hour sun disprove a flat Earth? I don't care about your imagination.
You're on the edges.
I want a logically coherent
If you
statement.
simulate it, you go to the edges.
A simulator of what?
The sun is supposed to go around.
Okay, a
Why is
simulator
it
of what?
still
What is this
visible all
simulating?
the time?
What
It's
is this
just
simulating?
bizarre.
What is this
It's just
simulating?
bizarre.
What is this simulating?
Okay, I want to say something, right?
I'm going to ask you for the fifth fucking time. What is your simulator simulating?
I want to say something. Just before I answer that, I want to say
No,
something.
you're getting muted. Dude, answer the fucking question. Or shut up forever. What is your simulation simulating? Hummus, what is your simulation simulating?
Oh, did you unmute me? Thank God. Goodness gracious, what the fuck is that?
Okay,
Fucking
you
embarrassing.
got one more chance to answer the question. What's your simulation
Let
simulating?
me say something before I answer.
No, you're not the mod. This isn't conditional on what you fucking say.
You're also fucking stupid. My God.
That's really a great argument. You really cooked us. You said we're stupid. Oh, you're amazing. I want to know.
Let me say
You made a
something
claim, and
before
I'm
I
just.
answer that.
Well, you made a
I'm
claim.
not a scientist. I'm
No
a
shit. We
simpleton.
were well aware of that.
I'm a simpleton, and I'm just echoing simpleton thoughts. So let me just
Okay.
echo simpleton thoughts. Okay. So prior to the 24-hour sun, you had multiple flat earthers say that, well, a
Who cares?
24-hour sun would pose serious challenges.
Like who?
Name
I
one.
think Baronism did that. I think Whitsitt did that. I think
No, he didn't.
multiple people
No,
did.
Whitsitt did not say that. You just made that
Okay,
up.
not Whitsitt. Jeranism did do that, though.
Jeranism said a lot of things, hasn't he?
Yeah, but
And what does that mean if Jeranism says whatever Jeranism? We don't follow Jeranism. We've never followed Jeranism. Nobody follows Jeranism. The only one that seems to be obsessed with him are Glovers.
Right.
Right.
Okay,
And
right.
even if see, this is what you Glovers don't understand. You try to apply the way you think about the world to us. You think about the world. No, you think about the world in an authoritarian hierarchy in which the edicts come from on high and people believe it based upon something that somebody says. That's not how we formulate our worldview. Our worldview is created by the natural world and evidence, empirical evidence of that world, not what Jaren said. We don't care what Jaren said. Who cares what Jaren said? What does that mean?
Look, I don't care what Jeranism said. I'm collecting people's thoughts. It's not an absolute thing. I understand that.
Jeranism is an idiot. Dude, listen, most flat earthers think Jeranism is an idiot and have thought that for a long time.
Okay, right. Well,
going way back, even before Beyond the Curve, that documentary, people thought he was a fucking idiot, even way back then. You guys give him merit.
Okay, right.
You guys are obsessed with him. Real flat earthers ignore him.
Okay, right. Well, I'm still telling you.
Glovers watch his shit. That's the crazy thing.
If you create, your own little experiment. So not an experiment, your own simulation, right?
Of what?
I told you, like you've got a little table. It's flat. It's
what are we simulating?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what we're simulating.
It doesn't make any sense. A sun going around.
You're not making any coherent argument. You can't tell us what we're simulating, and then you're saying it doesn't make sense. I agree. If you're making a simulation of a thing you don't know what you're simulating, that makes no sense. Then it's not a simulation, because similar means similar, and you don't even know what you're making similar to. So simulation of what, dude?
What do you mean simulation of what?
You said
my word.
A simulation of what we're experiencing.
What is your simulation a simulation of it? This is your idea. Don't ask me to fill in your blanks.
Okay,
what is your little tabletop test? Simulate.
Okay, right. You're on the edges of it, supposedly.
Why?
And,
why? What edges?
Well, that was the idea of that experiment, unless you believe it's some sort of hoax.
The idea? So simulating a round table. What are you simulating, dude?
When were they
Bro,
this is what you don't.
No, you're trying to gaslight me out of my experience.
No, you made up a flat Earth in your head and then tried to push it on. No, brother. No, the flat Earth you don't believe in. We don't believe in that flat Earth either. So the table simulation that's simulating a flat Earth, that's a flat Earth we don't believe in.
Okay,
that's why I asked
you. Did the experiment take place on the edges of our...
The edge? What edge? Who believes in an edge?
This is why I stopped you at table, right? Because that would have a finite distance and have a shape to it. Like, you circular table. This is where you keep getting edges from. No flat earther in this room is making a claim to the shape of the table. We can't do so.
How are we doing today?
Shh. Clearly talking. So at the moment, you'll be annoyed you interrupted.
Clearly? I'd rather find...
Okay, right. Guys,
you understand what Ingo's trying to point out.
How does a 24-hour sun even work on any sort of
Any?
Well, darling, if the Earth was flat, would there be a sunset? Would the sun set?
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think according to the flat Earth idea is that it's going to.
I'm not asking him what the flat Earth idea
This
is.
where
I'm
he's got a
asking
problem,
you, sir.
Matrix. This is where he's got a problem, right? He thinks that we think the Earth is a disc, like an AE map, like people have made claims to, and he thinks that this is a true representation of flat Earth. We don't make this claim to the dimensions of the Earth. To tell you it was circular and people were standing on the edge of it, looking inwards. We don't make that claim, dude. That's a map. That's a bit of, I don't know, a straw man, let's call it that, because it most definitely is. So that's not what we say the Earth is. So this observation of a 24-hour sun doesn't really debunk a measurement of the surface of the Earth anyhow. It might, from some people's point of view, debunk a map, but those people would be stupid if they reified a map, wouldn't they?
Okay, right. So the measurement of the Earth, you measure it as flat, but the globe
water
Earth
is a horizontal reference datum.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I've seen this line of reasoning before, but the globe Earth is going to say that, well, refraction.
I mean, they can say refraction all they want. They still don't have a direct measurement of Earth curvature.
That's the problem. They can't justify the refraction claim.
Right. So the globe Earth,
how would they justify? No. This is very fundamental.
Right?
This is very fundamental. You're trying to whisper past
I'm giving you points, dude.
What's the justification for refraction? What is it?
So flat refraction makes it a ball.
What is the justification for refraction? Do you want to know what their justification is? That the Earth looks flat. That's their justification.
That's great.
Okay. Well,
is it not? Is it not the justification for it that the Earth looks flat? And the flatter it looks, the more refraction there is.
Okay.
Think about that for a second. They have no justification for that other than a flat Earth.
No. I've heard it like before. It's respectable.
You've never heard that before, okay? You've never thought about it that way before. You've never heard that before because only I've said that. Okay, the only justification.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about it's the idea that the globe Earth idea, it depends on refraction.
It's worse than that, brother. But it depends on gravity. So check this out, Hummus. You probably never thought of it. Check this out. No, just listen for a second. You might find this interesting. Okay, they say, right, in the globe Earth idea is that gravity has a bunch of particles and then it forms the Earth into a ball. That gravity then makes the air form a pressure gradient. And that pressure gradient causes light to bend around that ball in such a way that that ball looks flat. Now think about that. Gravity creates flat-looking balls.
Right.
Yeah, dude, that's how retarded their fucking worldview is.
Okay, look, I'm not saying that I'm not even a globe Earther.
I know that I said their worldview, not your worldview.
I understand. Okay.
I know it's not your theory. We realize this. And nobody that comes and defend it, it's not their theory, but they defend it like they're the ones that invented it.
Sorry to interrupt, but you must understand that any claim of refraction just be the backwards engineering of any observation to the preconceived idea that the Earth is a sphere. You understand that, right? No matter the conditions of the day, refraction takes place, so any observation has got to be backwards engineered to the Earth being a sphere and those diagrams. So we must bend the light in our mathematical formulas and little diagrams to conclude our worldview that we preconceive. Refraction's not a good answer, dude.
Okay. But I want to circle back to the 24-hour sun with all due respect.
Okay.
So I just bear with me.
Okay. All due respect, you change subject. Okay.
So the guys that went, to the planet and they conducted their experiments and whatnot. The flat earthers, when they witnessed the 24-hour sun, all of them, I believe,
no,
they said that it poses it throws a curveball, right?
Which is still a flat earther. What are you talking about?
No, I understand. They're still going to hold to their beliefs, but it did throw a curveball.
What does that
And
mean?
sometimes I don't have the time to research the topic.
Answer what he said. What does that
What do you
mean?
mean hold to his
And
belief?
so I sort of appeal to the opinions of experts in certain scenarios until I've done my own in-depth
All it
research.
was a
And
debunking of
that's
a
where I am at the
sorry,
moment.
my friend.
Because
All it was a debunking of a preconceived idea. That idea was a reification of a map.
Right.
And again, this is no fault of anyone. Right, this map was really here when we all got here, right? So don't really know where it came from. It's not my map, not India's map. It wasn't Whitsit's map. It's not Jeranism's map, right? It's just an idea that maybe it looks like this, but it's just a reification of a map, and that map is a projection of a globe. So that's a globe map, really. But ultimately, from no fault of anybody's, this
technically
straw
is
man
correct.
was burnt down in Antarctica. People are coming to understand that we shouldn't really reify maps.
So hummus. Okay. Before this test was ever done, they were told no observation of the sun can prove what the Earth is. Just as a matter of logic. They were told this. They knew this. They should have known this. Because it's very simple. Can you prove what your house is made out of by looking at your neighbor's house?
No.
Okay. You can't prove what the Earth is by looking at something that is not the Earth. You know that, right? So, very simply, simple logic. It's not even complicated. Another thing they should have maybe checked out is how the 24-hour sun's even predicted in the first place. You know what? They don't use a globe to predict whether a 24-hour sun would happen or not. They use a different model, a model in which you are the origin of coordinates no matter where you are. No matter where you are. And it's relative to the celestial equator and where the sun should be at that time of year. That's it. There's no globe. There's no flat earth. There's nothing. This is what time and date uses, sun calc, and all those things. And thirdly, on my X account, after the 24-hour sun, I posted a thing, and all the main freaking Globers, it's a simple question. Yes, the 24-hour sun was observed. Please put it in a logical syllogism. How this proves a globe or disproves a flat earth, and no one could do it. Because it doesn't do it and can't do it as a matter of logic. It's not possible. I don't even. But the main thing is, you can't even claim that it matches a globe prediction because you don't have a globe prediction that it happens. You have an explanation. You have a just so story that it would happen, but you don't have any mathematical model that predicts it would happen. Because you can't even do that. How would you even do that? Think about it. You want to predict where the sun is on the sky. Hold on, dude. This is important. If you want to predict where the sun is in the sky in the globe model, how are you going to model that three-dimensionally? A fucking sun 93 million miles away? You sitting on the surface of the Earth, where the Earth is relative in the height of the orbital plane, where it is in the fucking what do you call it? In obliquity of the fucking orbit, and you're going to position it, and then you're going to have to project that onto a fucking plane to see where the sun looks like it is? That would be an actual globe model of a 24-hour sun. No one's does that. No one's ever done that. No one can do that. Okay, so you don't even have a globe model that would even predict whether that would happen. You have a half-ass observer-centric model assuming a celestial fucking sphere. And that's what exists. Not an Earth sphere, a celestial sphere. And maybe they should have told everybody this before they went on their little adventure to Antarctica to prove nothing. All they proved is there's a 24-hour sun at some spot on the ice in Antarctica.
And that's quite pertinent.
But it doesn't mean anything other than there's a 24-hour sun on some spot in the ice in Antarctica.
No, this is all malarkey. I mean, if you didn't witness the 24
Yeah, that's a nuh-uh is not a reputation, dude. Nuh-uh is not a reputation, brother.
It's just nonsense.
Yeah, that's not a reputation either.
What's the 24
You-
hours?
you all
What
get
does it mean
boned
when
if I was
what does it
mentioned.
mean when you see a 24-hour sun?
No, we're just dancing around.
What
London.
does it mean?
Yeah, you said I gave you substantive arguments, and you said nuh-uh.
No, I mean, look, you can't model it on a flat plane.
Yeah, I gave you Yeah, that's cool. What flat Earth is that you're modeling it on?
No matter what you do. So
what model
no
are you
what
using?
you can
What model are you using? Yeah, what model are you using?
Literally impossible.
I just gave you. I just gave you a model that works on a flat Earth. The model that's used now, time and date, which is an observer-centric model. That
So
works.
we're no longer using AE, we're using something else, are we?
The AE works to tell you your local longitude and the time. That's it. That's all it's ever meant for. That's what it's designed for.
Okay.
It says that's what it's patented as a longitude and time calculator. You know that's what it's printed on the map, right? That's what the patent is for. Longitude and time calculator.
So you're saying that?
It's not what I'm saying. It's what the U.S. Patent Office is saying.
Okay. All right.
What the patent says. What's the map says? They printed right on it. You know, maps come with instructions on how to use them. The Gleason's maps got front and back instructions on what it is, how to use it. It's an extortion of a globe. Though there's other extortion means a twisting. So they added some features to it, which are a little different than a straight AE projection. I'm not going to get into the details of that. But if it's wrong, the globe's wrong.
Okay, I'm not a globe, just to clarify. But okay, whatever.
Well, you have to understand that the coordinate system itself, latitude and longitude, are a projection of the celestial sphere. They're not a projection of a globe. Because you can't find latitude and longitude without the sky. You can't use purely terrestrial means to find your latitude and longitude. You have to reference the sky. This proves that the coordinate system is based on the sky. Okay? It's very simple. And since the coordinate system is based on the sky, you don't need to assume anything is under you. All you have to do is look at the sky and disregard the ground. So the way a 24-hour sun is predicted now uses a certain model of being underneath points on a celestial sphere. A flat Earth, it's just as justified for a flat Earth to use it as a globe. In fact, it's more justified because we're measuring 90-degree angles from a plane. We're not measuring the 90-degree angles of the solar elevation and the azimuth from the surface of a curve. We're more justified to use time and date than you guys are to say this is the globe model.
Okay, all right.
Do you understand that the globe model for predicting it? I just want to make sure you understand this. The globe model, the so-called globe model for predicting a 24-hour sun, doesn't actually use a globe within the mathematics.
We're getting quite complicated with all due.
It isn't complicated.
No, it is. You're delving into mathematics now.
No, listen. In the mathematics,
I can't verify any of this information. I need to
you can. You go on the U.S. Naval Observatory website.
No, dude. You're talking about mathematics now. Look, you're making things needlessly complicated. And
no, you're claiming. No, you're doing. No, you Globers are doing stolen valor. No, you Globers are doing stolen valor. You're claiming you have a globe model of the sun and you don't. You're just claiming it.
No, I don't. Look.
Okay, post right now the globe model for the 24-hour sun. Post it in the chat right now.
I'm not a glober. I'm simply posing problems.
Post their model.
Yeah.
Post their model, 24-hour sun in the chat.
He wouldn't be able to tell if a model would work or not because he doesn't know the globe, how it would work on a globe. So how can he say work on flat Earth or not?
He doesn't know how it would work on a flat Earth either. He doesn't know how the sun works at all. That's the whole point of this.
If you're not a glober and you're not a flat earther, what are you?
I'm a questioning agent. That's what
Maybe just agent.
That's hilarious. I'm an agent.
It's really simple. What you've been sucked in by stolen valor. You've heard a whole bunch of you have. You've heard a whole bunch of times that there's a globe model that predicts a 24-hour sun. There is not. Hummus.
Look,
What don't you understand?
Famous.
Hummus, I'm going to ask you one more time. Let me ask you this: do you think there exists a globe model that predicts a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? That they're out there somewhere. I can go on the internet, look at a text somewhere, and find the equations to predict. Why are you talking over me? Why are you talking over me? Why are you talking over me? Do you think that I can go find a globe model that predicts the 24-hour sun somewhere out there in the academic literature based upon a globe?
I haven't looked at it. But
okay, so why do you think that the globe predicts 24 hours?
Well, why do you probably easier to explain it? It doesn't mean that it's true, but it's probably easier to explain it more so than an FE. And like I said, many, FE thinkers, they do admit that it is a curveball. That's all I'm saying.
No. You just tried to move it. You just tried to get in the same bullshit.
Look,
Hummus. No, it's not going to be allowed. Okay. No. You just said many FE people. You could only name one fucking person.
No, I swear,
and you just tried to go right back to the same bullshit guy you told in the beginning.
No, it is a curveball. Oh my god.
It's not. It's a curveball to Jeranism.
Right.
That's all you've
established. Jeranism is a thinker, isn't he? Like he's done more research than I.
Oh,
really? He's a proponent. He's a proponent for the globe. Jeranism is a glober.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought. Did he change?
Changed a while ago.
He's a grifter.
He stopped calling himself a flat earther almost 5 years ago.
Okay, all right.
He made an flat earther. Now he's trying to make money off globe earth.
Jeranism started calling himself a true earther 5 years ago.
Still don't think it's a curveball. Right? What do you even mean by that? This curveball.
It's unmodelable. It's unmodelable.
But the globe doesn't. You are correct. It is unmodelable in 3D space for the globe too. No. That's what I was just explaining to you for over 5 minutes. That it is okay. That is true. Okay, Hummus, post in the chat the globe model that predicts a 24-hour sun right now.
I never looked into it.
Okay, then why are you telling me it's not true? Because I have looked into it.
Okay, fine. Based on my intuition, though.
Your intuition. We're going to go with Hummus's intuition.
If you're on a spinning globe, it's more explainable. Come on, just using your.
What does that even mean?
Brain.
More explainable? What does that mean?
It doesn't mean that it's true. It just models that phenomenon.
It sounds better. Makes you feel better. No, you don't have a model. You just keep saying model when you don't have a model. You got told there's a globe model.
No one has a model.
No, shut up, bro.
No one has a model.
Shut up, dude. You got told there was a 24-hour sun predicted by a globe model, and that was false. Right. And you believe it, and you still believe it, and you're fighting for something that doesn't exist. You're literally fighting for something that doesn't exist, Thomas.
No, I'm not a glober, nor am I a flat earther, so I'm immune.
But you're fighting for a belief that there is a globe model of it that predicts a 24-hour sun when there is not. Okay. How many times am I going to tell you this? You adopted a belief that is untrue.
You are a person on Discord. I need to do my own research.
That's fantastic.
But I never looked into the other side.
Okay, I told you what would be required to even do it, right? Do you think a model?
I'm scientific. I eliminate all possibilities, and whatever remains.
I am scientific. No, you're not.
No,
you're very far from it.
I truly think I'm scientific.
Go do some science.
Yeah, you might want to rethink that thought.
Yeah, you might want to reevaluate your aptitude.
All right.
You're making claims with no scientific basis, and you're calling yourself scientific.
No, on what claim did I make?
that the 24-hour sign is unmodelable.
No, what you said was it's easily explainable, but that's not how science works. Science is based upon empirical observation, not explanations. So you have an empirical observation of a 24-hour sun. Well, you would need to fit that into some geometry to infer that the Earth is a globe from that. And such a geometric calculation does not exist and is not done because it's nigh impossible. Because you got to convert an orthographic coordinate system with fucking large numbers and large uncertainties because the small angles, right? You have very small deviations of angle, which will cause a large deviation in the way something appears, right? So if you're off by, I don't know, one 1/100th of fucking degree in the direction the sun is, right? The sun is going to be displaced at the other end by freaking hundreds of thousands of miles.
Right.
Okay? Not only do you got to take this orthographic coordinates and then turn them into a projective coordinate perspective, right? A perspective projection to see what the sun, quote unquote, looks like. Because we're talking about what the sun looks like, right? Is that not what we're talking about? What the sun looks like?
Okay, right.
And we see in a projective geometry. So you have to convert the Euclidean orthographic coordinate system into a perspective projection. And then do that math. And then to see what it looks like. No one does this. It's fucking nearly impossible.
Okay, right.
Okay, so there is no globe model for where the sun should be. We use a simplified model based upon a celestial sphere. This is easily verifiable, and it's just as justified for us to use it as it is for the globers because it is agnostic about the ground. It doesn't say anything about the ground. It only says something about the observer. The observer is at the origin of coordinates. If the Earth is a globe in that model, the Earth is a point in space. A point, a geometric point with no dimensions.
Right.
Okay? This is what the math says. So when you say there's a globe model of this, no, there's a fucking story. There's no globe model about it. Stolen valor, bro. That's all it is.
Stolen valor.
Stolen valor, claiming that a model that is not a globe is a globe model. Like when someone goes on Time and Date or SunCalc or the U.S. Naval Observatory and looks up when the sunrise is, they think that that is using a globe model when it is not. They just make it up in their head. They have no basis for thinking it. No one ever told them that. They just fill in the blanks. Earth's a globe. That must be what they're using. The same with eclipses. Oh, eclipses? They predict eclipses. Oh, it must be a globe they're using. They're not using a globe for that either. People just fill in the blanks with their imagination. Do you think eclipses use a globe to predict them when they happen and all that shit? They use some heliocentric model with orbiting balls and all that?
Okay, I've got a question. Let's say
I had a question.
Let's say you went to Antarctica or whatever, wherever, right? And and let's say for example you didn't observe
fucking eating a penguin if
a 24-hour sun, right? Let's say you didn't observe a 24-hour sun. Do you think you would use that as evidence?
No.
For a flat plane?
Wouldn't prove flat Earth.
Do you think you would?
That's the point. You can't disprove
the globe Earth or something.
No. Because listen, they could go to Antarctica and see the sun.
Isn't it valuable data though? Like
India already answered this question earlier.
You can see the sun.
Dude.
It's valuable data about the sun though. It's not valuable data about the Earth.
Indio answered this question earlier. Why are you asking again? He gave you the analogy of looking at somebody else's house.
Needlessly
Don't look at somebody else's house to figure out the dimensions of yours.
Okay, I'm going to be blunt. I'm going to be blunt. I can't process all the information that's coming at me.
Okay, so I'm just gently reminding you. Answer this question.
It's a lot
Don't
of
make
information.
observations of the sun to determine the Earth shape, much like looking at your neighbour's house to figure out the dimensions of yours.
Can you
Come on,
repeat that?
dude.
Sorry? What?
You can't prove the thing by looking at not the thing. You understand that? What's so hard to understand about that?
You can't prove the thing by not looking at the thing.
No, by looking at not the thing. By looking
not
at something that is not the thing in question. You can't look at something else. If I want to know what you are, I can't look at what somebody else is. Do you understand?
Right, and so what you're looking at quite clearly, so you're looking at the Earth and quite clearly
sun.
it is that.
You're looking
but
at the
now
sun.
I'm looking at something else to try to prove that that original thing is not the thing. Is that the idea?
That's basic logic.
Okay,
not
right.
even an idea.
Okay, I've got
Like the
it
law of
now.
identity, bro.
I've seen this sort of reasoning before. What if
in the
your
law of identity?
senses?
I should fucking hope so.
What if your senses? Why are you laughing?
Because you've seen that reasoning before, yeah, when you were in preschool and you put the square
This is
block
very
into the square hole and you put the round block into the round hole. Yeah, you saw it then. Yeah, it's patronizing. I'm glad you identified it. Good job. You're getting better. You identified patronizing. Well done.
How rude. How rude. This is just a troll.
He's now identifying reality. He's identified rudeness and patronizing. Well done.
No one is you fucking assholes. Goodness gracious.
It's funny.
You're a troll with a You're so clever. Look at you. You're so clever. I'm a
your voice
dumbass.
is changing.
We're clever
Your voice keeps
hillbillies.
changing. It's very weird.
No, that's because you muted me and I got angry. Don't do that, please. I was respectful all the way through. Please don't
Everything
mute.
that's been spoken about in the last 20 or so minutes has been basic logic and reasoning.
Discord. Like, this is Discord. What do I expect?
Dude, if you were paying attention, it is real basic stuff.
No, okay, right. Maybe I'm a dumbass. Then treat me like a dumbass. Okay?
No, not treating you like a dumbass. Just pointing it out. You probably haven't thought. Hold on.
Right.
Trying to give you a bit of a knowledge branch. You probably haven't thought about it from that point of view before because it's a preconceived notion and a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a sphere from many people's points of view. And they probably haven't really thought about it. But when you think about it, it's kind of really simple and it's basic. Really, it's logical. That's all we're pointing out.
Have you ever considered that the globe idea is built completely on fallacious reasoning? Right from the ground floor.
Right, I'm not a globe earther. Quite possibly. That's true.
Well, it is.
Okay.
It's based upon affirming the consequent. You have to assume a globe, and then you go out into nature, and then you cherry pick and look for things that confirm it. And things that don't confirm it, you ignore or come up with some phenomenological thing that can't be measured or verified to say, hey, it looks flat, therefore refraction, or something like that. They do this all over the place. That's just one example, but this is done all over the place. It's like duct taping the globe together. Things like tides, seasons, there's all these anomalies, right? That they have some justification that, it fits within the globe. With this, we're gonna just talk about there's some special phenomenon that happens. And how do we know the special phenomenon that happens? Because it doesn't match the globe here in this particular phenomenon we watch, such as tides, right? So people think tides are caused by the fucking moon pulling the oceans of the world. What they don't know is that most of the oceans of the world experience no tides at all. The vast majority, I would guess probably like 60% of the ocean has no tides at all. What do we do with that anomaly? How do they explain that away? Why isn't the moon pulling on that water? Why? We know the Earth's a globe. It's got to be something happen. No, they've come up with some crazy model with 20 variables called an anthropomorphic point or something. Right? So they have some convoluted model to how to maintain how this body of water negates gravity using 50 variables like current, temperature, wind, all these sorts of things, because you got to negate the tides there. So they create a complex model on how the Earth is not subject to gravity at that place, in the same way that it affects the other water. Okay, this is done all over the place, where they have these band-aids that they stick on shit. Selenelian eclipse. That's an eclipse where the sun and moon are above the horizon. And the Earth, the so-called shadow of the Earth is moving down the moon. It's called the impossible eclipse. They say, hey, dude, that's refraction causing that. But even so, that refraction explanation can't account for the shadow coming from the top, because it's coming down from above the sun and the moon. But you're standing on the Earth, which is under the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon are between from where the shadow is coming from and where you are. It's physically impossible. Can't be caused by fucking a globe Earth. But, you know, they just say refraction, and everybody's like, oh, refraction, fine. No, that makes sense. This happens all over the place. And see, the reason we're here is that people just don't understand. I don't know what people think why we're here, but it's a very simple thing why we're here. There's a bunch of claims on the table that people have made, and that has been pushed around Western civilization. We went out and we tested that shit, and the real world doesn't agree with what they're saying. It's literally that fucking simple.
There's a lot of preaching tonight.
Well, I'm just giving you the basis. It's not a preaching. I'm telling you,
No,
like,
it's quite religious,
the intellectual
darling. It's quite religious. It's symptomatic of a religion.
Shut it.
What did I say that was religious?
You don't need to do all of this talk. Honestly, it's fatiguing.
It's not for you.
Yeah, he could have just said it's flat. We
Oh,
deal
it's
with it.
slime.
It's just I don't have time for
Was the
it.
religious part the
Just
part where I
go.
said we go check in the natural world? Was that the religious part?
It's just
No,
fine.
it's just typical. I mean, goodness gracious.
Was that the religious
Pearls to
part?
swine,
Going on
India.
lays of double think, aren't there? It's going
What
to
are you-
manifest.
So now
It's
you
going to
can't
manifest
address in substance anything that was just said to you. So now you're going to talk
Right.
about us and make social commentary because you can't address
Yeah.
anything of substance.
I don't have
Why
time.
don't you actually address what I said?
It's just a lot of info, dude. Look,
Dude,
I've
I
got a
just
short
summarized all our conversations very quickly. You brought up the 24-hour sun.
I need written shit to be submitted to me. I don't.
Dude, I don't
pay
write in
attention.
fucking Google Gaga. This is
yeah,
like baby
fuck
talk
that.
level, bro.
Yeah.
No, you can't look, you're confused about basic shit.
Maybe I am.
By the law of identity and saying the law of identity is like you recognize that logic.
No. Don't strangle me on that. It was just a misunderstanding. I know what you're talking about. It just took me a while to latch on because it's been a long day or whatever.
I think you have a bias.
People are going through different things in life, right? But anyhow,
sorry to hear that.
Yeah, dude, it's just a lot of information, and
it's really not.
What can I do? No, okay, you know what? It isn't. At the moment, it is for me.
Okay. Well, do you want me to summarize this so you can internalize it? I can summarize it in probably like 7 sentences. Okay? It's really simple.
Go on, I'll pay very close attention.
They made they had a false premise that somehow looking at the sun could prove the shape of the Earth. They also had another false premise where they thought there was a globe model that predicted the sun in the first place. Okay? They can't actually say how the 24-hour sun or any other sun could prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth, no matter what they observe. They can't say in any way how observing the sun do any fucking thing, no matter what it did, can prove what the shape of the Earth is. Sun could have done fucking loop-de-loops and fucking whirls. That wouldn't have disproved the globe or a flat Earth. At best, it could have disproved the heliocentric model that did loop-de-loops and whirls, but the Earth could still be a globe just flipping around in space like mad, right?
Right. Okay, so from what I gather, right, you've got the law of identity, and they're using a different, observation to disprove what's apparently apparent, and they can't even use the flat Earth, and they can't even use the 24-hour sun, in
they can't model it effectively in a globe Earth. So why am I here complaining about it being modelled in the flat Earth? And both sides should shut the fuck up. Because no one really knows anything now. Is that the idea?
No, it's more. I wouldn't. I'd say almost. You're a 75% there. You slightly
Okay, what's the 25% that I'm missing?
Okay, the
Complete me.
25% is the model that's used to predict the 24-hour sun works. It's agnostic. It doesn't say anything about the surface of the Earth. And the main problem with looking at the sun is that any conclusion you're reaching about the Earth is an inference using inductive logic, which by its nature can't prove things at all. All you can do is say, I'm confident in this. It fits this model. It correlates with this other thing. That's all you can say. You can't make any claims to prove is or anything like that. You can just have some personal certainty about the inference. That's all you can have. So you can, like you said, you kind of revealed the truth when you said, well, I think this explains it better. Well, that's fine, but that's like a personal evaluation based upon how you feel. That's not objective in any way. Right? And these inferences aren't objective in any way. The only thing objective we have here is there's some people that went and stood on some ice somewhere and saw a 24-hour sun. That's the only objective statement we can say. The conclusions reached from that observation, other than the observation itself, descriptively. Why does it happen? How does it happen? They don't have enough information from that observation to reach any of those conclusions. And I pointed out they don't even have a model that is what would you call an actual geometrically physical model that geometrically physically represents the environment that they were in that makes that prediction. We have some abstract model which assumes the celestial sphere of infinite radius and observing from a point in the origin of coordinates. That's what the model is. Now think about it like this. It might sound confusing to you. You know what a grid is, right? A Cartesian grid, X, Y, X,
No
and Y.
doubt. No doubt.
You don't know what X and Y Cartesian grid is?
I do.
You ever
I
seen
do.
a map before? You do?
No, I know what a grid is.
Okay, so the origin where the X and the Y meet, that's the origin of coordinates. In the model for predicting the sun, that's where you are. You're at that point at the origin of coordinates. You're not on anything. You're not on a globe. There's not a globe underneath you. It's not the globe at the origin of coordinates. It's just you. And that model can work anywhere. It doesn't matter what you're on. You could be on the back of a freaking rabbit. You could be freaking on a, surfing the freaking big kahuna waves. It doesn't matter what you're on because it's based upon what you observe. It's based upon from your viewpoint. That's why you don't have to do the conversion that you would have to do for the globe model because it's literally modeled from your eyeball out. It's an inside out, not an outside in. Understand?
Right.
So, that being said, there is no globe model for a 24-hour sun. There's no flat Earth model for a 24-hour sun. There's only a point-based observer-centric model. But, like I said, they do have an explanation, right? Which is a cool story. I mean, we could make up a story too, but we just don't. Why don't we
With
make
all due respect, I think it's because you
feel
can't.
better if we made up a story
That's
that
my point.
like was palatable?
Okay, so now that we've delineated what we're talking
Should we make up a story?
Yes.
No, let me ask you. We should make up a story that we can't prove.
No, this is needlessly pedantic in my view.
No. It goes to the crux
now
of the
we
problem.
need to name it. I think
it goes to the heart of the problem.
It's pedanticism.
No, it is pedantic. No, you're using the word pedantic wrong, number one. We're getting to the heart of the problem. We have an observation. We can make an inference that supports a flat Earth and make up a whole fucking story about it. But that inference also would not prove a flat Earth either. And we'd be in the same position of the Glovers, right? Making inferences about observing the sun and applying it to the Earth and not actually knowing anything. Just saying, yeah, well, it's a good explanation. It makes me feel better. We can make that flat Earth explanation that just makes everybody feel better. Okay, let's do this. I'll do it right now. The sky is like a hamster, like a hamster in one of those hamster balls when they walk around when you move around the world, the sky spins around you. Like you're a hamster in one of those little balls. Now imagine inside that ball, there are little stars poking holes in there, right? He's running around the ball in the dark and he's got holes poked in his little hamster ball. That's how we move around the earth. There's a little hamster ball spinning over us. So there's your explanation right there.
That doesn't work.
It would work perfectly. Just stop.
No, it wouldn't. Because then half the earth will be in darkness at any one time.
Yeah. No, dude. The hamster ball, half the hamster ball is black, bro.
Yeah. So half the hamster ball will be underneath the earth.
Depending on where you
are.
You
wouldn't be able to see the sun.
Dude, you can't see the sun in South America.
Try again. What's your other inference?
Can you see the sun in South America from North America?
No, but you can see the sun in South America from
exactly.
South America.
So your little argument meant nothing. So you're just going on mute, Mez, because you're just trying to run interference like you guys always do. So, and this was just the motto anyway, by the way.
So if you went on mute, that's nuts.
Do you know
That's
him?
nuts.
Do you know him? Do you know his history here?
I don't.
Okay, then don't white knight for him. He doesn't.
Okay, fair enough. But I'm going to trust your
He
judgment.
out of anybody, he don't deserve it. Believe me.
I'm going to trust your judgment blindly.
Well, I mean, you can trust there were many, many, many recordings we have of him over the last 2 years of him just being an absolute fucktard. So we'll give you an example of something he did. Him and another Globe Earther and several others, they started a group called Globe Force 6. So there were 6 of them that would come in here and argue with us. Peter is one of them. Mez was one of them. Today, Mez claimed he didn't know Peter at all, that he never met Peter at his whole entire life. Mez is a compulsive liar.
What the fuck?
Mez never met Peter now.
The fuck, dude? These people, man.
Well, because they don't know them by their name. They only know them by like their,
He was Peter there too. He's always been Peter, though.
To be fair, if you're going to talk about him like this, you should unmute him just so he can defend himself.
Hell no.
I'm not going to talk about him so he doesn't have to defend himself.
You're going to be worrying about your own mute in about 5 seconds, dude. Don't white knight for Mez, bro.
No, it's just like kind of like backbiting, when you can't.
No, I'm banning him so I can solve the problem. No, we don't have to talk about him no more. I don't even know how he keeps getting back in here, quite honestly.
That's the best.
Because you only banned him for 2 days?
Yeah. Oh, I can ban him for longer? How do I do that?
No, I think bans now default to 7 days.
Really?
It's just 2 days in my chat. Anyway, the point was we could come up with some
maybe that's for guest rooms.
explanation.
For the creator rooms, it's 7 days.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we could come up with some cockamamie explanation. We could just make some shit up. If you don't think we can make up a fucking cool story for a 24-hour sun on a flat earth, dude, you seriously lack imagination. We could do it if you're properly motivated. But it wouldn't prove anything just because we have a story. And you might like our story better than the Globe story.
Okay, I understand your line of reasoning. I never thought about it. I respect it. Okay. Oh,
yeah. So there's this thing that we often go through, in this topic of explanation versus the empirical evidence. Now, what we do is modern, let's call it science, for lack of a better term. They have a lot of explanations. And people think the explanations are the science. But the science is actually the data, right? The observational data, the results of the experiment, all those things. But that stuff's boring. Looking at fucking charts and graphs and freaking spreadsheets, that shit's boring. So people don't want to talk about that. What the data actually says, they want to talk about to explanations. So a lot of times people come in here and they'll give us some explanation. And then we go, okay, where's the evidence for that? Meaning, where's the data? And they don't know what it is. They try to chat GPT or Google it or find it, and it's not out there. So what's passing as modern science is just a bunch of explanations, but science is empirical. It's based upon empirical evidence, not based upon storytelling. And that's what explanations are. They're just storytelling. In fact, it's so bad that people such as this. I'll give you an example. This is a prime example of the eclipse. The eclipse is, I saw a solar eclipse. I saw the moon go in front of the sun. That no one's ever seen that, ever. Do you know why no one's ever seen that ever? Because you can't see a new moon. So no one's actually ever seen a new moon on the day of any solar eclipse ever. So descriptively, that's actually not true. So they confuse their explanation of why it happens with the description of what it looks like. See what I'm saying? One is true, right? I saw an eclipse. I didn't see the moon. That's factually true. The explanation, it was the moon that caused that, even though I couldn't see the moon. But they don't say that because that don't sound as cool. Don't sound as cool as, well, it got blocked by the moon that I couldn't see. Then that makes it sound a little shakier. People might question, like, well, why? How did you reach the conclusion if you couldn't see it? And then they might go, oh, because we have a globe model that predicts when that happens. Okay, show that to me. And then they can't do that, right? You go, okay, you can't actually predict that when that happens with a heliocentric model. How do you predict it? Oh, well, just regularly happens at regular time intervals. That's how we predict it. Has nothing to do with a fucking globe or a flat earth or any other thing. This is just typically what we deal with on a daily basis here. People with their fucking stories and explanations versus what does the actual data, the empirical data, what was it has been observed in the natural world. Here's another one. Outer space is a vacuum, and there's an atmosphere that's pressurized. And the gravity is holding the air away from the vacuum. Well, yeah, that's a cool story. What does the data say? The data says that's fucking impossible. Fuck the data. I got a story. It makes me feel better. I'm going to Mars, bitches. They ain't going nowhere. Because the place they think exists can't exist. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir here.
Oh, well, maybe Hummus is listening. I don't know.
Maybe. And I'm not going to... Everything I'm saying is factually true. I'm not making anything up. I'm not putting in speculation. I'm not making claims. This is just basic fucking reasoning.
Right, yeah, right, okay.
Before I said no one's ever seen the moon block the sun during a solar eclipse, did you think you saw the moon?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Well, it's well known. Solar eclipses only happen during a new moon, and lunar eclipses only happen during a full moon. And eclipses happen at regular time intervals. It's a coincidence of 3 periods. It's called an eclipse year, the animistic year, and what's called like the metonic year. I'm not trying to look. I'm just saying that when these time periods are up, right, this cycle of each one of these 3 cycles, when they end at the same time, on the same day, at the same moment, there's an eclipse. You don't need to know anything about any space balls or heliocentric model or anything like that. They've been using this method of predicting eclipses for 4,000 years, well before the heliocentric model even existed. And this is another instance of stolen valor. Because if you look up how does NASA predict eclipses, you're going to get the Soros cycle. Everything I just said. The bigger question is, you weren't taught this any of this in school, and the question is why not? I'm not blaming the teacher. I'm not blaming the school system. I'm not blaming anything. But how come is like, are these lies by omission? Should they have taught you the full truth? They sell you a used car, man. They're like, man, the engine runs great. Should they tell you the brakes don't work?
Yes, they should.
Yeah. Might be a good idea. Safer for everyone involved and people not involved.
We have Fry, feminist, atheist, vegan, authoritarian, left, and anti-authoritarian. I think we've talked to you before. Yeah.
Jesus, you're a little bit of everything.
Did you have any questions about the globe or the flat Earth, Fry?
Nah, not really. I'm just listening. I just wanted the chat permissions though. I don't know why that was revoked.
Seems to be a common.
Yeah, mine were revoked too. Like 3 weeks ago by old dude, maybe a month ago.
Yeah, me too.
Did you deserve it?
No, he just hates me. He thinks I'm a fake.
Wait, what about me though?
Who was it that revoked yours?
Fry.
What's that?
Somebody probably hates you too.
Oh my god.
I don't know how to take. Yeah, I don't know.
I'll do it. I like you.
You're gonna fix it, good. I don't know how to take him away or put him back. I guess India knows.
Old dude is here, so I'm not gonna like pull rank on him. So you're gonna have to ask him yourself.
Yeah. No.
Maybe that's why he hates you. You don't bow to his
No, he hates me because I think it's because I'm, I'm proponent of wraparound, and I think he thinks I'm trolling or just like faking or something like that. So he accuses me of being a fake flat earther.
I thought you were trolling until you told me why.
Yeah.
I don't believe it, but at least you have some basis. Because of Islam, right?
Rolling my boulder.
That and all the real world data, like every projection basically is debunked by real world observations. So, like, the only thing that brings them all together would be wraparound. Like, you're either a globe, in my books, you're either a globe earther because of all these real world data points, or you're like a wraparound earther, flat earther, or you're just like, you just haven't figured it out yet. All of the flat earthers that don't believe in wraparound, I feel like they're still late to the game.
What the fuck is wrap around Earth, dude?
Like Pac-Manning type thing, but not so obvious.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you say that, but you can't have a working flat Earth with it's been debunked. Any kind of
you have no
projection
idea
that you
how
imagine, any map that you imagine,
how the
wouldn't work.
sky works or how anything works. You have no idea. Saying it's impossible and you can't do this and you can do that. So since you can't prove any of it, it's silly for you to even talk like that.
According to what you know, it's impossible, percent. Okay.
What? Sorry?
According to what you know, it's impossible.
No, I'm saying by the observations that we have via deduction, like that's the only option that remains. Because every, like whether it's a dipole model or AE map, whatever it is, they've
What are
all
these
been
models
debunked
of? This is
individually.
the same problem, is that these are models of the sky, they're not models of the Earth.
But the sky has GPS on the Earth, like with the sun has GPS on the Earth. So it doesn't like anyone who says, "Oh, we can't
all
tell."
that GP shit, dude.
What do you mean, man? Like on the equinox,
That's not
the
how
sun
people actually
has a
sail,
GP
dude.
along the path that they call the equator. You know, it's like
but bro, those GPs they're fucking approximations. It just gives you in the general area. They're not fucking actual points in space.
So you're
Look,
saying
dude, when
on
you
the
get within
equinox,
50
when the
miles
sun
of
rises
fucking
from
the
the east,
Statue of Liberty, right? Say you get the GP for New York, dude. It's 50 miles off. You're still gonna get to New York City.
yeah, no, of course. But I'm talking about on specific times, like the equinox, the sun rising from the east, setting the west. Its GP is going along the equator. So
that's
say, like, for
that's
instance,
disputable.
What do you
Antonio Steelbratz had a bunch of video from on the equinox, and the shadows were casting. They weren't casting east-west. There was a problem, and when the sun were at the solar point, there wasn't a shadow directly under. They have like an obelisk there. You know how you have Kahana noon where nothing casts a shadow. So at noon on the equator, on the equinox, nothing should be casting a shadow.
subsolar point, yeah.
Yeah, so when it was at the subsolar point, it was casting a shadow. So it's debatable whether this happens. There's also other problems with the equator. I'm not going to get into. I'm sure you've heard it before from me. So there's issues with all this. Listen, I mean, there's this idea that somehow you can align the Earth to the sky, and we can in a very general way, in an approximate way, but it's not as close as people think. I mean, they've known this for a very long time. This is why we have that fucking curved plumb lines and shit, dude.
All right, forget the sky.
I don't think you guys understand the import of what them curving plumb lines is doing. They are curving plumb lines to quote unquote fix the coordinates to the Earth.
What do you mean by curving plumb lines? You talking about like reciprocal zenith angles, or?
No. So what they say is, so say you go to a spot and you're supposed to be like at the GP under a star. But then when you set up your theodolite and you look straight up, the star is not right directly above your head. It's not at zenith, somewhere else. What they say is, the gravity vector is tilted. Right, the direction of gravity, because that's how you set up the theodolite. Right, you level it, and level indicates the direction of gravity. That you're actually not vertical relative to the surface of the Earth. You're slightly tilted, and that's why you're not matching the celestial sphere, because the Earth has lumpy gravity. So
that sounds
this
kind
is
of
all over the surface of the Earth. This isn't at one place. This is at every place you could possibly measure. There's an infinite freaking vertical deflections everywhere.
Why wouldn't they just
doesn't align
chalk
to
it
the
up to
ground.
refraction? You know, like minimal
Because
refraction.
at zenith, there should be no refraction if it's directly
I mean,
overhead.
that's if the air above is perfectly isotropic, but you can assume that there's some variation, so it wouldn't be perfectly,
Well, I mean,
above.
don't give them any ideas. They probably will chalk it up to refraction if you tell them enough.
But anyways, leaving this guy out of it.
The way
For
this
instance,
was,
with
just let me tell you how this was figured out. So what they did is this happened like there's a book called Determination of the Figure of the Earth, and they go to kind of through like all different tests that were done. So like sometime in the 1400s, they started at like the end of the boot of Italy, and like worked their way north. Now they used two different methods to determine distance. They used celestial navigation, and they used chains where they actually physically measured the distance by pulling chains. And then when they got to the end, they noticed that there was like a fucking 10% difference or 1%. Yeah. So you're like, hey, how could this possibly happen? And it took over time. It became, the lumpy gravity, that we have vertical deflections. So when we try to actually that the instrument isn't exactly perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. Then we get the oblate ellipsoid, and because you got to think, if you have an oblate ellipsoid and you're on 45 latitude, that line, like say you took the tangent at 45 latitude and took the perpendicular line to that and drew it straight, it wouldn't intersect the core, the center of the Earth. It would be off a little bit. So you have these problems. This is what the globe is. It's just this fucking band-aid, duct tape here, sew here, staple there, all over the place. But the point is that we know that we can't get the sky to exactly align to the Earth one way or the other. We know that. So I don't have a lot of confidence in, things like GPs, and because it's so hard to sail anyway.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but even if you leave the sky out of it, like say, the dipole model, you have a straight line equator, and you have like the Pacific Ocean on both sides of the map, for instance, if that's where they want to, put the ends of the Earth or what have you. But we know that there's like freightliners and stuff like that going trans-Pacific every day, so they're either all, wrapping around, or like the map is just wrong, right? So the dipole model's out because you have to have some sort of wraparound on the equator, or the AE map. As you go down towards the pole from different continents, or up towards the pole from different continents, you're going to see that on solstice that the sun's going to level out on the tropic. Like in the nights in the sky.
Thing. So
Okay,
I mean,
my friend Socrates.
I would start right from the beginning. Let's start
not right from the beginning. I want you to start at 1,000 meters at Pikes Peak, where you live. Like the thing you got a Google Drive about.
No.
Right,
6,650 meters.
I don't give a shit. So let's just start from
I
that
use freedom
point.
units. 6,650 freedom units is feet.
All right, Socrates. I'm going to conclude that you're wasting my fucking time. If you don't, reassess your premise and start from the beginning of my friends and I, were surveying every 1,000 meters. That's where you begin. I want you to reach a conclusion. If you don't, you can fuck off.
I told you that we started at 6,650 feet because we're American, and we did this for a English thing, for a European Union thing, which was meters. So we needed to measure in meters, but we started at 60. We started at base, which was where we live in the Springs, and we went up from there. Up Pikes Peak.
You've never explained anything that you've done to anybody before, have you?
You know what? You know more than me, and you're going to interrupt.
No, I don't. At the moment, you're confusing the shit out of me.
Way more. You know way more about this than I do. So you tell our friends. You tell our friends.
No, I don't.
Hey, friend,
I don't understand.
You are going to tell our friends, bud. You tell us.
No, I don't understand what you're even fucking doing at the moment, dude. Now you're just going up to 600 meters or whatever it fucking was.
No, 6,600 feet is where the
you doing?
We were surveying the land.
Surveying the land using what tools?
Surveying equipment. Are you familiar? Do you want me to send you some photos?
Okay, I understand there are several tools that you can use to survey the fucking land. You can use, for example, a cross staff to survey the land. Did you use a cross staff?
Nope.
Okay. Did you use a theodolite?
Yes, we did.
Okay, cool. So you understand why I'm asking for clarification, because you could have been using a fucking stick.
Yeah. You know what? Sometimes somebody doesn't have that much time, aka in this room where people interrupt all the fucking time, to be so specific.
All right, so you could have already told me your fucking point by now. You're just going to stay on mute, dude. If you feel unjustly dealt with or whatever, please appeal in the side fucking chat. But for 5 fucking minutes, I don't know, go and have a piss, go and make yourself a cup of coffee and come back with a different fucking attitude.
quiet here.
Rather silenced and bullshit.
We never did get that answer about his satellites, did we? Never got any proof of the globe. That's hilarious.
To reach the conclusion about anything, dude. Not one fucking thing.
Guy been here for an hour and said nothing.
Do you want to try again with him? He seems upset in the side chat. Do you want to try again?
I'll try.
All right. Can you unmute him, or do you want me to do so?
Let's reset. Go ahead. Let's reset.
Okay, I'm going to stick myself on mute. So
Socrates. All right. So we have the Starlink satellites.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that they proved the shape of the Earth?
I'm not sure. Do you?
I don't think so at all. No, I think if we're...
Can you tell me why?
Because I think we have to deal with the surface of the Earth.
Can you tell me more?
Yeah. So, like, for instance, above us, it doesn't matter because we're trying to figure out the ground.
Can you tell me more?
Yeah. So when you go into a big building with a lot of lights on the ceiling, we're going to use that as an analogy for we're born on Earth and now we have lights in our ceiling in the sky. As far as we can see, we could see them. But what can we do to figure out the surface that we're on?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So there's measurements that can be made. And is that safe to say? Do you think we can do measurements on the surface of the Earth?
Sure.
All right. We take the measurements. We find out it doesn't represent what we've been told about the shape, or no, about the surface we're standing on. Is that fair?
Sorry?
Is that fair? Like, do you agree that the measurements taken that debunk the claims, is that a good place to start when we're trying to figure out whether it is a globe or not?
Which measurements and which debunking and which claims?
Okay, so there are observations of seeing something.
Which observations? Which ones?
Okay, well, we could talk about the oil rigs off Santa Barbara in California.
Let's do that.
Okay, the camera is 1 foot above the water, and it can zoom in, and it sees.
Was it a P900? A Nikon P900, or maybe a P1000?
I think it was a 900.
Oh, the favorite of the flat earthers, the P900. Would have guessed it. Oh, in fact, I did guess it.
Okay, so the camera was used, and he was able to zoom in and see the surface of the ocean, probably way beyond 10 miles, but we'll just leave it at 10 miles to make the math easy. Do you understand how that debunks a radius of 3,959 miles?
I think so. Do you?
Yes.
How?
Because mathematically, in order to see an object 10 miles away from 1 foot observer's height, with, let's just give it a 7/6R refraction coefficient, that would have to represent a 66,000 mile radius. Do you agree, yes or no?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Because that's not how the math works.
Well, great. Explain to me how the math works.
Do you want to see the mathematical equation or no?
Sure. You can post it in side chat. That works.
Why don't you can post your math if you want to.
Or you could just say what was wrong with Apocryphon's math.
It's orders of magnitude off. I don't know what the number is, okay? So I've not done the math either.
It is. You are correct about that, actually.
But
It's off by orders of magnitude on what it should be on a globe.
I've not done the math either, okay, friends? I've not done the math.
Okay.
I don't know, but it's orders of magnitude off, so I'm going to confidently say it's off.
Okay, so actually, I misspoke. And let me correct myself. The 7/6R coefficient actually would have to have a 264,000 mile radius, not a 66,000 mile radius. I misspoke. Do you believe that the radius is 264,100 miles?
No.
Okay. So mathematically, if we're going to use math, we are seeing an object that doesn't represent a 3,959 mile radius. Is that a good beginning?
I've already said no. I don't agree to these premises, but you can continue on your argument if you want to.
Okay. So still, since you don't agree, then what would be your position then into what we observed? Go ahead.
We observe a globe Earth. Period. Full stop.
Okay. How do you observe a globe Earth by seeing an oil platform 10 miles away from a 1 foot observer's height? Go ahead.
I didn't bring up anything about an oil platform. You did.
No, I did. So I asked you the question, how do we see a globe in what I presented? You said we see a globe, but how do we see a globe in what I presented? Go ahead.
Every aspect of life that you live today revolves, pardon the pun, around a globe Earth. Every single thing that you rely on today, right now, including this communication,
I'm really pissed off. I'm muting myself because I want the conversation to happen, but you're really not directly. He's asking you with regards.
What is the answer?
Photo.
What is it you want me to say? I want you to answer. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Directly.
Bear with me a second. Hold on. What would be a good example of something that would be a good answer for you? What, like, if you just
something? I'll tell you very quickly. Something that's addressing what he said.
Well, what would be a good example of that?
Something that addressed what he said, i.e., a conversation or a point on what he just spoke about.
I did. I've already said many times over. I've said many times over. You just don't want it, and you don't believe it, and you don't want it.
I want you to address what he said.
So
I feel like you are not
what's a really good example? What's a good example?
He said. I'll mute myself, but you need to address it.
You said his math was wrong, and then you said you didn't even do any math, and you don't know what the math is.
Good answer. But it's obviously not satisfactory to this person. So I'm just curious, what would be
you said he was wrong, but you didn't explain why he was wrong, and then
what would be a satisfactory answer?
Just an elaboration on why he's wrong.
You're wrong. That's why he's wrong. You're wrong. That's my answer.
We're not 5-year-olds in the playground, sunshine. I want an elaboration on why he's wrong.
Friend, I'm wrong. We are all wrong. No one.
Right, this is just bullshit, dude. This is all bullshit. Right, every time you open your mouth, it's just like you want to be heard for some reason. Can you please?
You're asking me to quit.
Socrates.
Listen. You say something. You say I want you to answer this question, please, and then I do, and then you're like, why are you talking? We want you to stop talking.
I'm telling you, I'm correct, Jedi. We're dealing with somebody that's institutionalized right now.
I want to know, and I want an elaboration on why the mathematics that OG presented is wrong.
Why are they right?
Now, you said they were wrong. I want to know why, from your position, they're wrong.
Mathematics are proven right by math. It's math.
Okay.
You understand what math is? Math is math.
No, this isn't, again, this is running away from the point.
The proof of math is math. Math is its own proof in its own right.
Okay, so why is his mathematics incorrect?
Well, send it to me. I don't know. I have not read it. My friend, I've not seen his
Hold on. Stop. Now you said you don't know, you haven't read it. But 5 minutes ago, you said it was incorrect.
It's blatantly incorrect. It's wickedly crazy.
Now it's blatantly incorrect, even though that you haven't read it.
Send it over. I'll read it and I'll give you the details.
It'll be it's blatantly incorrect.
Send me the math. Send me the math. Send me the math. Send me the math. I'll tell you what. I'll give you exactly the numbers and the decimals. If you want,
what a liar! Sorry, OG. You carry on.
I'll give you the decimals and the numbers and the actuals of the reason why. And I will tell you, but I don't know. I'm going to tell you that I'm comfortable in saying the words "I do not know." That's something you can't or are not comfortable of saying.
So how is something you don't know wrong?
You yourself cannot say I do not know. And my friend, I do not know what those numbers are and how different and bad they are. But they are bad. I know that.
Okay, if you don't know, then how is it wrong?
Send them. I don't know. I'll analyze the numbers. Send them over. I'll analyze them and I'll tell you the answer.
Okay.
Right now it would be stupid for anyone. You, me, my brother, my mother.
Okay.
My sister.
So here's the numbers.
It would be stupid for any person in the world.
Okay, so here's the numbers, okay? You're asking for them. I'm going to give them to you, okay? It's 10 miles away, and it's a 1 foot observer's height. Okay, go ahead.
Open file share, I think. You can send me a file if you like, or a link. You can send me a link.
No. I don't need a link. What I just said, I literally gave you the math that you asked for. Okay, the math is it's 10 miles away, and the observer's height is 1 foot. That's the math. Go ahead.
Look on your Google Docs when you send me the docs. Send me the data. Okay. Send me the data.
What data do you need?
I'm incredibly confident. I'm incredibly confident. And
oh my god, yeah, he's bricked. I don't think he understands.
I told you guys. You guys are just playing with I don't know. That's why I'm kind of leaving him alone. Might show up on my doorstep.
Sorry, did this guy say he wants a document?
You guys are playing with fire.
Yeah, he wants it sent to his Google Docs.
He doesn't want a document. He's not going to look at the document or understand it.
Probably not even allowed to have documents.
Let's test him. Let's test him. Hey, buddy, you still there?
Hey, I'm here. Talking. Socrates is probably still talking. He doesn't. No, that wasn't Socrates.
Got a slam here.
Check out the chat.
Okay, look, it's a really sad day when Gunslang is an upgrade on the last Globa.
All right.
You downplaying
Gunslang. As Dave was kind of outlining for you, okay, the distance to the horizon can be known. Okay? There's a breakdown of how it's derived. And if you have any contention with the math, feel free to point it out.
You want to hear his response, Mick?
Oh, is he muted?
Yeah, he's muted. He's unmuted now.
Okay, yeah, let's hear the spur. Go for it.
What was the question?
What I was saying to you was in the chat at 4 minutes past the hour, you'll find some math defining how the distance to the horizon from a particular observer and their observer height can be calculated.
Trigonometry.
Yeah, well, actually, no trig in here, actually. To be frank, there's actually no trig functions in any of these pages.
Asking me a question. You asked me a question, and I thought I was being cordial and saying a one answer.
No, it was rather a request that you scan the document, find any errors in the calculation, and point it out.
I'm not here to do your math. I'm not here to do your math homework for you.
So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, okay, sure.
Wait,
sure.
so if you're not here,
Socrates doesn't know what he's talking about.
So just real quick,
He's not going to do this guy's. He's not going to do this guy's geometry homework for him. Come on.
Just real quick.
All right.
It's really weird. Just real quick, it's really weird that you talk in third person. So it's okay though. But just real quick, you said you're not here to do the math, but you requested the math. 20 Cups. He provided the math.
Which math? Where?
It in the side chat. 4 minutes after the hour. You asked
the math
for
of what?
Okay. You asked for the math.
Of what? I'll go look. 4 minutes after. Oh, I got a math describing the Pythagorean theorem. That's great. Good math. That's
great. You only need 10th grade math for this. Shocker.
Yeah, but
okay.
Yeah, I got a Pythagorean theorem explain. That's great math.
Okay, so plug.
All right,
okay, so
all right. Okay, so hang on. Okay, Mr. Tough Guy. Yeah, that's the starting point. Now, if you had any mathematical acumen, you'd see how starting from that basic point, right, that basic theorem, you can derive everything we're talking about. Right?
Mm-hmm. Do you want to expound on your explanation at all with English?
In English, okay. So using this triangular relationship, this triangular theorem, okay, and all the relationships between the points and the lines and everything, you can derive a distance from point A to point B, right? And that's that. That's basically what we're talking about.
Oh, okay.
The observer's height to the horizon geometric.
I'm glad that these documents provide the proof that we can distance 1A to 1B. That's great. I'm glad that you provided the documents to do that.
Yeah, well, you're very welcome, right? So if you have any contention with any of the points being made based on this.
Geometric proofs are great. I love geometric proofs.
Thank you very much. So scan through it if you want.
I have. I've already done it. It's great.
Okay,
we're not saying a thing. You're actually not saying a statement of any kind. Well, you're not saying a statement.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? So if you read the last paragraph, what does the last paragraph tell you? Page 3, last paragraph.
I think he's muted. Just because something is true geometrically doesn't mean it's true in reality. And that's the whole point of this. 20 Cups has shown you what the geometric proof is for the globe to be true in reality. We go out and test that measurement, and it's not true in reality. Therefore, the geometry may describe something that is consistent on paper, just like math works in a computer program, but it doesn't mean that this has any bearing on what's true and real in the observable world.
Why does he keep getting muted?
Well, yeah, okay.
I don't know.
Well, hold on. Yeah, keep him off mute. Okay. The thing is, I don't know. I don't know who's muting, but I just if it's his turn to talk, give him a chance. Okay, Socrates, ask your question.
Let him hang himself.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I don't know who's sound like in there, dude. Ask your question, but then be quiet so the answer can be given to you.
I don't think I'm talking. I don't believe I'm talking over people. I think I'm answering, and I'm actually not fully answering.
No one's asking you anything. No one here is going to ask you anything, dude.
Okay, cool.
So you're the one with the question. So ask your question.
I don't have a question for
you. Listen to the answer. That's all that's required.
I don't have a question for you.
To be fair, I did ask Socrates if he could read the last paragraph, because he made the claim that what I was saying, or what's saying on the what's being said in this work here, is basically not saying anything at all. So I asked him to read the last paragraph and tell me that doesn't say anything.
I asked you to read me the last paragraph.
You actually didn't ask me that. I asked you. Now you may have mumbled something
I
when
was
you were
probably muted.
when you were behind the mute.
My friend,
right? So I didn't hear you.
I'm on the mute. I'm behind mute so often, so forgive me.
Yeah. So exactly. So I didn't hear you, but I did ask you if you could do that for us. Now, if you don't want to,
I don't really know what you mean. That's what I'm trying to. I am trying to be cordial and nice.
Wait. So you don't know what? Hang on a second, dude. So you mean to say that you don't?
I'm trying to meet you halfway. I'm not being a
the fuck on. Do you mean to say that you don't know what I mean when I ask you? Can you read the last paragraph on page 3?
Of what? Page 3 of what?
The 3 pages that I gave you. The 3 snapshots.
I don't think I understand what that is. Maybe you can just ask me the question instead.
You're kidding me. So we've been talking for the last 5-10 minutes about the math in the snapshots I gave you at 4 minutes past the hour.
The Pythagorean theorem thing. I got the weird Pythagorean.
And here, when I ask you,
if you want me to answer your question, I will. If you're going to talk over me, then I'll shut up. It's your turn.
Finished.
You go ahead. It's your turn,
finished.
clearly.
I am not finished. Yeah, it is my fucking turn. Carlis, do you mean to say for the last 5-10 minutes we've been talking about this math, these 3 pieces of, these 3 snapshots, right? And I ask you on the last snapshot, can you read it? And you mean to tell me you don't understand what I mean? Where's the math? What are you talking about?
Every single time we talk.
Are you serious?
Are you ready to hear me? Are you ready to hear me now? Are you ready to shut up and hear? Every single time we've talked about it, I've talked about the Pythagorean theorem one. I don't know anything else about anything that you've talked about, anything else about that. Forgive me. It's my fault. It's fucking my fault. Okay? It's my fault.
Good.
And I'm asking you, I'm kindly asking you as a kind gentleman, please restate your question. I will answer your question.
The last paragraph on page 3.
I don't have such a thing. I don't have such.
I think it's time to move on from this 20 cups.
This is ridiculous.
I don't have a.
When do we get to the part where you prove that Earth's a globe?
Yeah, this guy's mentally ill, man. Carry on.
Is he talking about?
Well, we're in here asking you to provide evidence for the globe. For you to prove it.
Is he talking about it says, example, say we have an observer at 6 feet above sea level. We get a distance to the horizon of AB 1.22459002221 square root of H. Is that the question? What the fuck question is the question? I'm sorry. I don't have page 3 of whatever you're asking. And forgive me.
Right.
I don't have the
on from it.
Read the last line, dude.
I don't have the last line. Can you just say it? Just ask me it, dude. Or post it again. Hey, buddy, post it again. You're going to have to post it again, my friend. I don't have it. Post it again. I don't have it. Post it again. I don't have it. I don't have it. Post it again.
All right. No, this guy's fucking stupid.
Yeah, he went broken record mode there.
Yeah, fuck this guy.
Well done. Took you about 7-8 minutes to figure that out, but that was good. He's been like this. Sorry, he's been like this for hours. Just fucking a waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, all hands on deck too. I know this guy from before. He spirals really hard. Like it's just like the last time I think I talked to him, it was about the final experiment, and I'm like, so he wouldn't never answer. I go, which one will happen on your flat Earth and your globe Earth? The sun sets or the sun doesn't set? He never got there. Like, literally never could explain. He tested a flat Earth model versus a globe model. No problem. Which model predicted which results? Could never got there. I'd be surprised to this day if he had said that he would tell you. It just went looped over and over again. Have you been to Antarctica? No, I have not been. Then go there. Okay, I go there. Now what?
Is it a goldfish memory, or what are we dealing with?
Yeah, I mean, I think I got the right guy. I'm like, I was looking through. I thought I pulled something in because I thought his profile pic, like in Golden Globey.
Man, you know what? I cannot wait for that Artemis mission, man.
It just got delayed. I don't know what happened.
See.
Told you so.
They failed. They failed to even fuel it.
What you mean they failed to fuel it? They had a leak, but that don't mean they failed to fuel it.
Failure that now they've canceled all.
Oh yeah, that's a failure. Oh my God! Did you guys know that I would say there would be something and they would cancel everything because they're going to have to redo something? It was either going to explode or something was going to fail. And I've been saying that. Hey, dude, it's 1978. Since then, you've been getting the same shit.
Yeah. So what if they launch a month from now? What are you guys gonna say then?
What if in 5 years the Martians come and land on Earth and poke me in the butt?
What if they launch it? What are you gonna say then? You're gonna say, "Oh, it's CGI," then, right?
No.
Yeah.
You watch a rocket go away.
You say what?
You watch a rocket go away until you can't see it anymore.
And that's it, right? We cannot know what happens after that.
Well, you won't. You'll just believe the story.
Yeah. Sure.
I could tell you I'm going to go down to the supermarket. I'm going to get in my car and I'm going to drive there. And when I come back, I've got a bag from the supermarket. Does that mean that I've been to the supermarket just because I told you and I got a bag that says so?
Hey Jedi, listen, man. I don't need to see.
Why do people not answer my questions? It's becoming frustrating.
Yeah, sure thing. Cool off, Jedi. Cool off.
Then answer my question.
I think he's.
Yeah, your question is. How do you say it? It's redundant.
No, it's not redundant. It's just you don't really know the extent of the truth beyond what you can observe and what you are told.
Yeah, but how would humans operate if they don't believe something they don't know?
Excuse me. Do people lie? Do lies exist?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, how do we distinguish between truth and lie?
Proof.
Proof, good. So we don't just give our fucking trust away. We require proof, don't we?
We give
the story of the claim isn't the proof of the story of the claim. That's just the story of the claim. We require proof of the story or the claim. Now, you agree upon this, so why from this point onwards are you going to get upset when we ask for proof of the claim?
I'm not going to get upset, but we give a lot of more trust than we ask for proof in our life.
Back to trust again. No, trust is
We're not going back. You said we as humans seek proof for everything we know or want to know, but that's not correct. We trust in things more than we search for proof.
I pointed that out, dude. You have a trust. We're asking to gain that trust by proof of the claim.
Sometimes you just gotta believe, Jedi.
Sometimes you just gotta believe. Right, I get it. Right, the majority, if not 99% of your belief that the Earth is a sphere is based on trust in your airy-fairy ideas. You just gotta believe the story, Jedi.
No,
fucking idiots.
Because as the meme you guys post here says, the guy, Globe has the best explanations. That's also a big reason why.
You know what? A cheating wife has the best explanations.
Nah, it don't work like that. It don't
work like that. Politicians that fail have
you got a cheating wife, Yoder?
No, I'm just telling you that people have best explanations. Doesn't mean it's true. Like con artists have the best explanations.
Yeah,
con artists that keep future faking. You know what future faking is? It's when the con artist keeps the victim focused on the hope of a future outcome that never materializes. Just like NASA with Artemis. They're future faking you, bro. They've been doing it since 1978, like Radwin told you.
What do you mean 1978?
Yeah, hold on, Gunslinger. Okay, this is what I want you to do. All right, if you will. Okay, I request that you just get off the internet. Go look at the schematics. Go dive deep into the SLS and find out why it's leaking, and then submit a fix it to NASA so they can fuel it. Like, because they don't know why it's leaking, but I think you're the one. You are the chosen one. You've got such faith and determination in the machine gods that it will reveal itself to you as the chosen one who can get this thing off the ground, or at least get it fueled up. At least off the ground, that's someone else's faith.
Mm-hmm. And you know what I want you? I'll do that, Crit. And now you know what I want you to do, Crit.
I will pray. I will make a construct.
Nah. I will do that.
Totem. That's what I'll do. Okay, I'll make an altar to Artemis, and I will pray to Artemis that she grants American exceptionalism again. And then, and you make it. I'll work on the spiritual part, the supernatural part. You work on the physical part, and together we can make as above, so below really happen.
Yeah, that sounds interesting, but I gotta.
And so are the days of our lives.
Yeah, but I got a proposition for you, Crit. Here it goes, man. Listen, I'll do that. What you ask of me, I'll do that. But in return, what you gotta do, you gotta get online, not offline. You gotta get online and get a hold of that president of FE core team, that did that test with the laser over Lake Balaton in Hungary or I don't know where. Since that boy deleted his website, his Facebook is inactive, and after he did that experiment with those dumbass lasers, in which he proved nothing, provided no results, he hasn't posted shit online, After he got funded by his Patreon to do the dumbass experiment, in which he faked the results. Just ask him what happened. Why no follow-up to the video? Why not show results of that goddamn laser test? You do that, and I'll do what you ask of me. How does that sound, boy?
There was a follow-up to Lake Balaton.
There was no follow-up, man.
Yeah, it's called Lake Isle. There were many follow-ups. Listen, you're about 10 years...
Lake Isle, my ass. Which year was Lake Isle?
Is this what, like 2017 or something this went down? And you're so freaking late to this conversation.
2017, you hear yourself. 2017. What happened after that?
He must be watching some old videos, huh?
What happened after 2017? Why didn't they post
2018 happened, and then 2019 happened, and then somewhere around the line,
be like that. Be like that, bro.
Is that how you're going to talk in here, dude?
Are you gonna do that, Crit?
No, how about if I meet you halfway, and I just make an altar to Artemis, and then I'll ask Artemis to work on that too.
Yeah.
We'll just add some more expectations for the gods.
You do realize that lasers always hit their targets in dozens and dozens of different laser tests that have been done. Right, and then every single long distance observation, we can see orders of magnitude further than you should be able to see, and there's 0 observations or laser tests that match up with the globe.
Yeah, why the FE core one specifically?
Because they lied in it. I know they lied. Yeah,
because somebody made a debunk video that's it's kind of shitty, right? He makes a bunch of assumptions. He's like, "Oh, he couldn't have been at this location because there would have been trees blocking the light. We couldn't have been in this location."
It wasn't like that.
Gunslinger just saw a video that said debunked, and he's like, "It's been debunked because this guy said it's been debunked."
It's not like
but
that.
Gunslinger, if you post the video, it's a pretty shitty video. It doesn't really debunk anything.
No, it's not about the video.
They did 5 different tests in the video.
Yo, Gunslinger, you want I use? Hey, pay attention, dude. I'm kind of on board with what you're talking about. I don't really use anything from FE Core. I mean, I get what they did, and it was groundbreaking. It was kind of the first one. My main talking point for FE Core was that before they were going to do this, they pretended, the globalists said, this is going to be this is going to be the end of flat Earth. After this FE Core conducts their laser experiments, flat Earthers will have to they'll just fade off to nothing. This will be so profoundly demonstrating the curvature of the Earth that there would be no room left for flat Earthers to wiggle. It will be so decisive and so profoundly demonstrating the curvature of the Earth that it's going to be over, absolutely over. This FE Core. Yo, hold on.
Why are you talking? Why are you talking like they set out to prove the Earth is a globe? They set out to prove the Earth is flat.
No, they set out to prove the original thing was to debunk flat Earth.
No, it wasn't.
Yes,
what
it
are you
was.
talking about? No, it wasn't.
Yeah, Dr. John, he was going to...
Nah, you're mixing stuff up. Dr. John wasn't in FE Core, I think.
So then he said, the globalists said, what are you going to do next? Then they waited. They did the experiment, the measurement or whatever, and nothing was said for months. Months went by. People are like, well, what was the results? What's going on here? Okay, this was supposed to be decisive. And for that 3 months, the globalists kept fanning the flames. Your days are numbered, flat earthers. You might as well quit now and save face. Finally, FE Core drops the documentation and says, this demonstrated a flat Earth. And all of a sudden, all the globalists instantly switch tunes. The guy is a quack. No one listened to him. He's a liar. He's not even a real doctor. I was like, people were taking screenshots of the same user, back to back, before the results, after results. Before the results, this guy is highly educated with multiple interdisciplinary fields of study to make him the first doctor of optics, of lasers, of the way light works through a medium. After the results, he's a loser. He's a grifter. He's not even a doctor. He's a liar, a scam artist. I'm like, holy shit, dudes. Like, what the actual, are you... So, when you thought he was going to give you a globe answer, you propped this guy up as some sort of, scientific communicator of our time. After he got his results, he's like some idiot flat earther no one should listen to. How do you do that? How do you just shift based on what
Explain why you can only see the Polaris northern star in the northern hemisphere and the Southern Cross and the southern
off
hemisphere.
topic, dude. Were you listening to
That's too far away.
Holy crap. That was the dumbest interjection I've ever heard from anybody.
Explain why ships disappear bottom first over the horizon.
Which question do you want to start with?
Get your mom to explain why you were dropped on the head.
Listen. Explain different times when flyer.
Dude, which one?
It's done in the UK.
Which one do you want to start with?
Dude, which one?
Do you want to start with?
I thought that was feedback taking the piss for a second.
All of them, no. Which one? What we'll do is we go through each one at a time to its... My friend.
Over the horizon.
Dude,
hello?
One at a time. Boats. He wants boats, Jedi.
Okay, so you want to understand why boats appear to disappear from the bottom up over the...
I don't give a fuck, nigga.
Okay, I was going to try.
Real quick, how can the Earth be flat if my dick curved?
Can we probably try and get some moderated control? Right, we'll deal with one person, one question at a time, and conclusion, and then we'll either go to. If we get everybody talking at once, it's not going to help, is it? If you've got reasonable questions, you deserve reasonable answers, but be reasonable, right? So who wants to go first?
The other one's muted. You're taking this first guy. Not an alt. Wants to know why boats go over the horizon.
Yeah.
Okay. So, first of all, you have to understand what the horizon is. The horizon is an optical location, right? You only observe it within the human eye or optics themselves. It is based on angular.
It's because of curvature, not perspective.
Okay, you can either listen to the answer, and then when I've given you the answer, you can deal with the answer. But don't interrupt me when I'm speaking, because I can provide you with. All right, let me ask you this: do you agree that things appear to reduce in angular size?
Say again.
Do you agree that things appear to reduce in angular size with distance? For example, the car that you're standing next to, as it drives down the road away from you, appears to get smaller.
Sure.
Cool. So that's what I'm trying to describe. How optics work. How with distance, angles become smaller until eventually that angle is so small the human eye can't resolve it. Now that would still apply to a surface that you are standing on, looking horizontally across. Say, for example, you're standing on a chessboard. The squares underneath you and around you look bigger than the ones that are further away. Do you agree to this?
That doesn't prove anything because the entire object would shrink.
I'm just trying to prove
shrink evenly.
What the horizon is.
It wouldn't disappear from the bottom up.
I'm trying, my friend.
What you're saying,
I'm trying.
What you're saying
remember the question?
That it would shrink evenly in size.
Fuck me. Right. At the moment, I'm trying to explain. Now, the horizon is your loss of angular resolution across a surface. With distance, the surface gets smaller. That's why I was using chess an analogy, as those squares far away getting smaller, that eventually you can't resolve the surface anymore. That's what the horizon is, right? It's the limitation of your ability to see across a surface. Do you disagree with this?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, now let's talk. Now, okay, now that's fine. Let's talk about the boat that's beyond the horizon, that has already shrunk in angular size to you because it's very, very far away.
No, I just told you about that. If it shrunk in angular size, it would shrink evenly. It wouldn't disappear. I
know. I'm just about to explain that. If you could keep your mouth closed for more than 30 seconds, I'll get to that also. That's what I was just explaining.
Yeah, but if you zoom in with a telescope, it wouldn't appear. It wouldn't appear.
I can't deal with it. Somebody else deal with him.
What you're saying makes no sense because if you zoom in with a telescope, it still wouldn't appear.
Oh, okay. So we can zoom in with telescopes, demonstrating that you can open those angles and be able to resolve that bolt that you couldn't resolve. Yet that's my point. The limitation to your view. Oh my God, he's going to talk again. Now, when he realizes he's brought up something that I'm trying to say, he's going to talk to try and avoid his embarrassment. I'm trying to answer your question, sir, but you keep talking through me. It's very unreasonable.
You're spewing a load of nonsense.
No, I'm talking about how optics work. You think that when making observations, we shouldn't be talking about optics. You brought up another optic. That was the telescope that helped you see the boat that you couldn't resolve. Emphasizing my fucking point.
No, it doesn't. You fucking idiot.
Okay, so let's talk about the boat that's beyond the horizon. As the boat sails away beyond the horizon, the bottom of that boat that's on the surface that becomes unresolvable to you. So it looks like the bottom of the boat is disappearing. Now, we can demonstrate this on known horizontal flat surfaces. We can also talk about the air that's between us and the boat that we're trying to resolve, because we understand that things like atmospheric refraction can exist, miraging, inferior, superior, stooping, looming, all these types of things. That's caused by the air that we're looking through in the deviation of the path of light, which can make objects that are far away appear to look in certain ways. One of those certain ways is it looks like the boat is sinking. Now, when we observe a boat that is sinking, according to the classification of atmospheric refraction, there is a direct line of sight between you and the object. But because of the atmospheric conditions, it makes it look like to you that the boat is sinking. That's caused by the atmosphere that you're looking through, not Earth curvature.
Yeah, you're just wrong. But let's go on to the second thing.
Do you require citation?
Can you
That's awesome.
You're just wrong. Can you explain why the Polaris star is seen in the northern hemisphere?
Hold on, my friend. You said I was wrong. Do you require citation?
In the southern hemisphere?
Excuse me. Do you require citation? You
no,
wrong
not from you.
With regards to sinking, do you require citation?
No, I don't.
Okay, then. So you're just going to say you're wrong, but not when I try to address it. You just that's not very reasonable of you.
Well, you just make things up. So what am I going to say?
Do you know what a citation is?
I don't care, man. I want to move on to the next thing.
You don't care what a citation is.
I want to move on to the
citation will be a quotation or a paragraph taken from reference material.
He thinks the experts are making it up, Jedi.
Yeah, I know.
All right, let's move on to the next thing. So,
no, what's the point? You're not going to reach a logical conclusion with anything. So why should we move to some?
Exactly, we're not, because clearly you don't.
No, because you said you're wrong, and I don't care. That's you putting a block in the road. That's your fault. That is. We could move on. I could provide you with citation to educate you on what I said and demonstrate to you that I'm not incorrect, because it's your side that says this. So I can do that for you if you wish, but you don't seem to want the information that's going to, challenge your assertion that I'm wrong? What a wanker.
A wanker. Hey, what's up, T-Dub? You still mad at me, boy?
No, I engage retards like you to up my ratio, dumb slanger.
I asked T-Dub, Yoder, calm down, man. Why you mad?
Nah, I'm not calmed down. I'm going to get excited. You want me to get excited?
You love to do that, don't you?
Yeah, listen, I got a freaking semi-truck full of Yoder's buttercream just for you, baby.
Why you keep butt cream?
Yeah, white butt cream? Yeah, why don't you keep asking that as you grab your ankle?
Hold on, my Discord bugged. I'll be back. I can't wait for that Artemis launch, man. I cannot wait.
No, you're gonna have to.
Yeah, you got to keep waiting, bro. Look, it's kind of funny. You call all of these laser tests that anyone can go and repeat faked, right? But you just blindly trust any footage that you can never verify from NASA, and you don't see the hypocrisy in that. That's the crazy thing. So maybe you're delusional. You're either dishonest or delusional. One of the two.
How many people would you say are in on it with not just NASA but all the government space agency?
In on what?
Like, would you say
in on what? In on what?
In on the conspiracy, the space conspiracy.
What's the conspiracy?
The conspiracy is that every person that has some knowledge that sends something into outer space, yeah, you're saying he's lying his ass, and that it didn't happen, right?
Nobody has knowledge of that shit.
It's all unverifiable shit, bro. What showing is verifiable.
But they receive signals back, right? And they follow the trajectory.
Yeah, plane flew over.
Sorry, who?
Of the object, right?
Who receives signals?
Give us a name.
A name of what, T-Dub?
Who receives signals?
The space agency, yeah, that send
The
these things
space
out.
agency. What do you mean? The 200 or so people in the control room?
Yeah. And each
it's the one person in the control room who gives it to the 200 people, and they all clap.
Okay. So
I'll give you an example. Let me give you an example. My friend, I want to give you an example.
I'm listening,
So
Jedi.
we know about the moon missions, right? When they went to the moon, 1969 and so on. Right? And they were receiving signals, right? Now, they were receiving signals for 3 years before they went to the moon. Because they were training in the control room what would happen when they received signals. So they were receiving signals in the control room. The training was so good that they didn't know the difference or couldn't know the difference because there was no difference between the training and the actual exercise of going to the moon itself. Right? It's how we do training and performance, right? We train as if we're already in the situation. So they were doing this for 3 years. They were already receiving signals. So how would they know the difference between the signals that they received 2 years ago, 3 years ago, to the ones that are receiving when they went to the moon? They're exactly the fucking same.
The people that go to the moon, they would need to lie as well. All of the 11 people that 12 people that was on the moon.
Okay, we'll start there. If you want a number of people that have lied, let's talk about the people that have gone beyond low Earth orbit to the moon. How many is that?
12.
Okay, cool. So 12 people. We'll start there. You want a number? 12.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now let's add all of the people that are
not the people in the control room.
And the people that the people in the control room.
Not the people in the control room. They've already been trained for this situation. They've already been receiving. So the training is exactly like the for. So as far as they're concerned, they're just getting fucking signals. That's all they want, right? Is signals.
Okay,
little bleeps and dings on their fucking computers. Yeah.
And now, how many people we need to, get these astronauts moving somewhere where they would be in like an underground hangar or whatnot, and how many people need to be with them so they're in on it?
I'll tell you what. Let's just pluck a number out of thin air. 200.
200 just for one mission, yeah.
15 people is the estimate.
200 for one mission.
15. No, 15. Because when I tell you that I got the signal and you guys all clap, those 200 people think we got the signal from outer space.
That's a good point.
Yeah, but you got these astronauts being somewhere.
Listen to the point.
15 people. It's 12 to 15 people. I'm telling you.
I'm telling you, Professor Triangle got it locked in.
We're trying to get the number.
You know how it goes, man.
Dude, we're trying to get the number. And in the analogy of there's 200 people within the control room, there's only one computer that's showing the result. So we're waiting for two people to start. Hold on. We're starting to wait for two people to jump up and down to say they've got the thing on their computer. Then what? The 198 people left, they're just going to believe what they were told. So 12 people plus 2, that's 14. So far?
I'm listening.
Okay, then we've got to that. So 14 people.
And no, we didn't get to that. How many people? Okay.
Hebrew Hammer, do you live in a world, dude, do you live in a world devoid of people lying?
Man, shut your mouth.
No, look at his name. Of course he's look at his name. Of course he lies.
You seem surprised that lies can be told.
I seen this Fences guy just post that Antarctica 24-hour sun shit was fake in the chat, and you telling me
have you ever heard the expression the blind leading the blind?
Yeah, sure thing. This guy posted a thing which he thinks is fake, which he had a 24-hour unedited live stream in 360 degrees in 4K. You're telling me this guy is normal and you guys are the rational ones. This guy
wasn't a live stream, it was a time lapse, you dummy.
It was a live stream on the
No, there was no live stream from there. There was no live stream from there.
There was live stream.
There was no live stream from there.
You wanna bet? Yes, how much? Now we're going to do this again. Last time I bet and won, the guy never came back, and I got in trouble for betting and winning. So, you sure you want to do
how
this?
much you want to bet there was a live stream?
8,000 is what I won the last one.
$8,000.
That's what I won on the last bet. Yeah.
I got $8,000 right now, saying there was
I
a
want
live
to take
stream.
your mom's money.
My mom's money. I got more money than you and your father put together right now. You want to check?
Dude, did they give a reason why they didn't do a live stream? It has something to do with changing out the batteries or some bullshit. The guy said why they didn't do it.
Man, what you talking about? I'm gonna find
That
this
is
shit for you
stitched.
guys right now.
Okay, the GIF you saw is stitched together.
No GIF. I didn't see no GIF. What are you talking about? You guys are saying like the only one you guys know, the only one we know is like some stupid ass Twitter GIF or some shit. There is a 24-hour live stream in Antarctica. The experiment. If you think that guy spent tens of thousands of dollars and he didn't do a live stream? Hell wrong with you,
He did not do a live stream. That's correct.
Man, yeah.
They didn't do a live stream, bro. Okay, post the live stream, bro.
Yeah, I'll post the live stream.
Post it.
Right
Post it now.
I'll post the live stream right now.
Okay,
Give me a second.
all right.
Shut your mouth while I search. You guys
Good luck.
Fucking Professor Triangle. Fucking non-believing motherfucker.
Yeah,
Where
I'm
is
definitely a non-believer.
Yeah.
Don't anybody hold your breath because we're not calling an ambulance. We won't know what happened.
Can somebody at least put on some anticipation music or something?
Man, YouTube is trash lately. Hold on. Yeah, so he did the...
Guys, YouTube's fault, everybody.
No, it wasn't YouTube's fault. Here is the video example. Yeah, 24 hours in 2 parts.
No, this wasn't a live stream.
It was a live
You know what a
stream.
live stream is, Gunslinger?
It was a live stream.
No, you don't live stream like that.
What you mean you don't live stream? You don't record a video and upload it?
They put that up after they came back.
No, they didn't.
If it's a live stream, okay, there's you don't go to videos, you go to the YouTube channel and you go to live, okay, and then that's where all of the live streams are going to be logged, right? It's not going to be in the post uploaded video section. Okay, so it has to be under the live section.
Yeah, because I better not say. You guys will look for me. Oh, it's only 10 hours? Oh, guess it's not a 24-hour live stream. Look,
it is.
That sucks. So how did they live stream 24 hours and only 10 hours? Is there something special about Antarctica that we don't know about?
You don't know a lot about Antarctica. First of all, you don't believe they get the internet from satellites. You think they get their internet from underwater sea cables, and
Yeah,
They objectively do.
Yeah, I
do get it
forgot
from there.
about it.
They objectively, that's how we communicate with different continents.
Yeah,
actually.
If you want it to be safe, if you want it to be a good connection and secure, you use cable.
you
thinking that we get our connections from satellites is
just like I bet.
so 20 years behind, brother.
Calm down, man. Just like I bet with T-Dub some money, yeah, before that there's no sea underwater cables to Antarctica. They don't exist. Just like he didn't pay me my money. That's why you ain't gonna pay me my money right now, Professor Triangle.
There's underwater cables to every
that wasn't
continent in
me,
the
you
world,
lying
so.
bastard. That wasn't me.
What you mean that wasn't you? Who was it, Yoder?
That wasn't me, you dickhead.
And just because
Get your
satellites are
people
on
fucking
balloons
correct, bro.
doesn't mean you have proof of space. Just because satellites are on balloons and we have underwater cables doesn't mean you have proof of space at all.
Yeah, but somebody said the Antarctica gets their internet from underwater sea
Dude, who
cables.
cares? You literally, who cares?
they
You
do.
literally
From
just said
South
we get our
America.
connections from satellites in magical space.
Connections
We just said that.
from the edge of South America down there is where the cables run from. Yep.
Yeah, and who cares about that? You literally just said that we get our connections. We talk to people on the phone from satellites in space. You just said that.
Of course we do.
Yeah, you don't know the truth about anything that has to do with cell phones in 2026. How's that possible?
You're saying we're using some balloons or some shit like that, yeah?
No. 98% of them come from underwater cables, and that's according to the U.S. government. What are you talking about, man?
The cell phone signals comes from the underwater cables, yeah?
No.
That's what the U.S. government tells us, yeah.
There you go. There you go. If you don't know shit what you're talking about, how can cell phone signal come from underwater sea cables?
Excuse me?
Oh, wow. He's mentally retarded, guys.
That's
I've got to explain this to him. All right, the signal that goes from my phone, my router is connected by a landline physical connection to a station.
What you mean router? Why are you talking about a cell signal and
Look, we're
mentioning
talking
router?
about communications, dude. I've got my cell phone, my mobile phone.
Cell signal, yeah?
Hello? Right, okay, fair enough. Do you know what a tower is? Ground receiving tower. You know that we have lots of these around cities and on the landscape. You know what a ping is?
Yeah.
Right?
What about a ping?
Good. So the majority of communication, say for example, my mobile phone will go to a tower. Now that tower will send another signal to another tower. That other tower will have a physical fiber optic connection. That'll be taken to a ground station. My communications to people in America will be taken underneath the Atlantic Ocean in an undersea cable, come up in America, and then be distributed using towers and fiber optic cable. At no point have I used a satellite to communicate with people in America.
So it's 100% accurate, and if you didn't know that, you're literally objectively 2 decades behind on information. You're 2 decades behind at a minimum on information if you didn't know what he just said. And you shouldn't even be allowed to speak if you say things like, we get all of our communications from satellites that are in magical space.
When did I say that?
Yeah, it's not about they're still allowed to speak, that because the same people who developed the technology wanted the Village Idiot to be shown to the rest of the world for entertainment purposes and whatnot. So when they get these, get these really weird.
When did I say that the most of calls goes through satellites? When did I say that? Huh?
It doesn't matter, dude. You just have to understand
I only got in here
at
20
this
minutes
point.
ago.
Yeah, you just have to understand at this point, the majority, 98% of communications are done by undersea cables. Towers, receiver, undersea cable. You understand this, right?
Wired connection.
Do you want a map?
Yeah,
do you want a map? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want a map that shows you undersea cable? For how they circle the continent of Africa.
Water cables coming to Antarctica. Yeah.
I'm not interested in Antarctica, dude.
Yeah, damn right you are.
Okay, why is Antarctica relevant?
Because some guy, I don't know if it was Yoder or somebody else, said Antarctica gets their internet by underwater sea cables. Yeah. There's no underwater sea cables going to Antarctica.
Okay.
You know.
So if there is or if there isn't, we don't require satellites.
How do they get internet?
We can use the towers that we were using before. because across land masses and even across the
Here, Jedi,
not
I'll
wrong.
post this for you. Jedi, I'll post this for you. That way you can say, well, here you go. Here's your example of how can they do it? How can they get internet in Antarctica? And here you go, Jedi. You asked for it, and here you go. This is how you can do it.
Oh my God, man!
I have another way.
Man.
I have another way. They have a land cable from New Zealand to McMurdo.
Man, my land cable. Land cable. You real
that's
boy.
a cable that goes through the ocean, like they just said. How our connections work with our wired connections. One of them goes from Australia and New Zealand to McMurdo. Would you like to see the map?
Oh, would you like to see what? Would you like to see what is the official reason, or what is the official fact how Antarctica gets their internet? Would you like to see
something in the sky?
By cable, dude.
It's probably what the U.S. government tells us.
Fact. You guys are talking bullshitting here.
Excuse me.
It's satellite.
Okay. All right. Do we agree that we can put things into the sky and we don't have to go to a vacuum of space, right?
You wanna go talk about satellites again with your balloons and the high altitude platforms and shit?
Bro, they openly admit from Antarctica they launch balloons, brother. I can show you multiple videos.
Who told you I believe in that balloon bullshit?
Dude, I'll tell you what. Don't believe us.
Sataloons, not satellites.
Don't believe us. Go to nasa.gov.
You guys are in love with them balloons.
Wait. Are you denying the Columbia Scientific Balloon Facility? Is that what you're doing?
You denying? I'm not denying it. I'm saying most of satellites ain't on goddamn balloons.
Wait, so why would they have an entire facility that's dedicated to launching balloons?
Oh my God, they have one facility for balloons? No way.
Hello? We don't even have to go for most. Dude, can you shut up? We're just going to agree that there's technology that we can put up into the sky before we get to satellites. You said
I agree with it. There is most satellites ain't no goddamn balloons.
It's like I want to get to a fucking conclusion, but you keep talking through me. You don't have to believe us. You could go to nasa.gov.
You can go
my
to
friend also pointed out the station in Antarctica where they released the balloons from. Now, it might be incumbent upon you to look into the technology of high-altitude balloons and why they're so prevalent in Antarctica and also in the north, in the Arctic regions. Winds are really predictable around these places, dude. But you're talking about communications. We don't have to go to some fantasy satellite above some kind of sphere to communicate with one another. We can just put something up in the fucking sky.
Yeah, it's like a repeater.
Yeah. And it's like, we've had this conversation before because you use the exact right terms. A high altitude platform. Because that's how they're described. High altitude platforms. The majority of them from NASA appear to be placed upon balloons when we're talking about repeating signals, communications, which seems to be what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You seem to think that the only way that we communicate
must be a specific way that they're in.
Yeah.
That wouldn't exist over a ball.
You guys are speculating, yeah?
No, I've already told you to Google nasa.gov. They will tell you all that I've just told you.
Or, like I said, you just type in, or you just type in Columbia Scientific Balloon Facility and you can literally watch them launch satellites. It says NASA on the logo. Why are you talking over me? Why are you talking over me while I'm speaking every time? It's crazy.
You're yapping again about the thing we already. I agreed with you. They have a facility for the balloons, man.
So now they have a launch facility, and you agree. So that's good.
Okay,
now
so
we got
satellites for balloons.
I said that 5 minutes ago. What is wrong with you guys?
No, you agree now. That's good. So we don't need orbiting satellites anymore. Now that you agree with that.
There we go. This is your problem. We got one facility for balloons, so we don't. We don't need thousands of satellites. We got
thousands of launch sites. Thousands of launch sites. Thousands of launch sites around the world. They do this from, not just Antarctica.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and how many satellites are in the orbit around?
I think you're confused, bro.
1,800 a day.
I think you're confused.
Yeah, probably.
How many satellites are in the orbit? You talk about
1,800 launches a day.
15,000 active satellites, boy. You talking about few balloons?
I didn't say 1,800 every day.
They're not in an orbit, and they're certainly not going Mach 21. That's for
yeah, sure thing. Hey, Wolfie, that's easy to check. You
Yeah,
take your
yeah, I
goddamn
followed them before.
You
I
can
followed
check
them
it,
before
Wolfie.
with
Why
the
don't you
camera.
guys check it?
You're right. It
You
is
guys,
easy to check it because you can follow it with a
We're not.
camera.
We,
You wouldn't be able to follow something going 21,
no,
Mach 21 with a
Wolfie.
camera. Like
Let me explain, Wolfie.
What's new?
Be so kind to let me
well, hang
explain.
on.
So you
Hang on a
take your
sec.
you
No,
take
let
your
me
goddamn
explain, bro.
telescope.
Hebrew,
You
shut up for a
spot
sec, bro.
ISS.
Shut up for a minute, bro. Listen, you're confused. We're not saying that there's no satellites in space because there's a balloon satellite launch facility. We're saying there's no balloon, there's no satellites in space orbiting a ball Earth, a globe Earth, because the Earth is not a globe, right? And it's not in space. That's why we're saying that.
Exactly. You wouldn't have the geometric pattern that they all stay in above a sphere. It wouldn't possibly work. So I'd try.
Here's a shithead and fucked off because I've muted him. He's a little pansy. All he's got is, you don't believe them like I do. Don't believe like me.
Imagine not knowing what I'm referring to when I say. Imagine actually not knowing what I'm referring to when I say something like, "At least I didn't fall for safe and effective like you did." Imagine not knowing what I'm referring to in 2026, with what 30 million Americans dead since 2021, something like that. Now, what are we at? 35 million down. Yeah, we're just being genocided from our health sector, but don't worry about what I'm talking about.
Whoa!
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Losers, man.
So satellites are going around the ball, but we can't find the ball. Go ahead, guys.
Do flat earthers recognize if anything can orbit something? Like, what about Jupiter's moons? Because we can like
No, that's
see
not
those
an
roving
orbit.
around.
No, you don't see orbits.
I would strongly encourage you to look at Jupiter with a P1000 like I have, because after you do that, you'll probably stop believing in everything that we were taught.
Just like honest curiosity. I'm just kind of curious about like let's see, what did you see then? Because I don't, just curious.
Lights.
Not a round spinning ball. It was completely the opposite of that. It's creation, intelligence, geometric patterns, 1,000 different colors, waves, movement, underwater patterns. I don't know. It's difficult to explain because it's so amazing.
But wait a minute, Jupiter's a big ball of gas sitting in a vacuum, right? They taught me that in 3rd grade.
What's up, everybody? Good morning.
Hello, what brings you by?
I just come to say hi, see what's going on in here.
I was at base schools. What's up, man?
You want to know what the container is? It's gravity. And the atmosphere is a gradient.
Gravity's a container
And if the
now.
Earth was flat, all of the water would pool into the middle.
Wow.
The Earth was flat. All of the what?
He thinks water pools.
That would require movement of the surface. Yeah, like that would mean the surface is moving. If the surface was moving, then I'd probably be with you. But that's not happening. So
surface is moving.
Right.
Well.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Hold on.
Where do you live at? The surface is moving.
Right here on planet Earth, baby.
I've stacked like 6 different crazy sized rocks on each other. I did that last summer. How did I do that if the Earth is moving?
The Earth is spinning at 381,000 miles per hour.
Wow.
But that's not even right.
Did someone scream?
Right.
Did it go faster?
Where'd you get that number from? That guy that was just talking.
Where'd you get that number from?
Can we jump up and down and make it go faster or slower?
You just need to scream.
This is
only if you're running in a certain direction, then it'll go faster.
This is known, guys. 381,000 miles per hour around the sun.
We're going to need some people swimming the same direction at the same time.
66,600 miles per hour around the sun. Good try, though.
666.
That rotation is what creates the gravity. And that gravity is what creates the water being
Actually,
ocean.
that's not even what science says, but I could try again.
Are you making this shit up?
I think so.
I don't know. He just said gravity creates water. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he's making shit up.
He said our sidereal rotation around the sun creates gravity.
Hey, Rico.
That's the container you're looking for. That's the container you're looking for.
Earth to Rico. You said the water would all be pooling in the middle of the Earth. Where is that middle Earth?
Well, I'm saying if the Earth is flat because of gravity, the water.
No, I'm just asking you, where is the middle of the Earth that you're expecting all this water to pool?
I mean, on a flat planet, I don't know. Where's
well, yeah, there's a lot of water pooling out on Earth. So where are you saying that it should be pooling? Because it quite possibly it could be
underwater. That if the Earth is flat, it would all be one giant bowl of water, and they'd be pooling. In the middle
all the water is connected. All the oceans are connected.
If the Earth was flat, it would be a bowl of water or a ball of water.
It'd be a ball of water.
A ball of water if the Earth was flat.
In order for that to happen.
Earth would turn into a ball of water if the Earth was flat.
No, the Earth would be dry, bone dry, but there'd be a ball of water just floating above the middle.
Wow.
This guy is mad.
I mean, that's wonderful that you have like an imagination of like just not true things that would happen if, said thing happened. But
this is known. This is known.
You're so sure of this insanity.
This is what happened to you guys 5 years ago.
Yourself, bro. Do the calculations yourself. Look it up.
Okay.
By the way, everybody knows this stuff for a reason. And
bro,
you guys,
didn't even know. You didn't even know how fast we were moving around the sun. You were completely wrong. You're off by fucking 30,000.
Everybody knows what stuff, dude.
That's crazy.
About the essence of gravity and how it creates the oceans.
How does gravity create the oceans? You're going to get burned in a second. You're going to like this.
This is not good. Like, you're going down a bad place right now.
Hold on.
But make water fall down.
And how does gravity create oceans?
By making water fall.
All right, I'm going to go to the beach and I'm going to grab a glass of ocean water and I'm going to throw it in my vacuum chamber. This is probably not good for my vacuum chamber, but I'm going to do it anyway just for you. I'm going to turn the vacuum chamber on, and the gravity that's holding the water down in the cup is going to now, that water is going to turn into gas in about 30 minutes.
Chambers are anti-gravity chambers. Vacuum chambers are anti-gravity chambers.
And the water, the H2O, is going to leave the vacuum chamber and leave salt behind, actually. What do you think of that?
Why don't you just disprove the core to him?
I don't know what type of alien technology you possess, but vacuum chambers are anti-gravity chambers.
Just disprove the core to him. Like he was just talking about gravity. Disprove, like
I don't need to. I just debunked outer space for him. I removed the air pressure around water, and it turns to gas, like would happen if you had a ball in outer space vacuum.
Container retard.
No, gravity's not a container. So how does gravity a container, and then how does gravity also pull airplanes sideways? How does that work?
Bro, he would have to understand the laws of thermodynamics for him to understand what you just did.
Because of gradients. Because of atmospheric gradient.
Gradients make planes fly sideways?
No, fuck this. Please explain to me the laws of thermodynamics, specifically the second one, and explain to me how gravity is relevant. In actual fact, show me gravity within the second law of thermodynamics. Come on, Sunshine. You said we'd have to know it. I do. Show me where gravity exists within it.
Are you me?
Yeah, the guy who said you'd have to understand the thermodynamics. The one who's claiming that gravity is a container.
Right.
I'd like you to show me where within the second law of thermodynamics gravity exists.
Rico says gravity's a container.
I didn't say anything about thermodynamics. I said gravity is a container.
Yep, that's
How is gravity
thermodynamics
a
right there.
container? How? How is gravity a container?
Gravity a container? Because it contains the atmosphere that we live in.
Okay, can you demonstrate gravity stopping entropy expansion, please?
Through downward force.
Can you show me within an experiment gravity stopping entropy of gases?
Entropy of gas? No, I cannot.
But see, this is the claim. Right, second law of thermodynamics will dictate entropy will take place. We understand that very simply. That's spreading out. Right, specifically the gas that's got energy and the power of indefinite expansion because of its physical collisions. It will expand into available volume. If there's available volume and there's no physical boundary stopping that physical expansion, consequently of that physical boundary, the gas is going to collide with it, causing pressure. Now, you're saying that we don't have a physical boundary. This is taking place with gravity. I'm asking you to scientifically demonstrate that.
Sure, I can right now. Give me a second.
Okay, cool.
Give you a second to finish the video you're watching, or?
No. I'm brushing up real quick because it's been a while since I made this argument.
You're brushing up. You need to show me an experiment.
You gotta wait for his ChatGPT to load. Give him a moment.
Just describe the experimental setup. Fuck it, just give the hypothesis. We'll start there.
All right, so bell jar vacuum pump. What it demonstrates, a vacuum does not pull gas outward. Gas only leaves when a force pushes it.
Okay, so no. All right, so we can demonstrate this with two separate containers attached with a pathway, for example. Let's door. Now, in one chamber, we will have gas. In the other chamber, we will have a vacuum. When we open
the gas isn't
door,
trying to escape into a vacuum.
My God,
a vacuum
I'm trying to explain this. Thanks. So when we open the door, there's no energy increase. Right, the gas just expands because of the energy that's contained within the gas. Right, temperature makes the gas moves, and it's always colliding with each other because there's an available space for it all of a sudden to move into. Because I've opened the door, the gas expands into the vacuum. The vacuum doesn't pull the gas towards it. The vacuum's an absence of gas in this instance. The gas has the power to expand into the available volume. I'm asking you to stop this expansion with gravity.
The downward pressure of gravity is what's keeping the gases from escaping into the vacuum.
No, that's just a claim. I want the scientific experiment. Downward.
This is what it is. This is what it is, bro.
Let's go with downwards. Do gases only travel down?
No, some move up, some move sideways, some move down.
Some. No, gases move omnidirectionally, right? They have infinite degrees of freedom. Conversely, when we drop a rock, that's only going to go in one direction. If it's buoyant at all, it will possibly work in another direction. We'll call this vertical, up and down. Gases don't move along this because they have infinite degrees of freedom. That power was given to it by the last physical collision that it had. That would dictate the path that it's going to go. So,
bro, what? It's so simple, bro. It's so simple. What are you talking about right now, bro? You're making it super complicated.
At the moment, we're talking about you dropping things and saying that that's gravity. That's not applicable to gas behavior.
Beats thermal motion. Gravity beats thermal motion, bro.
Dude.
So a lot of the gas doesn't even reach escape velocity. Number one. Number two.
Dude, you're talking out of your arse. It's weird you brought up that Bell Dome example, if that's what you're trying to explain to us is happening on Earth. So where is the Bell Dome in Earth for all this pressure to build up? It's just weird you use that existence, bro, in your brief brush up.
What are you talking about? Look, that's why the atmosphere gets thinner and thinner.
What you're talking about.
That's why the atmosphere gets thinner and thinner the higher you go, bro, because once you get to the high...
Where's the Bell
Dome? Bro, what?
So prove it. Prove your claim, Rico.
What are you talking about, bro? Gravity is a container, bro.
Support your claim. Yes, support your claim. Support your claim.
You're just repeating the claim. Justify it.
Yeah.
Floor's yours, Rico.
I already justified it 3 times, bro.
No, you didn't. You just repeated the claim.
You just said it like dogma.
Gases can't reach escape velocity because of gravity. That's why the atmosphere
That's your claim. That's your claim. That's the claim. Not supported by evidence.
This is known, bro. This is known. What are you talking about?
No, how? Show the evidence that supports that claim. Now that it's known, based upon what experimental evidence, Rico?
Dude, we just want to know how you know that.
How do I know that personally?
Trust.
Because I trust science, bro.
There you go. Trust science. Do you know what science is? Do you know what science is?
Yeah.
Do you know? I'll be more specific, being as you seem to be struggling. Do you know what the scientific method is?
Yeah. Hypothesis.
Yeah, good. Because that's what I was asking you for earlier. In regards to
I'm not a scientist.
You're not a scientist, but you trust the scientists.
I trust the scientists.
I would presume, sir, that you would trust the scientists because they've conducted some type of experiment, right?
Yeah, not but just because they've said so and because they've got a white coat on, you fucking idiot. You've just nullified any appeal you made to them.
Because I can look up and see it happening. That's the thing.
You can look up and see it happening.
Literally look up and see it happening.
Okay. You understand that science would give you a causal mechanism, right? Right.
Yeah.
Right, good. We're looking for the experiment that shows that, not you just believing the story that you're told. We want the experiment that shows the fact.
I already told you the experiments that have been done, bro. What are you talking about?
I've already told
the bell jar and vacuum pump. That's a lab scale experiment that you can do. The thermal speed versus escape velocity, and then the atmospheric scale height measurement. That's a direct gravity test. What it demonstrates is atmospheric density decreases exactly as predicted by gravity. So you can do all these experiments.
Okay, so there's a thermal increase because of gravity as well, then. Because gravity is acting upon the gas, which would mean compression, which would mean thermo increase.
Gravity is compressing the gas down towards the Earth.
Yeah, so there'd be a thermo increase. The energy's coming from somewhere.
You've now added energy into a thermodynamic system. Oh, fuck me,
gravity,
dude.
baby.
Yeah, every time you throw gravity in there's going to be a consequence to the thermodynamic system. In this instance, it's going to be a thermodynamic increase, temperature rise. You're lost, aren't you? You're not a scientist. You said that earlier. I must remember to appeal to that. So this is all going over your head, isn't it?
You're not a scientist either.
But I know what the fuck I'm talking about, dude. I don't have to be a car mechanic to explain how the fucking car works.
You think the Earth is flat?
Do you know why I say that? Why do I say the Earth is flat, dude? Why is that?
You tell me.
Why do I say it's flat, dude? Come on.
You tell me. What?
So you don't know?
I don't even know you. What do you mean I don't know? I don't know you.
Say the Earth is flat.
Tell me. I don't know you, bro.
Okay, because it's empirically measured to be that way. The surface of water is horizontal over any and all distances that we can measure.
No, it's not.
Oh yeah, you're just mumbling in the corner now. No, it's not.
Bro, we have satellites, we have pictures, we have videos.
You didn't even fucking know that this is why we said the Earth
went up into
flat.
outer space.
And as soon as I say it's measured that way, you start crying, saying, "No, it's not."
We have people that have gone up into outer space.
We have people that have gone up into outer space
that have taken pictures of the Earth,
which would mean that the surface of the Earth would measure to have curvature.
That's right, and it does. And this
can you show me those measurements?
This month we're sending people off to the moon.
Hello,
so we're going to get even more
can you show me the measurements of the Earth curvature that validates your stories that you keep telling?
All right.
And can you also stop mumbling, please?
Jedi, that's a new one, huh? Escape philosophy.
I like it. I think that needs to be used somewhere. I'm not quite sure where, but use it for something.
Rockets are the escape philosophy of the globe. It's hilarious.
That's a decent band name. This Rico, apparently you're the target audience of their little storytelling. You need to pull yourself up by the britches and go up, dude.
What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You sound so hopeful. It's sad, dude.
Hopeful about what? What are you talking
about? Just listening to you. We're going to the moon. I mean, dude.
That's literally happening.
Shake yourself. Literally, huh?
That's happening this month.
Okay.
So natural law is violated because a stranger on TV showed me a picture and told me a story.
We're sending 4 astronauts to the moon, bro. That shit's crazy. They're gonna go to the moon.
Yeah.
While you're down here talking about the Earth being flat. They're gonna go into outer space and go to the moon while you're down here talking about the Earth being flat.
I don't understand why you're so amazed by this. Apparently they did this over 40 years ago anyway. Fifth bucking hell, done it ages ago. You've already done this, haven't you? Been to the moon?
Hey, dude, they played golf on it and everything. Remember that?
Rico, this is a story for you, not us.
No, I'm just saying they made it. The discrepancies in education that we have. We got people going to the moon, but we also got people that don't even believe in the moon. Shit's crazy.
Don't even believe in the moon. Who's the guy who doesn't believe in the moon?
Yeah, people like you don't even believe in the moon.
Sorry, I see it. I look up in the night sky and I fucking see it. What do you mean about believe in the moon? Do you mean the stories that you're told about it?
Just like I see the picture being held down by gravity, just like I see the atmosphere being held down by gravity. Yet apparently that's not true to you, right?
Where have you seen that?
Where you looked up into vacuums, apparently.
In the blue sky, that seems to stay there no matter what.
Yeah, dude, you're not seeing it. You're attaching a story and believing it. You're not seeing.
Wait. Does gravity cause the blue sky? Is that what you're saying?
At this moment, probably.
Dude, you've got it twisted between what you're believing and what you're seeing. You're as bad as Rico.
Yeah, I believe in the moon. He's come a long way, you know. He got off heroin. He's making strides. I believe in the moon. Come on, Rico. You got more than that? Anything? Like, you really think sea level means sea curve? You really think water can conform around a ball?
Oh right, you guys wanted the measurement for that, right? Okay, let me give you the measurement right here, actually.
Oh, brilliant!
So this is the horizon dip that's been measured from the.
I want to see this.
This is the horizon dip measured from the ISS, right?
Yeah. That's just going to prove on a 360-degree rotation higher than surface level. You're also going to demonstrate with a dip angle correction that there's no part higher or lower when you're going to try to assert that there's curvature to the horizon. So this is just going to show that the surface of the Earth is measured flat from a high altitude. It's level parallel with surface level, and the correction made for surface level with the dip angle correction. Thanks. Welcome to Flat Earth, I guess.
But if the Earth was flat, it'd be at 0 degree.
No, the eye level, for example, the ISS, is separate from ground level. Right? The two levels don't meet, like the phenomena of looking down railway tracks. They're parallel to each other. So your altitude will increase from surface level. You can measure the dip from eye level, which is parallel to surface level with altitude. What?
What are you talking about, Google?
I'm talking about the measurement using a dip correction from one level to another. That dip correction will increase as one level rises. Say, for example, your eye level to a beach, to one at a mountain, to in an aeroplane, to the angle separation from eye level in the International Space Station to surface level. Say, dip angle correction. If you were to do this in 3 directions, north, east, south, and west, you would demonstrate that you have a circle of observation around you that is lower than your eye level, demonstrating that there is no curvature, one part being higher or lower, to the horizon when you measure the dip angle 360 degrees around you. So welcome to Flat Earth.
No. What? No.
No, what?
No.
Yeah, you got
Nah.
flat smacked. That's what happened. That's why you're waking up from off the floor right now. You just got smacked in the face.
No.
No.
Well, then if that's the case, if what you're saying, if what you're saying, Jedi, if what you're saying is true, then that would apply for also like surface level observations of the horizon as well.
Yeah, I demonstrated that, right? So we use this in celestial navigation. Same premise, a dip angle correction. For example, you don't really have to do a dip angle correction when you use the rational horizon for an observer standing at approximately 6. But with altitude, you will measure from your eye level a correction and a dip to surface level. Yeah.
And the surface will always be below you.
The only dip here is the guy arguing for the ball.
Right. Nobody thinks it's a flat ramp that's like ramping up.
If the surface is always below you, then you're going to always have a dip angle, no matter how far away the surface is from you. Holy crap, what happened?
No, I mean, I gotta give this guy his flowers. I mean, this Jedi guy's right.
Yep.
So, I don't know.
Yeah, wait till you learn about how the globe was created.
So, hey, Jedi, you said if you were looking, so from north, east, west.
Yeah. No, just use that for ease, like 306 degrees around you, one in front of you, then 90 degrees to your right, and then another 90 degrees right, and then another 90 right, then back to where you started. It make 4 measurements of the horizon. No part will be higher or lower than the other. Can't be, right?
Right. That's right, indeed.
Okay, somebody's appealing to be unmuted. Wolfie, I didn't meet you, dude, but I will unmute you. As soon as I can scroll down to your bloody name.
Harry, you want me to do it? I think I could do it.
So if ships go over the horizon, picture 4 people are looking at each other, right? Like a cross. Okay, picture a big cross on the water. You got 4 people at the top of the cross, the right side of the cross, the bottom of the cross, and the left side of the cross. And they're all watching ships disappear over the horizon. They would all be going into a large sinkhole.
You're talking about 4 people placed around the boat.
Like, yeah, picture a circle, and then you put a person on each, like the top of the circle, the bottom, and the left, but then turn the circle horizontal. So everybody's watching a ship go over the horizon, and every person watches it dip into the sinkhole. That doesn't make a ball, right? That would make it you're going into a crater.
Yeah.
I didn't know RTH was a flat earther. Yeah, he's invoking a diagram from Abizaid's book.
I got the picture. I can't find it. I
know exactly what you're recalling, though. Yep. He actually added a 5th ship in the middle of 4 ships. Yeah, welcome, guys. Hey, I see Beasticles is on. Hello.
Yoder, what up?
What up, man?
Taylor? I don't know if you guys know Taylor.
Yeah, she's cool.
Dude, she's so dope. She spent like 2 weeks on phone calls trying to get the as-built plans for Lake Pontchartrain. So I just posted them for you guys there. She actually got them. And it's nuts.
She did?
Yeah, it's nuts. It shows literally no curvature. They just use mean low water level.
Oh, that's good detail, dude. So the most recent we got, one of our members actually emailed them and spoke to like a program director or manager of that construction project, who basically gave us that none of the civil engineers had actually factored in the curvature of the earth when they built the bridge because they didn't think they had to. So it's like going a step further. Holy crap, I'm going to download these. Thanks, man.
Yeah, dude, I studied them for a little bit. It literally doesn't use this is before the WGS 84. This is before like them having to use geodesics, etc. So that it's just plain surveying, mean with low water level. That's it. So it's just a flat bridge, 24 miles long, over water, which is flat. That's it, bro.
That's it. Yep. Dude, look at that. So I'm going to add this to my Eurotunnel file.
Oh, nice. There you go.
Yeah, Eurotunnel's the same way. We got some plat maps from the Eurotunnel construction where they didn't factor in Earth curvature one bit.
Oh, I'd be really interested in that, dude. Do you want to send that, Mom?
Yeah. Okay, hold
Thanks,
on.
dude.
Yep.
I wanted to
Okay.
post this a minute ago. It was for what you guys were talking about with the boats going over the curve. It's not gonna. The picture of the link isn't gonna come up, but I posted the YouTube video. It's 47 miles or 47 kilometers, and they zoom in on the city from 10 foot observer height on up here, and you can see everything. It's a little like it's not very sturdy. You're steady, but it's very good. Like if you can watch the whole thing, it's only a minute long. You can see them zoom all the way in on a city and all the way back out. So anybody that uses the boats going over the horizon thing, not that anybody wasn't here, but here all the time, then you just show them that video.
That's like ChatGPT's first thing it pulls up. You're like, how do you know the Earth is a ball? Well, you just watch the ships go over the horizon.
I'm gonna look at these two beasts. This is dope.
Yeah. Thank Taylor. Taylor's the one that provided.
Oh no, I remember because I was talking to her about as-builts for a while because I was like, that's what I used to do for work is work on as-builts, and I was like really hopeful that she was gonna get it. So that's pretty cool that she did them. This is the first time I'm hearing that. So
just a reminder, people, or I guess Globers use this picture, right? Lake Pontchartrain. Like, oh, look, that's curvature. Oh, I see it's going over the ball. And it's like, okay, A, if that was true, then the ball would be super small in comparison. And B, that is just an optical effect. You can literally see the at the very last part where it looks like it's okay, I guess it's concave at the very, very end of it anyway. So I mean, like, how is this a picture of proof? And then Taylor literally got the as-built plans, and when you actually look at the as-built plans, it's like it's just mean low water level. That's it. That's all they used.
well, any bridge over a mile should be curved, yeah, essentially.
Well, more than that, like, I don't know about a mile because you've got thermal expansion and contraction, and you've got a lot of dynamic load that goes over the bridge, and that's going to contort the bridge's dimensions beyond 8 inches per mile squared. What you need is a sufficiently long bridge that is built within certain tolerances that requires the globe to be included. Otherwise, the bridge would fail structurally. Nobody's been able to prove that that's the case. Hey guys, so I sent some Eurotunnel stuff. That's for you, Beasticles and Jedi, and anybody else interested. I know I have some more somewhere, but
thank you. So I'm going to save that. And by the way, I brought this argument up with to Jesse Path of Light. That guy, jeez, I hate that guy. It's absolutely insane. But yeah, I brought that argument to him. He had to change his argument to, well, in our paradigm, water means or level means curved. It was nuts, dude.
I spent about a year with him in DMs trying to level with him. Couldn't do it.
No, he's just deceptive. He's very deceptive.
Yeah.
Hey guys, Jesse Path of Light here. How you doing?
Yeah, man, I don't know. Like, I want to think he's deceptive, but at the same time, he seems to be genuine with his ignorance.
Nope. He's absolutely deceptive, 100%. I used to think the same thing too, Yoder. I used to give him the benefit of the doubt. I used to be like, nah, he's just a nice guy. He's just a little weird. He's just, he's whatever, trying to be nice. But I was there in a conversation with him and Jesus Christ is Lord, or Piezo, if you guys ever heard of him.
Yeah.
And he was literally explaining to Jesse for 2.5 hours about a specific detail, about a specific thing in the celestial theodolite experiment, or observation method, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't matter. He was explaining it to him painstakingly. I was there for the entire thing. Jesse goes and does a presentation right afterwards. His opening statement is, no one ever wants to explain it to me on that side. He literally just lied to a different audience that we would not like. You know what I mean? He'll tell one audience one thing and then another audience a different thing. So.
Well, you're going to hate me, Beasticles, because I agree with Jesse on much of what he has to say about the celestial theodolite.
That's okay. That's fine. As long as you're not going to be deceptive about it later on and say that, like, oh, I didn't give an explanation. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that was just so crazy to me, dude.
Yeah.
We could disagree. What do you disagree about?
That's fine. I'm just, so I was closed out of the community when they came to me with the observation with Heffron's initial presentation and stuff over a year ago. And so Shane and Alan, a few guys came to me and said, hey, we want to get your take on this. And I'm like, no. And I explained why, and they went ahead with everything anyway, despite my misgivings, and never addressed it in any of their, 35 whatever presentations they've done on it since.
I think I heard something like that, but I never actually got your side of it.
I wrote a paper on it, and I intended it to go to Dr. Heffron. I don't know if it ever got to him, though.
So what was the main contention? Was it the method or something in the method?
Yeah, a couple things. First off, Dr. Heffron twice said that for this to work, it requires ray parallelism from the stars.
Okay.
The problem is ray parallelism on flat Earth doesn't make any sense optically or geometrically. Optically, because if you have parallel light rays from a distant source, then it means your eyes are receiving parallel light rays from that distant source, which means you have no way to see any convergence of a point source in the sky. Secondly, ray parallelism on flat Earth means that you can't get ray divergence from two different positions at all whatsoever. It creates a geometric paradox.
Can we break that down real quick before continue? I'm trying to understand what you mean by ray parallelism for celestial bodies or any light source?
Yeah, for celestial bodies. So you know how like the globe claims that the sun's rays are parallel? And the reason why, So Dr. Heffron said in 2 occasions, and I've got it clipped, that for his observation to work, it requires ray parallelism, not on a globe, but on a flat Earth.
Okay.
Right. So the reason why ray parallelism works on the globe is because the surface of the sun or the star or any celestial body is effectively flat and the Earth is curved.
Huh.
Yeah, okay. So they move the flat surface from the Earth to a source in the sky. And from that emanation in the sky, ray parallelism works because on a globe, you're going to be walking around a curve and you're going to see the flat surface that the rays are emanating from that are parallel to each other rotate. And that rotation causes a parallax motion effect. Well, on a flat Earth, there's no rotation.
But there is movement.
There supposedly is movement. Yes, there's a translation, but not a rotation. And for their angles to work to these objects in the sky, it requires a rotation of a certain arc minutes of degree.
Like 15 degrees per hour?
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say that. Why can't the rotation come from the light source from the sun?
On a globe, it does, but what we observe, so there's another problem with ray parallelism. It means that if you were to look up at that light source, you could not see a converging point of reference in the sky. It would completely wash out your entire field of view. The only reason why you can discern objects and resolve them is because the angles coming into your eye are different.
Mm-hmm. I kind of get what you're saying. You're saying, because I think I've heard something like this, where like if the sun was actually to scale in their paradigm, Like, why isn't the entire sky just completely filled with sun?
Yeah, like Olber's paradox almost. Yep.
It would be. It absolutely would be if their model is actually like to size and to scale above us.
And there's the third problem.
Okay.
The third problem is that the observations were synthetic, using Stellarium as a flat Earth simulator.
Well, I mean, essentially, it's kind of like using like a hostile witness. This is how I see it.
I get that.
You skipped problem 2. You went from 1 to 3. You forgot about the acuteness of the angle.
I mean, all right, well, and I'm not trying to like, I just want to have a discussion. So for celestial navigation, for example, right?
Oh, he throws that under the bus with that observation.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, right? So to keep the usefulness of celestial navigation intact in terms of like having that, 1 degree per 60 nautical miles / 15 degrees per hour relationship.
I will. Let me throw a big red flag down there. I don't believe that there's 60 nautical miles per 1 degree, that it's uniform or that it's even measured. First off, nobody's ever actually measured a 90-degree zenith ground position relationship to Polaris.
Okay.
So first off, nobody's ever been underneath Polaris in order to prove that you can actually go underneath it in the first place. Secondly, nobody's ever measured a distance from that point to any other place on Earth.
Yep. No, I agree totally. Yeah.
Yeah. So I throw the BS flag down on 69 miles per degree in all instances and say, yeah, nobody's got any proof of that.
No, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like we don't even have to accept their paradigm of that relationship, but you're basically, what the celestial theodolite does, right, is it shows that their celestial refraction calculations, right, that curve fit formula is required. It's not empirically verified whatsoever. It's just required to keep their concept intact in order to keep its usefulness. Which
I think agree on that front, yes.
I think that's good, because that's what Globers basically cling to, right, is the stars.
Yep.
So when you point that out to them, it's devastating. Like, they still don't have a good rebuttal at all.
Yeah, well said. Well said, Vesicles. All right, I got to step out. Good talking to you. I'm going to listen. Sorry, guys.
Sure. I agree, though, with most of your points, though. So I get it.
What was the distance between Observer and Mountain Peak?
Well,
52 miles?
It was, I think it's 50 kilometers, something like that. Let me look it up. I got the paper here.
Oh, 50 kilometers. Oh, okay, 50 kilometers. I was saying miles the other day. I was mistaken.
That's usually Amish's other issue, is the acuteness of the angle. Like, it's too low to the ground, too small of an angle. He didn't mention it. But
well, yeah, 2.7 or something? It's like 2.4, 2.7. It's like tiny.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
The acuteness of that angle. Oh, my bad, T-Dub. Go ahead.
No, you're right. It's just like, because, right, you got. Well, there has to be something going on, right? But the thing is, this is the other thing, right? There was no actual observation taken from the mountain peak. This is like an actual observation versus a theoretical observation from a different point. So I'd love to see the two be actual observations and angle measurements, because you've got the angle is the same for the observer as it is for the theoretical observer on the mountain peak, right? 50 kilometers away, right? Which also means because there's that claim, right, that elevation doesn't change the angle to the star. So you bring that person on the mountain peak down to the exact same level on the ground and elevation as the observer 50 kilometers away. it's still going to be the same. And I think that's where the parallel light thing comes into play too. So, what's going on, right? So what's going on there?
Oh, dude, it's so. See, I'm glad you mentioned that, right? Because what we're doing, and this is why I think the occlusion method, right? The idea of using an occlusion timing is so cool because it removes the ability for them to add or add refraction in there to make it rise up so that way it matches their concept or take it away, etc. with emergences. So when you use an occlusion timing, right? How much is that star refracted when you can't see it? Right. You can't answer that. It's unanswerable because it has nothing to do with when you can't see it. So no matter what refraction was there beforehand or whatever, as soon as you can't see it anymore, right? That's all that matters. That's when you can actually take a snapshot of the sky, boom. Now you use their internal system, right? Show the inconsistencies of adding in celestial refraction arbitrarily just to make sure that it conforms to the 15.4 degree relationship, to keep their system intact. And then not only that, when you just take rise over run, right? So it's like 50 kilometers to the height of the mountain, which is, I think it's like 2,200 something, right? And then you get a certain angle. Well, when you look at the true position of the star, true position, I know it sounds weird, but the true position is basically just the perfect relationship in terms of like, the first point of Aries, and then you have the zenith of a star, and then you can just calculate literally all the other star positions from there just by adding in 15 degrees per hour. And then you can basically say like, oh, well, the zenith is supposed to be over here at this time, etc. So you have the true position, and then you have the apparent position, right, which is what it appears to the observer. But you take that out of consideration because all we're doing is comparing the two different predictions with the true position of the star, and taking their idea of using like a central angle, which is like the fictitious observer at the center of the Earth, and then you have like a slice of the pizza, essentially, which is from the observer to the mountain peak, right? So that's a specific arc length, right? They can't get away from that. Like that's locked in their system, right? So once you show that the occlusion timing should have happened way earlier on a globe, because technically in their paradigm, they think that the Earth is rotating, right? And that geometric relationship between the observer and the star is fixed with the Earth rotating. Then that lingering can't happen. So when the star lingers on the horizon for way longer than it's supposed to, they just say, "Oh, well, just refraction. That's why we're able to see it there, and that's what keeps the relationship, intact."
Yep.
But then when you use a mountain peak to be the actual physical intersection, essentially, between you and the starlight, when you actually use that timing and then compare it to their concept, they can't use refraction to save it anymore. And not only that, the difference, right? When you add up the error of the flat Earth prediction versus the globe prediction, which is just drop over distance, so the half gamma, which is basically half of that angle, or half of that arc. So like the full gamma, which is the arc, it's like the mountain peak to the observer. So the drop over distance occurs in that paradigm halfway between the observer and the mountain peak, right? So when you take that half gamma and then the error, etc., the quote unquote error that the rise over run prediction has, and you combine them together, it matches the exact drop over distance. So they're literally off by the amount that they say Earth curves. It's insane. Like it's literally showing it there. when we do that. So I think it's awesome. I think it's a great thing, and I agree. Like there should be, we should be very careful of how we argue it. If we are going to use it, but dude, it's a great hostile witness, in my opinion. I also have learned like a lot about how the whole model was created in the first place.
So I want them to go. I'd like them to go into Stellarium and put the observer at the base of the mountain and get the angle to that star.
Oh yeah, I've done
Take
that.
the mountain away. Put the observer. What's the angle?
It's not that much different. It's only about like a few arc minutes.
It has to be the same. It has to be the same.
Yeah, it's like a arc minute or two, like literally.
No, it can't be different at all. It has to be the same. The claim is that there's no change in angle to stars with elevation.
There's no change in angles to stars with elevation. Well, the thing is, using Stellarium like that, like if you were to use the base of the mountain and the peak of the mountain, I'm not even sure if there was like it doesn't even take into consideration elevation of the observer to that extent. Like it uses like Stellarium when you do, it's not, they use like a
doesn't need to take the height into account. It's irrelevant. Doesn't change the angle.
Yeah, it's I think I remember like way back, this was like a year ago. Someone brought that up as like test that out, and then someone mentioned, I think it was Ruhif. Ruhif was like, Stellarium doesn't take into consideration the difference in azimuth as you move the observer. Something like that. But either way,
the angles should be different for both sides. Absolutely, 100%.
If you move the observer to the mountain peak.
No, for both sides. Yep. It doesn't matter if they're on a mountain peak or on the ground or 30,000 feet in the air.
I mean, I think it's so it's so small of a change, though. Like, it really is.
But then, if it's so small of a change, then there's no argument from either side. I'm not getting it because there has to be. If it's 50 kilometers, how many miles is that? What's that in miles?
It's like 80. I mean, not
so
80,
that's got to be at least 1 degree change. If that, like for the globe, it has to be at least 1 degree change. And I'm not sure like what you're going to say for a flat Earth. Like, I mean, it's not really that much of a big deal if there is or isn't a change really as far as celestial. But see, again, you're advised don't use stars, but below 15 degrees for celestial navigation purposes.
It's like 30 miles.
Right, but the principle's still got to follow to some degree, unless, of course, there's these atmospheric freaking.
Here we go.
Things going on, right?
Pull up the spreadsheet so we can get okay, so it's 50,551 kilometers. The observer is 2,073 meters above sea level. And the peak is 4,300 meters above sea level. So those are your 3 points for the triangle. Or just rise over run, right? Then you got the two predictions. So 2 degrees, 31 arc minutes, and 21 arc seconds. That's the rise over run prediction, just straight, nothing else considered. Then for globe, it's 217. So you got 217, so that's a 13 arc minute and 38 second drop over distance, right? And the entire arc length, which would be from the observer to the mountain peak, is going to be 27 arc minutes, I believe. Let me see here. Where is it? Shows it here. So, yep, 27 arc minutes, 16 arc seconds. All right. So there's our entire relationship right there at that time. And then you have the true position of the star versus the apparent position. So the true position of the star at that time from the peak is 2 degrees, 33 arc minutes. So the rise over run prediction is only 2 arc minutes off. Or 2 degrees, 2 arc minutes off. That's what it is. For the true position of the star, for the globe, it's supposed to be 2 degrees, 6 arc minutes.
This sounds very finicky and like it sounds.
You got to just see it with me. So I think it would be better if we. And I would love to see any inconsistencies, whatever, etc. Like, because what this does, right? It shows the straight, just like ad hocness of their model, because the refraction, the celestial refraction that they invoke, is completely arbitrary. It has nothing to do with physical reality. They don't have
Speaking
temperature.
of arbitrary, what's your margin of error across all these, mate?
The margin of error is going to be like 1 arc minute to 2 arc minutes, something like that, because of the footage.
Let's make it 5 then. Let's just make it 5 then. I'm a Glober. Let's make it 5. There we go. We're good. I mean, I'm surprised the Globers are really even caring about this, like, to that degree. Like, that any globe, they just go, hey, bro, it's cool. Refraction, whatever. Like, I can't even believe that they're bothering to argue about it.
Normally the word refraction pulls it up. Oh, a long distance observation? Refraction. That's it.
Right.
Yeah,
no, exactly.
And they only need a little bit of margin of error to create the globe out of the error.
Exactly. You guys are 100% correct. That's why when you use the timing in terms of when the star disappears, right? How much is that star refracting if you can't see it anymore?
It's not.
Exactly. So you take their ammo away from them. Because let's say the mountain peak wasn't there, right? Let's just say there was no mountain peak. We're seeing a star, low to the horizon, about 2 degrees, etc., right? And it's still lingering there. Well, they will just say, oh, well, refraction is basically lifting it back up over the curve. No problem, guys, right?
Why is using stars that are so low set? Like when you're doing cell nav, they don't use anything below about 20 degrees and above about 70. So anytime you do that, they're going to say the same thing.
But why don't they do that, though? Why don't they use stars like that?
Probably because of lensing effects.
Yeah, and inaccuracies. They'll get very inaccurate.
But why, though? Why is it so inaccurate below 20 degrees? And
because of the displacement. Because like what you're talking about, the lingering and all that, like.
Right, it doesn't conform to their 15 degree per hour relationship that they have to have they have to have that intact You see what I'm saying? Like they have to have that intact. So no matter what, when you get towards a certain threshold, which is 20 degrees, some books say it's like 15 or 10 degrees, right? They literally invoke a curve fit formula. It's calculated. It has nothing to do with physical reality, right? They just throw that in there just to keep the relationship intact and keep CellNav useful. So what this does, right, when you use a mountain peak as like a deciding factor of like, all right, I have a star, now I can't see it anymore as soon as it sets right there at that mountain peak, right? Now you have a geometric relationship between you, the mountain peak, and the star for that one moment, right? And then the longer the distance and the more acute the angle is, right, the more apparent that the discrepancy between flat and globe, it becomes way more obvious. So in their model, 1 arc minute, right, that's like four real seconds. So if they're off by 13 arc minutes, that's insane. And they can't use refraction to save it after that either. Like this is why it's so devastating to them. In my opinion, this is why all the rebuttals have been so, dude, it's been crazy. It's been a crazy year, to tell you. Like they don't really have a good answer for it, and it actually makes them realize that celestial refraction is just arbitrary, and it's just like a placeholder to keep their relationship intact.
Holy moly, it's Rich Evans on his actual account? Oh, wait, did he leave straight away? He joined and then left.
Yeah. What a shame.
Is he the sophist that
Hebrew came back after leaving like a little crybaby.
Yeah, if T-Dub or if anyone else wants to look at the spreadsheet and just see if there's any inconsistencies, etc., or just whatever, I'll post it there for you.
All right, cheers, man.
Mm-hmm. And if anyone's in the South, anyone in Australia, dude, if you can recreate it, like do your own celestial satellite observations and just see it for yourself in the South, that would be awesome.
I mean, I could just pull up Nathan Oakley and say, okay, is the baseline like from the from the feet of the observer to the base of the mountain, which is that going to is that representative and a level baseline for the height of the mountain? The guy with the celestial theodolite.
You're saying is the baseline a baseline? Is it flat?
Is the baseline representative the height of the mountain? Because it can't be if it's a globe. So if he's already taking an angle measurement to the top of the mountain, and he's treating the Earth as flat already, he's saying that the base of the mountain is at a horizontal elevation equal to his feet, or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So essentially, we're taking the known height of a mountain, right? Like the actual posted known height, right? 22. For example, 2257, right? So 2,257 meters, right? That's just the height of the mountain peak, right? That's the actual height of the mountain peak. And then you have the distance.
Is that above him? Or above?
No, it's above sea level. Above sea level.
Above sea level, right, okay.
And then if it was a globe, right? If you have the distance with the height of the mountain, you know what I mean? If you have that prediction, which is, whatever they want to use, because there's so many of them that are like, well, you're not actually steel manning the globe numbers correctly, and like every time at like 3 different methods, whether it be using Haversine or some other type of way, like whatever it is they want to use, it literally does come out to the same number. Okay, so there's supposed to be a drop over distance of about 200 meters. So for their predicted peak, it's supposed to be 2,058 meters. Here's another interesting point, by the way. So when Dr. Mike took an actual theodolite that he got from his brother-in-law to see what the angle shows optically, right, from his house to the peak, optically it was 2 degrees 19 arc minutes with terrestrial refraction. So that would literally be 217 plus the terrestrial refraction that they calculated to 219. So optically, with the theodolite, that's what it shows, right? But the thing is, in our paradigm, right, they're saying that the reason why it's that low, right, why it's that angle, is because of drop over distance. In our paradigm, we don't know if that for a fact, right? We didn't actually measure the ground curving that way, so it could easily just be an apparent effect. It could just be how optics work, right? So there's no way to real substantiate like which model is correct, which is mutually exclusive. So when you take something like an external reference like a star to see which one's actually mutually exclusive, that's why I think this is so important. Because I mean, they can't throw away the stars, dude. You know what I mean? And we're using Stellarium as a hostile witness. So what are they going to say? Like, oh, Stellarium's no good anymore? Like, I think it's awesome. I think it's great. But yeah, you were saying the Nathan Oakley thing. You're saying you would just use what? Like,
I'm just saying that there's that argument to be made that, like, in all the diagrams I've seen of it, it's like this being presented. It's just a flat Earth measurement.
Yeah, for sure. This is why Dr.
I mean,
Mike
like, you could just stop there. Like, just leave, no, but I mean, you could just stop right there. Like, as soon as he took his angle measurement to the top of the mountain, stop right there. Like, don't compare it to anything. He's just treated the Earth flat.
No, I mean, I get it. I get it when, stopping right there, right? But imagine taking their steel man to the fullest and then shitting on it afterwards as well.
Wait, but their steel man would be then that they're treating the Earth flat when they're taking elevation angle measurements.
Yeah. Yep.
So you're just showing you're biased. You're treating it as flat.
No, I mean, like, that's like the globe. The globers are actually doing that. They're saying, look, this is such a small distance. We'll just treat the Earth as flat for practical purposes.
It's funny though, they don't though. They can't, because it would mess up their relationship that they need. That's the thing too, right? Like, they can't admit it either, because then they would have to admit that
the whole 60 nautical mile per degree thing.
Yeah, it would throw that totally out. They can't admit it. They have to keep that relationship intact, which means they have to incorporate refraction. So, like, when it doesn't conform to that, right? But when you remove their ability to use that as an argument, now what?
So what is it that you're saying? Like that? So at the point, the moment in time of occlusion, it should be or shouldn't be visible with their refraction. Which one?
No, so that point in time, right? That is the objective point for both sides, right? It doesn't matter. Like that's what happened in reality. Like that's what you actually observed with his sea star. Like I'll show you the video. And you literally have a timing. Bam. That time equals angle in their paradigm, right? So if you were to just take the angle of the observer to the star at that time, right, it would be 2 degrees 6 arc minutes. Well, that can't be possible, right? Because the mountain, from the observer to the mountain peak is 2 degrees 31 arc minutes. So how am I seeing the star at that angle? That doesn't make sense, right? That's already like, well, you can't say that. Well, then they would say, oh, well, the star is being refracted up 23 or 24 arc minutes to basically make it reach that baseline again. Okay. So if that's the case, then when we move the observer to the mountain peak, right, that angle to the star should increase, right? Because we're getting closer.
Should change.
It should change, right? It should change, right? So when you actually do that, for them, it's supposed to be 2 degrees, 2 degrees 44 arc minutes. That's how much it would actually have risen in terms of a parent star, right? But guess what? The true position is 2 degrees 33 arc minutes. You see what I'm saying?
Illuminati confirmed.
So it's like, it's literally forming 2 right triangles.
Two right triangles.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. Because you have the observer to the mountain peak, right? 2 degrees, 31 arc minutes. Boom. That's just rise over run. Just simple trig, right? Same thing from the peak to the star, right? 2 degrees, 31 arc minutes. That's the true position of the star. They can't argue against the true position because then they would have to throw out their entire...
Right, that's what I do want to know. How have you validated this true position to the star without being there? Or verified it or proven it?
Well, let's say we were actually going to go on top of the mountain peak, right? And have a theodolite and try to measure an angle to the star, okay?
Yeah.
That apparent position, it would be like 2 degrees 44 arc minutes. Maybe. I don't know. We haven't... No one's actually gone up to the mountain peak and taken an angle to the star. But here's the thing: when you do that, it would have to be at this. It would have to be 3 people, or 2 people at the same exact time, right? So you would have to take an angle to the star, and then another angle, so when you can't see the star for the observer for the observer that's looking at the mountain peak. And it would have to be done literally in sync at the same time in order to actually to substantiate that relationship. But in the meantime, what it does for now, and I agree with you, that would be cool to get someone on top of a mountain peak and actually do that confirmation. But in the meantime, what it does, it shows that for their consistent model to work, they have to use flat baselines throughout the Earth. Like it literally shows it.
Their model is based off stars, and all you're doing is taking measurements to stars. So of course it's going to line up with stellarium and all that. That's what a lot of people forget. But it's not based off the ground; it's based off the sky. It's because of our sphere of vision that everything's based off of. So if they're going to build a sphere underneath a sphere of vision, well, of course it's going to line up. You measuring the sky doesn't really prove anything, and then using a model of the sky to back up what you're measuring of the sky. Like, I'm not having a crack at you, mate, but I just don't want to see any globers nitpick anything out when we can do it in here and then just drop it on them like a freaking bomb.
No, I agree. Like, we should be careful on how we are.
Don't you worry, guys. This is going straight to the Glober Central. We're gonna nitpick this.
Yeah, you're a clown. Go away.
Definitely should be careful on how the argument's articulated. Regardless, though, it is an interesting thing to do, like, because without the stars, in terms of their model, like, they have nothing then. Like, that's it. Like, where do they go from there? And I honestly don't like the argument of, like, oh, well, all we know is that there are lights in the sky. Doesn't prove the ground doing anything, etc. Like, I understand that, but having an answer to, how their model was created in the first place, how they use, like, the two-sphere model, right? The terrestrial sphere and the celestial sphere, and they basically just use, that in conjunction to create their perfect, graticule, essentially. I think it's important to show people that is completely just a reification fallacy, that they think that, oh, because the celestial sphere is a perfect sphere and it works with CellNav, that means the Earth is doing that too. That means the Earth is a sphere. And they're just conflating the reality, so. What was I going to do? I was going to do something. You made a good point.
That was something I was going to ask. Yoda's headphone. IR, when you're infrared, when you're looking at stars, they use that for astrophotography, don't they?
Infrared?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it makes the sky look so clean, dude. So clear. Which
Something
is funny.
Else that infrared does is also cuts through so-called refraction.
Mm-hmm.
So keep that in mind next time you do some kind of stargazing.
No, yeah, exactly.
So if you're doing measurements to eliminate refraction, then having that as an optic aid beside you, cutting it down, will also help you guys.
It's so funny you mentioned that. Like, literally, that's what's going to happen in the next week or two. We're going to make a celestial theodolite observation with infrared to really show the minimalistic effect of refraction. It's so funny, dude. I don't get how Globers do that, by the way. They say, like, oh, you guys are seeing way too far with long distance observations, right? And the reason why is because there's more refraction. Yeah, there's more refraction. But
it's just a cop out. They don't know. That's just it. It's just a buzzword. Gravity, refraction. It's just a shit single line buzzword that they think it's like a get out of jail free card for them. That's their mindset. I'm going to lay this card down and strut on out of there like I own the joint. They don't explain what it is. They don't put forward their refractive model in the first place so we can calculate how far we should be seeing and then measure to compare. No, they use Bislin's calculator and reverse engineer it, and then they get their refractive index for that particular shot. And they do everything backwards. It's horrible. If it's actually a true model, they'd be doing it forwards. They'd be coming along saying, okay, sir, what was your temperature? What was the air pressure? What's the distance? What's the elevation? Put it all in. Now let's go out into reality and take a photo of those conditions and see if it matches up to the calculator.
Yeah, 100% agree.
It would also be interesting if somebody uses it to see if you could actually bring something up from behind the horizon too. I mean, because there is that claim there that there's a potential for refraction to make an object over a flat surface appear like it's below a surface. So you're looking at something that appears as though it's below the surface. Switch on your infrared, and it raises it somewhat, or fully, maybe even like it. I don't know that's how it would work, but we'll see. Yeah. So it could turn out too that like a glober gets an infrared camera, right? Finds an object that looks like it's below the horizon, like without infrared, switches on the infrared, and look, it didn't raise up, so it's not refraction, right? It's the curvature of the Earth, bro. Told ya.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. If IR is the least refracted in terms of wavelength, right? It's least affected by refraction. Then if we're using IR to see further in terms of long distance observations, and in their paradigm, the reason why we see further is because of more refraction, how does that work? You know what I mean? That doesn't make sense.
Brenda debates come to a screaming halt one episode when blah 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 refraction, when the black swan, and everyone's seen it, got laid out. Oh, that's just refraction. So why is it when we grab infrared cameras we can see further? If refraction is the claim that we're seeing further, and then silence. It's either one or the other. Refraction is allowing you to see further, or it's cutting your image down. I don't care which way you go, pick one. But you can't have both sides of this coin.
Exactly. Is the horizon geometric or apparent?
Apparently geometric. I thought you'd like that.
That's a good one. By the way, I posted a video of this is what you're actually seeing as the observer watching the star go behind a mountain. So that 39 Aquarii is the star underneath the moon, right? That's Pikes Peak. You could see like the observer center or whatever, like to the left or whatever. So as soon as you can't see the star anymore, boom, snapshot in time. That snapshot in time equals an angle, right? Doesn't matter, doesn't matter where you are, whether you're on the observer or the mountain peak, whatever. You're taking that time and just examining the sky and all its, from every aspect, and you're seeing what it's supposed to show you if we were on a globe.
Now, I don't know that area real well, but what's on the other side of Pikes Peak so you can see the stars coming towards you?
See the stars coming towards you.
At the moment, you're watching them go top down over Pikes Peak. If you were to be the exact same distance from Pikes Peak on the other side, is that possible?
The same distance? Yeah, you would just see emergence.
So if you do your measurements again, then everything should just be reversed. It should just be negative numbers.
Yeah. No, exactly. But
Is
I don't
that
know
actual footage?
Yeah, that's actual footage, yeah.
So Polaris is just off to the left there a bit.
No. Oh.
No, cause it looks like the way the stars are moving, I just assume that Polaris is like off to the left a little bit.
No, so he's facing west. It would be to the right. It would be to the right. Yep.
To the right?
Yeah, Pikes Peak, Colorado. Pikes Peak, Colorado. Just give you an idea. Give me a moment. Sorry. I don't know why it does that every time. It takes a while for my screenshot to load. So that's Pikes Peak. So he's about 50 kilometers east of Pikes Peak, looking at Pikes Peak. So north would be to the right.
Okay. All right. So he's looking east. No, he's looking west.
He's looking west.
He's looking west. He's got stars. Okay.
Yeah, I posted the whole part of the video, but yeah, there's multiple mountain peaks that he uses too, and all the videos are they, you know, you can just take the video. So basically, that video is synced with GPS time, right? So that's synced, and it's like one frame. I can't remember the exact numbers. I'm tripping. It's basically the lowest you can get is about one frame, equaling one arc second, I believe. It's as low as you could possibly go with the C star.
How is those stars doing that? I'm confused. They should be coming down from the top of the frame and going straight down in front of him behind the mountain, not coming in from an angle going from the top left of the screen to the bottom right of the screen.
They're on the opposite side of it, T-Dub, looking. Remember, we see shit backwards.
Yeah, you guys are in the south. This is why I want you, like, if you guys could.
No. It still doesn't
try
make
this
any
in the
sense.
south. I know, but I would love it if you guys try this in the south, though. And you know what? There's actually, Alan's doing a bounty. He'll pay you guys, literally, to do one of these. And it'll be a lot cooler to get you guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. No, but
because you guys are actually.
Yeah, all right. Yeah. I just didn't think you'd see that much of a change. Like, how far from the equator is that?
I believe it's let's see, 38 north, something like that. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Fairway.
I know, dude. Seeing this, dude, this is what turned him into a flat earther, bro. You know what I mean? Dr. Mike was just an ether guy. You know, he was basically trying to help us because he heard how the arguments were going down and how globers are basically use refraction as an out the entire time. He was like, you got to eliminate, like, he's the one that was inspired to basically do this and create like a mutually exclusive proof. Now he's a flat earther. This is what made him a flat earther. Like 100%. So, dude, here's the celestial bounty. So, the reason why we want to get some observations in the south is to like fully just shut this down. You know what I mean? That would be awesome if we can get some observations in the south. So this is basically the requirements, like what you have to do. And if your distance exceeds 128 kilometers, oh wait, that's the northern hemisphere. Hold on, let's see. Where's this is south? Rewards, let's see.
Can he send me a celestial theodolite, and can I keep it?
Well, as long as you got a recording device, that's the same.
I'll accept that as the $200.
That's $200 US. Also, T-Dub, the way our economy's going, we could nearly buy a house with that.
Hey, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
If you guys have the ability, like, anyone got some star viewing equipment that you guys know about in the south?
Our problem down here is not so much the ability to grab hold of stargazing equipment. It would be the ability to find a
mountain peak
that's worthy of looking up to.
I could do emergencies too. Like you could, it's the same exact concept with emergencies. It's a little difficult, but I mean, not difficult. It's not difficult. It's just, I don't know. I like the setting ones better.
Actually, in all seriousness, I'm about an hour and a half, 2 hours away from Siding Springs Observatory. Is there something I can just go to them and say, hey guys, can you do this and give us the results?
Sure, whatever. I don't know where that is. I don't know what that, if it's on top of a mountain.
Town in the middle of Coonabarabran, and it's Siding Springs Observatory. It's one of their main ones for the state that I live in.
For sure. That has a known elevation, right?
Do
you know what I mean? It's fixed.
Yeah, it's fixed.
Right. So the key is having something that occludes a star and have a fixed height, and that the distance is long enough to show the differentiation between globe and flat. That's really what you need. That's why it's got to be like 15 to 20 miles minimum. What was I going to post? Oh, here we go.
Yeah, it's on top of the hill. That's the problem. Not looking up at one. I just thought it might have been something we could get them to do and just go, guys, all I need you to do is point that way and track the timing of stars or something reasonably easy.
But wouldn't you really just need, like, a time?
Yeah.
A moment in time. That's it.
What you're doing, though, is you're validating that time with an actual observation of the star being occluded, because that's what links it to reality. Like you can predict occlusion. Like you can basically take this and predict occlusions all over the place, etc., whatever. But to know that it's actually happening in reality is you need to actually observe it in reality. So that's what makes it useful.
But what does Stellarium say about what you should see from where he was, where he made his actual observation? Does it match?
Dude, it's so fun. I was literally getting ready for these screenshots to be posted. Like I was just about to post them so you could see it. It's so funny you said that. Yeah. So that section's the intersection analysis essentially. So using Stellarium to verify where the star is at that time. So the real occlusion timing was 1843.07. Then the star's true angle, right? 1840.38. That's when it was at 233, right? So how long between the star being occluded versus when it was actually at 233? So that's the timing difference right there. So 1840.38 versus 1843.07, right? So that length of time, that's your arc. That's the observer to the mountain peak, period. That length of time. According to their, conception of where the star should be at a certain time. See what I'm saying? So if that's the case, that's locked in. Now, if we're getting an angle to the star, just rise over run, that's 2 degrees and 31 arc minutes. The star angle is basically 2 degrees 32 arc minutes, 2 minutes and 29 seconds before the occlusion actually happens, right? So that should not match the arc at all. Like there should be no relationship there if Earth was a globe. But not only is there a relationship there, it's the opposite of what you would expect. So like if these numbers were reversed in terms of like the globe being off by 2 degrees, like two arc minutes, and then flat Earth being off by 13 arc minutes, right? If it was reversed, it would be really good evidence for that curvature. Like honestly. The simple fact that it's the opposite, there should not be any relationship like that in their paradigm. There shouldn't be. The fact that the arc length is that amount, which means you can use stars to create baseline, right? Like to create triangles. That's totally fine. That's what CellNav is for. That's what they used for years, even before GPS, right? We all get that. But the simple fact is that they can't use refraction past that arc length. Like once that star has traversed that arc length, that's it. You can't use refraction after that, or there's no way to save them from that fact. So I think it's awesome. I think it's really cool. But yeah, please study it. See if there's any inconsistencies, any questions. Just throw me a DM or whatever. Or any, I'll try to answer it as best I can. If there's any answer I can't answer, or if you want me to like bring something to Dr. Mike or Alan or whatever, I'm totally down. Like, I think this takes back the stars, like, from them, and we can start using it. Oh, what up, No Tanks? When'd you get in here? No sneaker.
What's up, dog?
So, how's my sales pitch? Did I do good?
No, you dude, listen, you got Matrix and T-Dub both trying to earn that check. They are hustling.
Dude, I would love it, man. I would love it if we got some Southern observations. Just out of pure curiosity, out of morbid curiosity now. At this point.
Morbid, yeah. See, you're a sick man.
I'm just so curious, like, what it would actually look like in the South in terms of like that time.
Yeah, I mean, I like the consequence of this. Either they have to throw because you heard T-Dub and Matrix and somebody else maybe bring it up. They're just going to say refraction. This makes them either affirm refraction and lose their globe, or deny refraction and lose their globe. They have to pick. Either way, they lose their globe. Not the method. Not the method alone doesn't cause them to lose their globe. What causes them to lose it is the angle measurement. But they still have to take a position on refraction, and either one is going to lose in their globe. So that's what I like. I like to hurt them in a morbid way. I like the globers to suffer.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly. That's why there's a spot on the spreadsheet where it's like a compensation percentage number, and not almost every single time they either undercompensate or overcompensate with refraction. So if they say this is the amount of refraction you're supposed to see because of this angle, right, from the observer, that's locked in, right? They have to use that number in order to keep that relationship intact. So when you compare it to reality, and reality being when the star actually goes behind the mountain, when it actually gets occluded, so that's how you know, right? That's the solid marker, right? They're always undercompensating or overcompensating, and sometimes by like a ridiculous amount, and it's so obvious.
Well, they take multiple measurements, so that way you don't under or over. You average out the over and under, and that way it rules out refraction. You're trying to take refraction out of the measurements. You're not trying to keep it.
They're not. What measurements of what?
Do you know the calculation? I mean, do you know the calculation for correcting for refraction? Change. Same all the time.
Did you say it's the same all the time?
Thing the calculation is, the refraction changes based on temperature and humidity and atmosphere. So that's all environmental.
Pause. That's terrestrial refraction. And I agree with you.
Okay.
Those are real variables that should be taken in consideration if you are trying to make a terrestrial refraction, whatever. We're talking about celestial refraction.
This would be atmospheric, what's known as atmospheric or astronomical refraction, where the light enters from outside of the Earth's atmosphere, not refracting within it. Like the source was not from within the atmosphere, then bending. It entered from outside.
But it's still the same calculation. You can still correct for celestial refraction.
Is it?
Because it's only the here.
It's not.
So why would it be different? But you're still correcting for refraction of the atmosphere. Just light from stars outside of the atmosphere.
It shouldn't be different, right? I agree with you. And logically speaking, it shouldn't be different, but it is. Look up celestial refraction and see where temperature, pressure, and humidity come into play. Oh, wait, they don't.
What are you talking about? They do. You're still in the atmosphere, buddy.
Yeah, prove it right now.
You and your space thermometer, bro. Relax.
That's why we put the Hubble telescope and James Webb telescope into space, because there's no refraction in space.
Post it right now. What are the variables of celestial refraction? And I'll bet you $100 right now that temperature, pressure, and humidity are not considered.
Well, what is refracting the light from stars?
They say the atmos. They say it's the atmosphere itself, and they use it. And that's what
I'm saying. That's what I said. Okay. I just said the atmosphere is what causes the light rate to bounce.
Okay. First, you invoke temperature, pressure, and humidity.
I looked up. Yeah, atmospheric pressure, air temperature, vertical temperature gradient, humidity, wavelength of light, observer altitude above sea level. That's literally everything I just said. That's the same exact thing as the regular. It's just regular refraction.
You didn't even know about it until just now, dude.
What do you mean? I just said what do you mean? I just said the same thing you did. We're both agreeing that refraction is being caused by the atmosphere. We're in agreement. What are we fighting about?
I don't know, dude. You're coming in hot.
I'm not coming in hot. You're saying that we lose the globe from refraction, but the refraction is easy to get rid of to prove the globe. Like, we don't lose the globe refraction. You guys didn't even believe refraction existed last. You guys were against refraction altogether. Now you guys are saying that refraction hurts globers? I don't think so. I disagree with that. It's real easy to correct for refraction.
Oh yeah, really. So show us one single observation that someone's done where they've accurately accounted for refraction, meaning they knew exactly what was going on with the refractive index gradient of between point A and point B, and it matches up with the globe. That doesn't
made
exist.
a prediction.
Yeah, you take same thing. You take the temperature. You take the
no. Get it.
By the way,
get it.
Altitude.
By the way,
tell me the story. Just get it.
Just get it. By the way,
the calculation for refraction.
Talon.
Not how to calculate for it. One sec, T-Dub, sorry. Look, we want to see the claim being demonstrated in reality, not just the claim being restated.
Demonstrate refraction in reality?
Yeah, an observation, right? You're thick, right? An observation in reality that backs up the explanation.
Yeah, don't
so
play dumb.
You've accounted.
You know what he means.
I think he's playing dumb now because he knows he doesn't have anything to present, and you're going to have to go digging on the spot.
Again, are you able to summarize that question into plain English, or are you just?
Yeah. So I gave it to you in plain English both times. Okay, so an observation
demonstrating in reality, like this. Have you ever seen a prism before?
Me
what a prism is?
Well, apparently you didn't get it the first two times I said it in plain English. So do you want a third time?
Here, hold on. I'm going to type it out so that way we can.
No, you don't need to type it out. Right?
Well, obviously I do because you think I'm hearing.
You came in butthurt, right? Off the bat, you came in all emotional. That's why you're not able to just comprehend what I'm saying.
No, I came in and
an observation in reality over distance, right, where you've calculated for the Earth curvature, okay, and then you've accurately accounted for the variables. Okay, so that would be atmospheric refraction in this case. All right, so show an observation where that's accounted for and it matches up with the globe. Super simple request.
You calculate, again, like your question is misleading because you're implying that you would measure the refraction during the measurement, but that's not how that works. You calculate out the refraction, and then when you're doing, like when you're taking a measurement, yeah, you guys actually don't actually know how to correct for.
Oh my god, that's the most bricked.
You guys don't know that refraction is calculated. You don't refraction.
Wow, listen to the emotion. Right. So you would need to know what's going on with the temperature gradient vertically between point A and point B. Because that's what controls the refractive index, and that's what's going to control the deviation of the light. Okay, so if you don't know what's going on with that, you have no idea what's going on with the deviation of the light. You would just be guessing or reverse engineering if you tried to calculate it afterwards when you have no idea what's going on with the refractive index.
Yes, we do know what's going on.
I didn't know that you were so uneducated on refraction. That's crazy.
I mean, what? I'm not though. You guys are the ones. You guys don't understand refraction.
No.
Yeah, I do. I can back everything I'm saying with mainstream citations right now if you want. Andrew Thomas Young good enough? I mean, we can just
for what? What are you proving? What do you think you're proving?
Just the basics of atmospheric refraction.
Right. Well, so you got the basics of atmospheric refraction. What does that prove?
I just want to correct you too that 2014-15 when Globers were saying, look at this ship, look at this building, look at this mountain hidden behind the horizon, flat earthers were saying, well, have you considered refraction? And then they were getting ridiculed and said, oh, you mean flurspective and flurfraction, and just like getting teased by the Globers for considering such things, right? And it was the flat earthers raising those issues, right, during those observations, and the Globers going, refraction, what's that? right? And then all of a sudden, when we started showing horizons well and truly in orders of magnitude beyond their geometric position where they should be, the global suddenly started. Yes, that's right. See. But what happened to it when it was? What happened to refraction when the building's behind the horizon?
The same thing. You just correct for it.
No. It was never mentioned. Nobody ever came along and said, "Look at this refracted boat behind the refracted horizon." Nobody ever said that. Nobody ever presented those observations as if refraction was a factor to be considered ever.
It is a factor to be considered. That's why we factor it in.
Well, then why didn't they? No, it was never done. Never done.
You calculate it. You correct for refraction.
Show me an observation that's on the globe side of a ship hidden behind the horizon where refraction was most definitely taken into consideration.
What you?
Yeah, there isn't any.
Okay, all of them are. Every measurement that you take across a long distance is accounting for account for refraction.
Are you listening to what he's saying to you?
Yeah, and I answered him. I said all of them. Every measurement that you take when you look over the horizon is refraction.
No.
It's just part of life.
He's saying that in 2015, when these arguments were first, to be had, there was never talk of a refracted building going over the refracted curve. That became an argument post. You understand that?
What do you mean in 2015? You think refraction only came about in 2015? What about refraction in kindergarten in like the 80s and 90s? What are you talking about? 2015. We've known about refraction since the 10th century.
Then show us. Do what DJ requested.
In the 10th century.
Do what DJ requested. Show the observations where it was taken into account.
300 years ago. 18th, 19th centuries. What are we talking about? What does 2015 change about the 1,000 years of refraction?
Because the globers weren't talking about it.
Yes, we were. That's a lie. We've been talking about refraction since the 10th century, dude.
No, but not in this arena.
Yes, in this arena. Very specifically in this arena. We account for refraction. That's why I've been shitting your pants for the last year.
Show us then.
Because when I show you my trig survey, you guys...
You haven't shown a single observation that accounts accurately for refraction and matches up with the globe. Why don't you just get something?
Refraction. How does the measurement account for refraction? Explain.
What measurement are you talking about specifically?
Give me an example of any measurement that accounts for refraction when you're doing the measurement.
Okay, so you would have to take temperature readings vertically, right? If you're doing a low altitude.
Hey, don't interrupt.
No. Okay, so the primary driving factor of the optical density gradient is temperature at low altitudes. Okay, so you could go on Andrew Thomas Young's website right now. It's going to say the exact same thing.
So as long as I take
obviously,
so wait a minute.
You need to know what's going on with the optical density gradient or the refractive index gradient, okay, between point A and point B. That's what you need to know.
How do you do that? How do you do that?
You would need to set up vertical temperature readings at different heights so you know what's going on with the temperature, the humidity, and the pressure between point A and point B. Refraction is you guys' worst nightmare. That's why you don't have a single observation that accounts for it accurately that matches up with the globe. It doesn't exist. And it's your worst nightmare. You guys bring it up all the time, but you guys don't realize you're shooting yourself in the foot when you do that.
No, we don't.
Okay, show me the test that accounts for refraction accurately. Right. Yeah, just show me the observation. Go ahead. Okay. Post it in the side chat.
Here we go. I got you. So this one is these measurements for refraction. They took temperature readings, they took elevation readings, humidity readings, and they took hundreds and hundreds of readings at different times a day. So all of these measurements in this Great Trig Survey accounted for refraction and every other deviation.
You're making shit. You're
when
making
a measurement
shit
deviates, no, I actually don't make a shit. Have you guys ever heard of?
You are making it. I've read that. Have you
ever heard of Mount?
Have you?
Have you ever
read that?
Yeah,
have you read that?
Right, and now you guys. Yeah, I read it. So now you guys are actually citing the corrections in those measurements. Because again, you
Okay,
guys
what was
barely
the
know how to.
refraction? Okay, what was the refraction correction? Tell us.
The refraction correction for
Yeah,
which
because meteorological stations weren't invented at the time they did that survey. So I want to know how they measured what DJ asked for the gradient.
What do you mean, the refractive index gradient? You don't think they had the refractive index.
Just saying random fucking words. You don't.
Well, you guys keep trying to use fancy words like you know what you're talking about, but you don't.
Just post the page number.
Counting for refraction, it's under correction. It's the things that you guys shit your pants about, but now you're citing.
Why are we shitting our pants about it?
When you take a temperature, you're really, how does temperature, like, because again, like you guys, like, because just like 10 minutes ago, I said that in order to account for refraction,
you also said
humidity readings, and then you guys laughed, and then as soon as I asked you guys how to account for temperature, you said you account for temperature and humidity. So it's really weird. You guys keep repeating. I'm answering your
emotional.
Nobody said any of that crap.
And then when you guys try to answer the same question, you say the same thing I do. Weird.
You think you're steamrolling? You're just gonna get muted, dude. You're not gonna steamroll me, okay?
Well, I mean, it's just a fact. You guys are not really.
Yeah, it's just a fact. Because Talon X said it's just a fact. Look, bro, paste the page number of how they accounted for it.
The wiki. They use the refraction.
Whatever information you have that they accounted for refraction, post the page number in the source in the chat.
Yeah. So real quick, Talon, you're saying
you're never gonna get it, dude.
You're saying that the Great Trigonometrical Survey of India. You're saying that in this, they're going to show how they accounted for refraction when doing their triangulations. Yeah. That's what you're going to.
That's the India one. Do you know that they used the bezel spheroid for that?
I didn't know that actually.
Not you, Talon.
Did they? Okay. So what?
Did they? You don't know. You didn't read it, dumb fuck.
So they did. What's the bezel? So what does that even?
You didn't read it. You don't know what it says. You just fucking throwing shit against the wall, hoping something sticks as usual.
Well, I mean, this is what's sticking.
Yeah, we heard about refraction. Tell me everything they. Show me a high school textbook that has terrestrial refraction in it.
A number of corrections were applied to all distances calculated from simple trigs. So they.
That's not telling it. Yeah, a number of corrections. It doesn't tell me what they did.
Well, you'd have to learn how to calculate out refraction. Do you know how to correct for refraction?
Nobody does.
Oh, wait, nobody knows how to correct for refraction?
You're goddamn right. Nobody does.
So I'm going to prove that right quickly.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to post a bunch of peer-reviewed academic literature that says that that no method they use works.
Actually, here, I got you, Indio.
Sounds like you're appealing to authority, because I mean, I'm looking at the, I'm looking actually, all you do is subtract refraction. So like,
I'm appealing.
Take it out.
I'm appealing to the academic data, dude, because they went out and they tested. Hold on, bro. They went out and they tested the models to see if any of the. They tested the models to see if anyone could accurately make predictions, and none do.
Dude, using their source though, or using his source, Indio. Look what it says. The refraction is had from the tables of mean refraction, and no notice taken of the barometer or thermometer or of the heights of the stations above the level of the sea, considering it doubtful what corrections to apply until observations are made, and tables of refraction constructed for this climate and for different elevations.
Cooked.
Done.
So they had a reference.
Cooked.
I call a reference.
You're done.
This is actually what does that prove wrong? And what did they say? And what does that say? Do you even know what you just said? I know.
The refraction
you don't.
is from the tables of
they use tables.
Yeah, which means they didn't actually measure it. They didn't actually take into temperature or the pressure. That's what it means. That's what it means of no notice taken of the barometer or thermometer or of the heights of the stations above the level of the sea. That's what that means.
And then they go on to say they don't know which model to apply.
Yeah.
Because that's what they're trying to figure out. They're trying to figure out what model works.
You're cooked.
They're trying to figure out what the model is.
No.
Don't even understand what they're measuring.
Talon. You and I have had extensive conversations about this over the last few weeks. Every time, right, you acknowledge that what they do is they calculate the excess, right? They take multiple angle shots from the same position. They average out the angles. They sum the average of those angles, and they get an average excess. Right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So where in that calculation, once they have that excess, whether it's an extra degree, half a degree, multiple degrees, whatever, do they actually factor in or account for how much of that excess is actually caused by refraction versus the ground curving? And you shit your pants every fucking time because you have no idea how they actually calculate it.
Yes, they do. I've told, like, you guys can keep your ears closed all you want, but until you, like, all you're doing is you're in denial for what's been done.
In denial of what? You haven't given us anything. Alan, you haven't given us anything to deny.
Well, it doesn't.
Why don't
You're
you give us
denying
something
that
to
refraction
deny?
can be corrected. Literally said that nobody can correct for refraction.
Because
Literally
that's what the literature says. It's not my opinion.
It's
It's the opinion of the people that study this.
Well, then why are they correcting for refraction all the time?
They're not, because they don't know how to fucking model it. Because as the other guy said, right, the guy you in India that you're talking to alongside Indio, they're not actually sampling all the necessary components that cause refraction. They didn't go out there. And I've told you, this is insane, dude. How many times do I have to repeat this? How many times does it need to be repeated? They're not going out and actually sampling the humidity, the temperature, the pressure, whatever, along the line of sight to gauge how much of these constituent parts might be affecting the light along that line of sight.
You do understand that they... No. You don't understand that they only use the mean refraction coefficients when real-time meteorology was impractical. They still took temperature measurements in places where it mattered the most. Like, you're wrong. They did take measurements
along the entire line of sight. How many samples do they have?
I don't know exactly how many samples they have, but you're wrong that they didn't take temperature measurements. Literally just lied. 20. Can you admit that you lied? They did take measurements where they could.
Lied. You never presented this.
See how you're stumbling over your words already?
Presented this
you didn't
shit before.
You didn't read the part where they said that they take temperature measurements. Oops. It wasn't the places where they can't.
You mean at the position where they took the shot, not along the entire line of sight, where they should have, so they can effectively model the path or the effect that it would have on the ray of light? Yeah, that's right. At best they take two samples, right? One at the start, one at the target per shot. They're not sampling the entire path. Not only that, they're also not sampling the pressure and the humidity, which are also important.
It's a lie. They do. They did.
Are they? Okay, show the data then. Show the data, and then also show how they're actually modeling this, how they're factoring in these constituent parts in their calculations. Please. You've been asked this at least 10 times in the last 2-3 weeks. Now, don't bullshit your way through this, man. We have hours of you fucking recorded. Fucking waffling around like this.
Yeah, but it's me just dog walking you guys the whole time. You're not addressing anything I'm saying because you can
dog walking. You couldn't answer a fucking straight question, you retard.
That's not straight question. Your question zigzags 4,000 times, dude. You know how to form straight.
Yeah, because you can't fucking answer it. Because you can't fucking answer
yes or no? Can you correct for refraction? Can correct it out of a...
Can you answer the fucking question or not? Get the data and shut the fuck up.
Yeah, see, you're just bad faith. All your questions
and are meant to just filibuster, or you're not, or this isn't going anywhere, man. My apologies, gentlemen, for jumping in, but it's absolutely fucking sickening. I swear to God, I tell any one of you.
You guys were at 20K new, you guys were getting destroyed, so we had to bail you out.
Fucking shit for fucking 2 minutes, all right? I dare anybody go back in time and find the conversations, okay? and find anywhere that Talon has actually presented any of these data points that we're requesting. Okay, and if you can find it and it slipped my mind or whatever, then I will eat shit. Okay, $100, you're not going to find it. $1,000, you're going to find me asking the same question over and over and over again. Okay, going to unmute you, Talon. Hopefully, you have the data that you can present to the panel. Go ahead.
Okay, and you're looking for a survey, and you're looking for temperature measurements?
No shit.
Temperature,
again, your long-winded questions are meant to be distracting and impossible to explain.
Temperature, air pressure, humidity, sampled throughout the entire line of sight, whether it's every 10 meters, every mile, whatever the fuck, at least something to try and work with.
Well, that's what I told you. They took measurements of temperature and humidity. But now you're moving the goalpost. So you've already conceded that. You concede that we do have data. You're just looking for the specifics. You move the goalpost.
This has been an explicit request of you, laid out just like this, right? I'm just giving you an example. For example, you know what I mean? Like if they sampled every mile, every 10 miles, whatever, just something to start with.
Dude, I gave you the whole survey. Like that's
and then you got to show us how they actually use these values in the calculation. It's very simple.
I told you this. Like, go back and listen to the conversation. I've answered all of these questions repeatedly, and then you just reset.
No, you didn't. Can you? No,
I did.
You didn't answer any of these questions.
Listen,
nor
dude,
did you supply any of the data supporting whatever bullshit answer you even attempted to give, if you even did. All right? Now, if I'm wrong, then go back and find where you actually supplied data, put it back up for the panel to see, because not everybody was there who's here now, and then everybody can look into it.
But you guys don't even look into the information I've provided.
I did. Dude, I did. Just now.
You didn't. But you guys misread it, and then you're saying that you can't correct for refraction, even though it clearly says that they did.
Yeah, how did they do it? And show us how they did it. Right? They just pick one of the observations.
That's correction. They're just altering the number. They're not correcting anything.
All right.
When you have it, it's all right there. It's all right there in the thing. You can click. You can literally click refraction and see how they correct it. It takes 2 seconds to Google. How do you calculate refraction?
Hebrew? Someone mute Hebrew.
You can calculate whatever they want. It's not a correction, okay? Because you don't know what the correct number is.
Hebrew, you're hot, Mike.
Did you see what I posted in the chat? Did you see what I posted in the chat? It says that there is no deterministic model that can make accurate predictions. You know what a deterministic model is? That means from initial conditions to inputs, you can model what the output will be. They said you can't do that.
Someone
maybe you should get some better. You should get some better sources. You should get some better sources that aren't lying to you and telling you what you want to hear.
Did you say the sources were lying to me? This is what all the sources have said for 150 years. The academic sources. The people that have actually gone out to test the models to see the accuracy of the models. This is the way they all end up.
Sorry, I had to switch. Sorry, I just switched to computers. I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Well, all the papers end up the same way. Any person that goes out and tests to see if the model is accurate, any of the models they use, they can measure vertical temperature gradients, they can do K values, they can do whatever they want. None of them turn out to actually match reality. None.
Yep.
Then what does match reality? What equations do?
None.
None.
Well, then how do we know what refraction is?
We know it. We know what it is as a general phenomenon. Okay, that doesn't mean
we have it
listen.
Measured.
The air is correct. Air is chaotic. It can't be accurately predicted what it's going to do. It doesn't. It isn't. It doesn't exist as the way you think is like a spherically symmetric temperature gradient. It doesn't exist like that. That's fantasy land. It's way more complex than that.
No, it's not. It's just a bending of light.
No, it's not. Yes, it is.
That's all refraction is. All refraction is bending of light. The prism.
That's no, that's dispersion, dummy.
No, that's refraction. Refraction is the bending
dispersion.
of light.
It's called dispersion.
Is the spreading of light. That's how it disperses when you're going through something that's opaque and it's losing, and most of the light gets absorbed and then dispersed through a medium.
The word salad
like
bullshit,
the atmosphere. Bro. Atmosphere doesn't disperse the light. Atmosphere refracts the light. Do you know the difference between dispersion and refraction, Indy? You should.
Yeah, I do. I do. And it's called dispersion when the wavelengths of light split. Okay, as in a prism.
We're not talking about wavelengths of light splitting. We're talking about them bending.
You said a prism.
Yes, and a prism bends light.
And does what? It does
light.
what?
Bends light.
And then what happens?
Bends it.
What's it look like when
light bends?
Okay, what's it look like? No, it doesn't bend, dude. It gets deflected.
Does it get spread? Wait, what? Deflected by what? By what? And what happens when something is deflected?
It changes direction.
Right, it bends. Right, it's still the same.
No. Look, it's very simple. What happens when the light comes out the other side of the prism?
Bends.
You're a moron. No, it just spreads out.
Like
it's called dispersion. Yeah, like a rainbow, exactly like that. Now, does this is dispersion, this rainbow effect, is that caused by refraction?
No, it's dispersion.
Oh my God. Okay, just go on, dude. Just quit the Discord. Quit.
Do we see? Wait a minute. Are you saying that you see rainbows?
Just quit, dude.
Light refracting? Do you see rainbows?
Dude.
You see across?
No, we don't.
So then why are you talking about dispersion? Dispersion is the separation of white light into color.
Sophist, bro. Chill out.
Okay, listen. Really
That's
simply.
Not refraction.
Okay, shut up, dude. Okay, shut up. We don't see dispersion terrestrially because there's no refraction going on. But we do see it astronomically because they make these things that you add to your telescope called a dispersion corrector. Because when you look through your telescope, you'll see a blue on bottom and red on top Jupiter or Mars or the sun. And they have this thing called a dispersion corrector to merge the image. That's caused by, according to the globe, astronomical refraction. But we don't see it terrestrially. Refraction? Thanks for proving our point.
You know that dispersion is a type of refraction, right, Indio? All right, you don't.
Did you just Google it, dude?
So stupid.
You've known about this for fucking 5 decades.
You don't even understand how refraction works because you don't know that dispersion is refraction.
You deal with this guy for
my
2 weeks.
God.
Crazy.
Dude, just mute this motherfucker.
Yeah, because just fucking blast.
No, you're just a dumb cunt. You have invincible ignorance.
Keep denying refraction, please. Hey, I want you to. I want you to keep talking about refraction.
Well, Talon, real quick.
It's the best thing for Globers that we could ever possibly have.
Let me try something, India, real quick.
I know. So you're going to, you know what the thing you haven't posted? Any data to support any model, any prediction that shows any accurate model.
There's 1,000 years worth of data for refraction.
Okay, then post it. You have plenty to go from.
Go on fucking internet, do your homework like a man.
You can't
in a pussy and expecting other people to do your job.
Right.
He's just trying to get kicked out now.
Yeah,
I don't have to lose the debate if I get banned.
We go back to what you did post.
I'm not doing your homework. Like, fucking learn refraction and then come back when you're ready.
What did I post in the chat?
You just posted some bullshit without even citing a link.
I just posted some bullshit. The citation is right there. You can't go on Google Scholar, type in the citation, and get the link.
But you're just in denial. You're appealing to authority to.
Yeah, don't talk about me.
That doesn't even true. It's not even true.
Yeah.
Talon. The thing that
you Talon's going on fucking mute, bro. That's the end of that.
He fucking owned you 1v4, and now you're muting him because you're coping, and you can't deal with him. Fucking
Well, how did he own me? Tell me exactly with specificity how he owned me.
Like a little sissy girl, and you had to mute him.
Tell me how he did that. Tell me how he did that. Tell me how he did that. Weird how you can't.
You always weird people who disagree with you and actually own you on facts, and you have to mute them because you can't.
Okay, so
lay out your arguments good enough.
And you can't say anything of substance.
So you have to mute them. That's fucking sad.
I'm gonna mute you next. Yeah,
I don't care.
Spurg out some more. Spurg out some more, mighty.
Me, dude. You're the one spurging people because you're losing debates. It's embarrassing.
What part did I lose?
Go study refraction.
I'm gonna ask you for literally the 10th time. What part did I lose?
The whole fucking debate. He was owning you.
The whole fucking debate. I want something specific. I want something specific. I want something specific.
Refraction, the studies. Every time he gives you the facts that you asked for, you shift the goalpost to something else. It was so fucking embarrassing to watch.
Which Which facts?
You ask for an experiment that proves the refraction, whatever measurements, and then he gives it
whatever
to you,
measurements.
Look into it. It was so fucking
That's really specific. That refraction thing, that whatever. Yeah, he really owned me, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, and then so you have to.
You're a dumb fuck.
Like
Shut
ad
up.
bombs and coping because
no, you're a dumb fuck.
Debating. So sad.
All right.
Mighty comes in white knighting, and he's too stupid to understand the conversation that took place. He can't even answer one question about it.
He didn't understand the conversation, but knows the other guy won somehow.
There's some good clips in there, actually. He was saying that you don't have to account for refraction or measure it or anything like that. You just calculate it in after you do the observation. He's like, you don't have to worry about it during the observation. You just calculate it in later on.
I do remember him saying that. Like, I was trying to say, like, do you not see the problem with that, bro? That post hoc? Come on.
Dude.
By the way, Mighty.
He didn't understand the quote, bro.
Loyal. Dude, that guy's loyal as fuck, though, to Talon. Like, man, I wish I had someone with that loyalty.
I mean, I'm sure his knees hurt. But, you know, he didn't even understand how damning that citation, that quotation you gave was. He didn't even understand it. They literally said they didn't measure the barometer or the humidity, and they weren't sure that any model would work. The same thing that we were saying.
Dude, look what he's saying in chat. It's like asking to measure the radius. A radius can't be measured, only calculated.
He isn't worthy of talking to us, quite honestly.
Yeah, it's all right. Well, most people that are curious about this topic or just coming into it from like a neutral perspective end up either A, just kind of leaving and thinking about their life, or B, becoming a flat earther. So, if they're honest.
Well, I didn't mean it like that. I just mean it like we sat there and entertained what we all know is just absolute utter nonsense for a good 30 minutes. Mick, who's one of the most civil one of us, and you know, generous with them giving him an attitude. Even he was getting ticked off. So he doesn't deserve our attention. Why are we wasting it with him?
I agree. Especially with the source that he posted about the Great Trigonometrical Survey from India. I literally got the entire book, looked up refraction in the book that he provided, and it literally says that they didn't take into account temperature or pressure or the height.
Yeah, and also did not understand what that meant and how damning it was to his entire previous 5 minutes of argument.
Yep, just moved right on like a sophist does. Or sophist, however you want to say it. I don't know. I always mix those.
His own source refuted him.
Dude, I literally cited the book, you moron.
Like I said, he didn't read it. He doesn't know what it says. He has no clue.
How are you can't just deny reality in front of you. I literally posted it. Go ahead and provide the link of the whole book. I did, you fucking idiot. Sorry, excuse my language. I'm sorry. All right, I'll do it
he deserves it. He is an idiot. He is also a fucking idiot.
There.
You do realize,
guys?
You do. What's up, Yoder? You do realize that these two are going to escalate until they get banned, right? Because that's what they do. That's what they're going to do. Yeah, they're going to keep escalating. They'll start calling names, and then they won't even respond to you, and just start talking trash. And then if you don't ban them for that, then they'll start cursing, and then they'll start saying stuff about the little hats, and they'll do anything. They want to leave, but they don't have the guts to just leave the chat.
I don't know, man. Some people are just bored. They need
mentally
to
ill.
Over. Yeah. By the way, what are you up to, Indio? You're out eating somewhere? I can hear it.
No, I'm in a food court, but I'm not eating. I'm looking at Sakura Japan, McDonald's, Longwood Bar and Grill, Philly Steaks. What else they got? Something burrito. I don't know. Bourbon Street Chicken.
You're trying to decide.
No, I'm not eating here. Hell no.
Sounds like you're eating.
No, I'm not. I'm drinking something.
Oh, okay.
I came in here to get like an energy drink.
What's up? I remember, dude. Appreciate the conversation we had last time. Me and Yoda and you. By the way, I haven't seen you since then, but I'm off the next 2 days and just felt like
you got 2 days off.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I don't have anything on my schedule tomorrow, so I'll be around.
Nice, dude. Definitely want to do some streaming and like go over some stuff. And so it looks like Talon, I imagine you're reading the book now that you provided.
Huh.
That's good. That's a good thing.
That lied about reading. When I explicitly said he didn't read it, and he was like, yes, I did. When I asked him. See, in that survey, the Indians used what's called the bezel spheroid, which isn't an oblate ellipsoid.
Yeah, let me look that up. See that thing. Bezel ellipsoid.
No, spheroid.
Oh,
it's not an ellipsoid.
Oh, it says ellipsoid. Let me try spheroid. Let's see.
That survey, that particular one, that gave birth to basically modern geodesy and isostasy.
Yeah, Bessel didn't know anything about flattening.
I don't think Bessel believed in the flattening.
Nope. Flattening, though, was born out of the French versus the English in the 1730s when they sent countervailing parties to Peru and Latvia to determine whether or not 69-1 held.
Yup. And they only did like 2 kilometers, right? And then calculated the rest.
Like, they did more than that, but I don't know. Listen, I mean, like, you're a Frenchman from the 1730s in Peru through the freaking Andes Mountains. How accurate are you?
Isn't that where we get the units of measurement to begin with? Like, isn't that how they created it?
Yeah.
The meter or whatever. What do they say?
Changed since then, though.
What did you say, T-Dub? You said changed since then? Kind of rough.
The meter stick has been changed since then, I think. Hadn't it, Yoda?
Sorry, what?
The meter stick has been changed since then. I think it was changed in the 19th century, wasn't it?
Sounds right. Yeah, maybe. What I find funny is that this is where the genesis of all this came from. I mean, not really the genesis, but one of the steps in the entire, I don't know, ziggurat. So in the 1730s, they didn't know if there was prolate or oblateness to the sphericity, and it was a competition between the English and the French. They sent teams to different parts of the world in order to determine whether or not 69-1 held held as a rule. It could be measured and relied upon. They didn't know if there was a watermelon shape versus a squished, clementine shape. So, that was in the 1730s. And some of their tools included pendulums. That's right. Dowsing rods. Protractors with plumb bobs. Yeah, that's about it.
No change?
Well, I mean, what they determined was the further north you get, the more distance you had to cover for every angle of degree displacement you'd see in the sky. Which basically meant that Louis XIV and his crazy entourage were wrong, and the English king and his entourage are right. What I find fascinating about this, when you look at UTM maps, the extreme north and south are extruded to infinity, which is why the north and the south don't go to 90 degrees. They go to like 80 or 85 or 87.5 degrees and they stop. Because those lines of longitude are going to be perpendicular to lines of latitude on the UTM map. For that to happen, the points of origin on these maps, north and south, must be placed at an effectively infinite distance north and south. Which means, is it possible, folks, that the further north you get, the more land you have to traverse for every degree of angular displacement of Polaris that you see? Could it be that when you were at 89 degrees north, that you could go for 1,000,000 miles before the next 1/10 of degree of angular displacement shifts in the celestial sphere? How much more land is there in the north? How much more land is there in the south? Nobody's ever produced a single measurement of a 90-degree zenith to Polaris, or any star that's used in the entire astronomical almanac. Isn't that strange? And could it be that the UTM maps are right? Wouldn't that be freaking weird? I hope not, because that's kind of dumb. Like, toilet paper Earth, really? No.
Again, those maps, though, like all of that, right? It's just based off the stars, man. It's the only way to actually verify a reference point.
Yeah, and so all the land masses are close enough. Like, close enough to where their angles were derived from. But to what distance? To what latitude or to what planar distance is that? Nobody has ever verified that. Why? Because, let me tell you, to get like 69 miles of surveying, let's say you're a surveyor, okay? You got your theodolite. You're going to do an azimuthal sweep, east to west, west to east. And you're going to look at points of interest 69 miles away. You're going to compare that to a point in the sky, a star. And your point of interest, 69 miles away, is going to be 1 degree off from you. Let me ask, what is the margin of error that you need to say that that degree and distance relationship is true. 69 miles, like from one point to another, 1 degree. If you're off by like, I don't know, 10%, that's 6.9 miles.
What's 60 versus the 69 again? I like saying 60 just because it's nice and even.
60 refers to nautical miles, 69 is statute miles. Like American miles is 69 and Navy miles is 60.
Right. So if you were to say, what's the error margin? You know, like how accurate would it have to be? So let's just say it's 60, right? Just for the sake of it, right?
Right.
60 miles per degree. Okay, great. Break down the degree into 60 arc minutes.
Right.
All right, so let's see. 1 arc minute would be what, 6 miles?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, or no, I don't know if I said that right. Is that right?
Yeah.
1 arc minute?
And to what degree of error? If you're off by 10%, I mean, geez, you got enough fudge factor to make a dinosaur nugget out of the earth.
Right. And, early sextants, they were about, the really, really good ones were about 5 arc minutes, maybe, back then.
Yeah, but then how do you know the distance? So you could say like over 690 miles, right? You should get like an angle X, right? And then you go that. Well, how do you know you're 690 miles? Well, you take the angle measurement, right? You take the angle measurement. How do you? You're getting a bit trapped there. You'd have to actually physically measure that distance without your angle, right? And then take your angle measurement. But do they do that? Nope. I don't think they do.
It gets crazier, right? Because is it the celestial sphere? Is it symmetrical or not?
That's a good question, but they treat it like
this is what we were talking about, right?
Yeah.
So apparently, you're saying in 1731 they did. Well, apparently they did this in that trigonomical survey of India as well, and they got. I don't know how they've claimed that they were getting, the greater they moved south, the further, the further they move south, blah blah, right? Yeah.
Within the entire field of geodesy, they're going to say it's not symmetrical. You know why? Because they're going to say that the uneven distribution of mass within Earth as a globe bends the starlight such that it warps the celestial sphere. So you don't have a uniform 69 to 1 or 60 nautical miles to 1 degree. You don't have that uniformity due to the uneven distribution of mass because of relativity.
Yep.
I like how they use relativity. It's so funny.
That's exactly how they use it. General relativity means that the 60 to 1 relationship does not hold true everywhere on Earth because of a globe.
It's crazy. Isn't that like why the king or whatever at the time was like, oh, I decree that you can only use this type of configuration for map making, or you're going to be put in prison or fined or whatever. And then he actually commissioned people to basically traverse the South to map out the South to make it work because it was so hard to do. Something like that. I'm paraphrasing, but the history of it's nuts, dude.
Yeah,
people are
it
dying.
is. Longitude is nuts. Latitude too. I mean, we got observations from south of the celestial equator of Polaris.
Yeah, that's crazy. And that's what I mean. Like, they have to use refraction in order to justify it.
Right. And maybe it's not. They blame it on refraction, they blame it on gravity, but what if the celestial sphere is lumpy?
Actually uniform as they would like you to believe.
Yeah. What if the sphere is a lumpy sphere? Not the Earth, not the geoid, but the celestialoid.
What's this disc you guys were talking about?
You just like walked into a PhD level course on the Earth.
So crazy. I never thought about that, Yoder. That's not so. Oh well, I never thought
Dude,
about.
We talk about this every day. Hang out here with us, Beasticles. We love you.
I love you too, bro. I just never thought about that. It could be the celestial sphere that's actually not.
Well, yeah, because when they make predictions about where celestial objects should be, right, based on like an ellipsoid model or a geoid model or whatever they've got going on, right, and it's incorrect, then they think that they have to correct the geometry of the surface, right? When maybe they should be looking at something that's not quite what they expect. They should be seeing in the sky.
But who the fuck is in an alien spaceship right now?
Right. Hey, Domino's, shut up. So, Beasticles, bring Shane and Alan back here, man. We are friends with them. Like, I miss talking to Shane and Alan. We used to be homies. We used to, like, crunch Einstein's papers together on Telegram. And we kind of fell out, but, willing to look on past that. I miss Alan and Shane. Bring them here.
Dude, I don't know why I like the disconnect, because
I don't know either, man. Like,
yeah. That sounds fun. Well, you guys actually believe like the Earth is flat, for real?
Dude, we measured it with infrared optics and microwave links and radio and yeah, man.
Pretty plain.
Not to mention it's natural experience of reality. Everybody's natural experience of reality.
And lie, and they make up their own version of science and physics.
Hey, bro, in physics, everybody treats the surface of a liquid at rest as if it's horizontal, level, perpendicular to gravity. That would be 90 degrees. So at no point in any practical sense is anybody treating the surface of liquid as if it's curving, bro.
Facts.
Yeah, I mean, that's like hydrostatic equilibrium, right? Like you got the air and the liquid coming in contact with each other. So the bonds, the molecular bonds of water are not going to conform to gravitational forces. They're going to conform to electrostatic forces. So the surface of water is not going to bend around a ball. It's going to
let's say that what you're saying is true, all right? That the Earth is flat.
No, we got that, dude. We have the
all right, let's say it's true.
Wait. So what do you think the Earth is? You guys...
All right, let's say it's true. Okay, so what benefit would the government get from lying?
Who cares? I don't care.
I just want to know.
Wait, are you actually serious? You actually think the Earth is just like
idiots like you get to follow them around?
Why do you think these people are here, man?
This guy thinks he's a PhD.
I don't care why the whole world's lying about the shape of the Earth. I just do this for fun.
Wait, hold on. Wait, so what do you got? What do you
think? Who wants to
put this thing over your face, stand on that dot, salute to the fucking god.
By the way, a drop of water is round, by the way.
Drop of water. I'm going to eat a steak and get plugged back in.
It is round.
What benefit do you think the government get from lying about the...
Who cares? Who cares?
They don't ever discuss the conspiracy angle, guy, because they can't defend it.
That's obviously relevant.
They'd rather jerk off about papers no money.
Because you're always asking about NASA and the government.
Yeah, who cares?
What is the Earth then? What is it? Like, what shape?
Who cares, man?
It's round.
Nobody cares.
No, I'm asking Mr. Flat Earth person.
Oh, Mr.
No, there's about 10 of them, man. They'll gang up on you. Don't say that.
I'm just so confused how you actually think the Earth is flat. Like, we're dumb. He just called us dumb, but this guy believes the Earth is a fucking.
They make up their own. They make up their own shit.
This guy's
and they believe it.
Goofy,
Somebody
bro. This guy's goofy.
Hold of this audio chaos.
There's no way that this a whole.
Who's up first?
You still haven't told me why the Polaris can only be seen in the northern hemisphere, and the other star can only be in the southern hemisphere.
And listen, when you go too far away from something,
that's not why. You just make up.
Can I answer you, or am I not going to answer?
But you're wrong anyway. Like your explanation is wrong.
Can I answer you?
You probably should have muted him instead.
Want me to give you an answer? Yes or no?
No.
Yes, give him an answer. No,
No,
give
you
him an
don't
answer.
need. Okay, you don't
No,
need
he
to
does.
give
He
you
does. He
an
does want an answer.
Okay,
He does
fine.
want an answer. He does want an answer.
He does? No, can he answer for himself if he does?
He answered for me.
Do you or do you not want an answer?
Yeah, it's like, do you or do you not want to go on mute? Not an alt, just pick. Just
Bro, why
yes
did I
or
just get
which one.
muted?
Shut up,
Pick one.
bitch.
I'm just trying to get an answer. I'm curious, like.
Maybe you should mute not an alt and then talk to Domino's.
Right.
I don't know
So
why
after you've
I
asked
got
your question, shut up.
Like, I'm willing to give an answer, but
Okay, can you answer, please?
an answer. Like, if you want some butthurt cream, I got a discount. Like, go to my Venmo.
Shut up. That's where
Can you just answer the question, please?
Yeah. So what's the question? Like, the question is, so when Polaris goes too far away, can you see it? The answer is no.
But you don't believe that the Earth is spinning or that it's orbiting
No,
the sun.
I don't. So when Polaris is too far away, you can't see it.
Okay, what about time zones? Like, what about that?
What about time?
Well, does that-
So time zones, like in America, that
Yeah, like if the Earth was
okay.
flat.
Let me give you. Okay. Pause. In America, time zones are determined by the Department of Transportation.
That has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it does. So time zones are set by the DOT. So you've got the Western, like Pacific. You've got the Mountain. You've got the Central. You've got the Eastern and the Maritime. You've also got Alaska and Hawaii. These are all different time zones.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Yeah.
asking
So
you.
what are you trying to say?
Yeah, what are you trying to say? That makes no
Okay,
sense.
So it's determined by the government.
Okay, but that's not. No, it does not.
Seriously.
Because
reflect
no,
reality.
hold on. Okay,
Like,
so
it's California.
wait,
It's a different
Explain.
time.
Wait, so you're
Explain,
hold on. So
explain
you're not
why it's
saying-
noon when it's noon in the UK. It's night on Australia. Explain
Yeah, exactly. Explain that. Because I'm in the East Coast and I've watched. It's nighttime here, and I've watched a football game in California, and it's daytime there.
Me too.
And
Domino,
if
were
it's
you?
flat,
Yeah.
like
I mean, we get it. But go ahead.
I've literally watched a Rams game, and I'm on the East Coast, and that's
And that proves there's a ball.
It's because the sun.
no, it doesn't prove it's flat though. Like what? Are you crazy? If
Why the hell did you
you
bring
have
it
a
up?
flat surface,
It proves that it's not
proving
flat.
it's flat. Like, are you okay? Like, do you not realize that?
So
What's
it
blocking
does.
it?
Yes.
Yes, it
Go
proves
ahead.
the Earth is not flat.
Well, I wanted to ask Domino, like you're okay. You enjoyed the answer that, like, if I held a dime right in my hand and then I moved really far away, you just wouldn't see it. You were good with that one. You didn't skip by it. You're actually you came to a conclusion on that. Polaris,
What?
remember Polaris? When you go really far away, you can't see it because you're too far away to see it. You were okay with that one? You're not just skipping
Shut
past
up,
it.
man.
You actually agree. So you know what? That makes sense. When you go away, you can't see it. Okay, so
Are you talking to me or alt?
yeah, I'm asking you, Domino, because the other guy's just fucking creepy.
Who? Not alt? He was
Yeah,
the one
so
that
I'm
brought
asking-
that up. He was the one that
I
brought
know.
that up.
No, I know. But I'm asking, do you agree to that one? Right? If it's really far away, you can't see it.
What do you mean? If it's really far away, like you just like what?
Right. So I had we did Polaris. Why can't you see Polaris when you go far away? You know, when you go south, because you can't see it, right? Because you're far away from it. You're okay with that one. Are you also, if you were okay, because you said okay, good, and you moved on to the next one. If you get if the sun, right? You know, the nighttime thing you're talking about, you get further away from that, you can't see it anymore. You're still good with the conclusion that you agreed to earlier?
Yeah.
Okay, so then yeah. So what's your next?
You still haven't explained why the hull of a ship disappears from the bottom to the top.
Well, that wasn't Domino's next question. So Domino was good with Polaris, where you go too far away, you can't. You know, you
I
can't
didn't
see
bring
it
up Polaris.
I mean, you gave a bullshit explanation earlier.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
Nobody's answered
And
mine
the English guy or Irish guy, wherever he's gone.
Right. So then Domino, right? Like if I had a dime, right? If I'm holding up a dime, right, and I'm just holding it up like in 1,000 feet in the air, are you going to see it forever? Or if you go a certain distance away, you'll stop. You won't be able to resolve it anymore.
If you hold a dime 1,000 feet in the air and you what?
And then you just walk away. Well, you won't be able to see it, or you will be able to see it.
I mean, eventually I'm gonna get far enough away where I'm not gonna be able to see it.
Like, why not? What's is there Earth curve blocking it, or it's just too small to resolve?
It's obviously going to be too small for my eyes to see.
There we go. All right. So now we got the Polaris issue handled. We got the dime issue handled, and then we have the day and night, right? The sun. We see the sun. It moves away. Then you can't see the sun anymore. Then we call that night. What was your next question?
No, I'm just wondering.
There's nothing. There's no like Earth curve. There's no Earth curve blocking the dime. There's no Earth curve blocking the star Polaris, and there's no Earth curve blocking the sun. So what's your next
the sun
question?
backs away, like goes backwards so far.
I'm pretty sure that argument actually was tested.
Like, what are you talking about? It zooms away and comes back. Is that what you're saying the sun does every day?
I don't know. Do you observe something else happening?
Yeah, it goes beyond the horizon. You dummy! The Earth rotates.
Wait, so you do realize tanks? Are you saying
it goes away?
Are you saying that?
Because you can't rotate, you idiot.
Oh, it does. The Earth spins, does it, guys?
It doesn't get smaller; it rotates. It doesn't get tinier in the air until it disappears.
Okay, tell us about that. Tell us all about the Earth spinning.
Tell me how it gets smaller. Does the sun?
No, dude. Explain the Earth spinning.
No, you're not going to walk away from this. Does the sun get smaller where you live, or are you in a special pocket of the universe where, for some reason, the sun just disappears?
It does what you guys says. It goes beyond the horizon. No, it moves away.
It's
kidding. It
doesn't get smaller.
The Earth does not. The sun does not get smaller. The Earth turns. It spins. Like, do you guys just are you guys like? Are you guys?
Well, that was your next task, Domino, because we were saying we already knew the dime, the sun, the star didn't get blocked by Earth curve, but now you're saying the horizon blocks it. What is the horizon?
Oh no! Now he's making an extra claim on top of that the Earth's moving. The ground underneath him is moving.
You're just going to ignore the whole sun shrinking thing.
No, the Earth's
not going to talk about that.
No,
I didn't make a claim about the sun shrinking.
It gets smaller, bro. No, it doesn't. Nothing gets smaller until you can't see it.
That's your burden of proof.
That must happen under certain
I have eyeballs.
So you know what the sun is. You know how far away it is. You know what medium is. You know all the variables, which dictates exactly just what you should or shouldn't see it do, right?
No, I mean all of human history.
No, you don't. So don't impose upon us a claim that we didn't make.
Oh, stop with this imposing.
So you've got standards that we have to adhere to, do you? Why? What qualifies your standards? What qualifies your standards, bro? What qualifies your standards? What qualifies your standards?
My standards are you don't see the sun shrink, neither does anyone else.
Why should I have to accept that would happen? Why should I have to accept that?
The guy said it would shrink and disappear. That's what the guy said.
Who said that?
You idiot!
Well, what if there's examples where that's what you observe?
You don't observe that. What do you observe?
Okay, well, what if we show you footage that's what it looks like is happening?
Does it go behind?
Wait, I want to talk to the guy who said distance makes a coin disappear. It doesn't make entire constellations rotate or disappear in opposite hemispheres.
So, I want
too far away.
Shut up for a minute, bro. I want the guy that just said that that's what we should see happening and we don't see it to address what Flat Lloyd just posted at 52 past the hour in the side chat. What does that look like?
Hemisphere at any distance, courtesy of ChatGPT.
Beyond the horizon.
What does it look like?
It goes beyond the horizon.
What does the sun look like it's doing as far as its angular size?
Where the sky and the water are separated, that's called the horizon.
Yeah, you don't see it touch that. You don't see it touch that. So what does the sun's angular size look like?
Look. Gets smaller.
What does the sun's angular size look like?
Where does the sun go then?
He just said it. He said it gets smaller. He just said it. He said it gets smaller and it disappears.
Look at
the
fuck. Look at it.
Hang on a fucking second.
It's the same shape. It's the brightness on the camera. Look, the brightness on the camera. See that ball when
you're spazzing, dude.
Kent, relax.
The sun
dude.
isn't bigger.
Wait.
Look,
So the
you're
sun
spazzing.
What happened to the sun? I'm confused.
I'm not spazzing. It goes beyond the horizon.
Kent, hold on.
It moves away.
Guys. Gentlemen,
where does it go?
Hold the fuck on. One at a fucking time. What is wrong with you guys?
It went on the other side of the. There's one pancake side, and it went on the other side of the pancake.
Yeah, we flipped over.
Kent, I'm sorry, dude. You obviously weren't fucking listening. Shut the fuck up. Go ahead, Domino. Carlista, how about Mac? You guys are insane. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just wondering what happened. What happens to the sun? The flat Earth people. I'm kind of curious. Like, what happened to the sun after? And the Lloyd, what do you guys think? Like, where did the sun go?
Well, what he's showing there is that the sun appears to get smaller, which the other guy said doesn't happen ever in reality. So the burden would be on Kent, right? The guy said it never happens ever in reality. So then go show every instance ever in reality of the sun not doing what he said it should not do. So it's a difficult task, but I think he's up for it.
Okay, but like you're saying it gets smaller, but what do you mean it gets smaller? Like it actually shrinks and goes away? No. That's what I'm asking you. I'm not asking to look at the picture. I'm asking for your answer.
Well, that's what you see in the picture. You see.
Here, I know what I'm seeing in the picture.
Let me try something here. What does it do what do you think it's doing? What do you think it's doing? You see it do something. Yeah, you see it do something.
I'm asking him. That's what I'm asking him. But he's not answering me. Like that's what I'm asking.
Well, let's see. What do you think? I'm trying to figure out what you think an answer would be. The answer.
No, I'm asking Tanks, and he's not answering. That's why I'm trying.
Okay, so he's not answering.
No, I'm asking him. I'm asking him. What is the sun doing? If
somebody's not answering, you know not to ask them. They're not answering. Therefore, let's troubleshoot the problem because he answers questions all the time. I've heard him on podcasts where he's got an endless amount of globalists going one question after another.
But he can't answer this question.
Let's troubleshoot. What do you think the answer would look like? So that by answering it yourself.
Well, that's what I'm asking him. I'm asking.
Okay, so what would it look like? What would the answer look like?
Well, it looks like it's going over the horizon. That's why I'm asking him.
Going over the horizon. Where do you see that at?
What do you mean? Like the sun is going over,
going over the horizon. So there's a horizon that's going over the top of it, or it's shrinking to the horizon line.
Well, it's no. I'm not going to say it's shrinking. So what do you think the sun is doing? Though? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out for you. What do you think the sun is doing?
Well, it's going to the other side of the Earth. The Earth is moving.
Another side.
The sun doesn't move. Like the sun is stationary. The Earth spins.
You see the sun move, and you think it's not moving. It's actually stationary.
No, the sun isn't moving.
Yeah, Domino, you can quite clearly see the sun moving. What are you talking
We're
about?
moving.
But you see the sun moving through the sky, east to west, every single day.
No, we're moving.
No? So the sun just sits still in the sky, does it?
It does, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
See, this is how quickly you guys break.
Do you guys know anything about
This is how quickly you break, Domino. Isn't that amazing? You're in here trying to make fun of us, but you can't describe how the sun is observed to move for every single human being on Earth.
No, it's not moving. We're moving.
So why do you see it move through the sky east to west every day?
Because we're moving. It looks like it's moving, but we're moving.
Oh right, okay. So now the sun does look like it's moving.
No, yeah, it looks like it's moving because we're moving.
Okay, it looks like it's moving, but
because we're moving. No. How about you include what I'm saying? Stop just excluding what I'm saying.
Well, no, because remember, you just said it doesn't look.
It looks like it's moving because there's a because after because.
And this is where you insert your fantasy religion, right?
It's not fantasy religion. It's like spin.
Now you're gonna have to support your.
That would be religion, Dominoes. So Dominoes, your religion tells you the ground is spinning how fast?
Religion? What'd you say?
Dominoes, your religion tells you the ground is spinning how fast?
My religion?
Do you even know? You know you believe the ground is spinning?
What are you talking about religion? What does religion have to do with anything?
Your religious belief where you say, even though the sun looks like it's moving, it's not moving. That's your religion, right? Because you think the ground is spinning?
No, the ground isn't spinning. The earth is
Alright, so the ground is stationary, is it?
I mean, yeah, I would hope so. I don't think that...
Okay, so you don't believe in a spinning ball earth then?
No, I believe in the earth is moving.
Alright, so the ground...
has an axis, it's tilted.
So it's moving, but it's not spinning. So the ground isn't spinning. The earth isn't spinning?
No, the earth is spinning. The ground
Alright, so you do believe the ground is spinning? Because that's the earth,
ground
right?
is the earth.
Do you not know that, Dominoes? Do you not know when you go outside, the ground, that's the earth?
Yeah, the ground is not spinning, though. What?
Oh, the ground is not spinning. I guess we'll have a flat earth, then.
What?
So the Earth isn't spinning then?
No, it is spinning.
All right, so the ground is spinning.
What about you? What are you doing right now? Are you walking?
I'm sitting down.
You're sitting. Are you moving?
Go on. We need to hammer this out. Dominoes, is the ground spinning or not?
I just told you that. Like, I just told you.
Yeah. What is it?
No,
So the
you
ground
said you
is
gave
spinning now.
answers.
No, it's not. It's not spinning.
So
Like,
the ground isn't spinning. Okay, so the Earth isn't spinning.
No, the Earth
Jesus, you guys are cannibals.
So the Earth is
Take the
spinning?
marbles out of your mouth.
Who
Yeah,
has marbles?
Claw, put yourself on mute. You don't need to step in right now.
Dang, Claw.
So Dominoes, the ground is spinning or it's not spinning?
Are you just gonna keep asking the same question over and over?
If you just keep contradicting yourself, then yes, we're just going to keep letting you contradict yourself because this is what your religion does to your brain.
The Earth is spinning. It's.
Okay, so you do believe the ground is spinning?
I mean, the Earth is spinning.
The ground, that's the Earth, right?
Well, the Earth is spinning.
So if the
And
Earth
the
is
ground,
moving,
the
then
ground,
the ground would be moving as
isn't
well.
the Earth.
He's almost there.
The ground is or isn't the Earth? Are you okay, Dominoes?
No, yeah, I'm fine.
So when you go outside and you walk on the ground, is that the Earth?
I mean, yeah, it's in there. It's on
Okay, so that ground is spinning, according to you.
I love it.
No, it's not spinning.
What about you, Domino? Are you spinning? What about you, Domino? Are you spinning right now?
No, I'm not spinning right now.
You're not spinning.
So everything else is spinning around
No
us.
spinning Earth, then. There you go, Dominoes. Welcome
I am
to
a little bit
reality.
spinning around in my
the
chair
Earth
a
is
little
not spinning. Welcome to reality, Dominoes.
The Earth is spinning.
What does that mean?
The ground is spinning. Okay, how fast is it spinning? How fast does your religion tell you it's spinning, Dominoes?
Like
you don't.
I think it's like
how much?
I think I have a way for him to agree that it's spinning.
I think it's like I don't know, like fucking fast.
I think it's
like
right.
1,000, probably 1,000 miles. I think that's what it is.
1,000 miles an hour, Dominoes. What makes you say that? Since you detect no spin at all.
I mean, I don't have like a PhD in
You have
astronomy.
a PhD, so you need a PhD in astronomy. How's that going to tell you the ground's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour?
Well, it's not going to tell you the ground is spinning. It's going to tell you about.
All right. So what is going to tell you the ground is
Actually,
spinning?
That's what it is.
So why are you claiming the ground is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour then?
I never said that. I said the Earth is spinning.
All right, and the ground that's not the Earth, is it?
No, what? No, the ground. The ground is not. The ground is a part of it. It's not the Earth.
But it's a part of the Earth that's not spinning.
That's like saying the ocean is the Earth.
Okay, so the ground part of the Earth that's not spinning according to you.
No.
No. How does that work?
How does what work?
So the surface of the Earth, which would be the ground, is not spinning.
Hey, Cyclone, this is Wolfie talking real quick. Could you give me image perms on the side so I can post in the side chat what this motion is that he's claiming potentially?
No, Dominoes has to be a big boy and understand his own religion so that he can elucidate it for himself.
What religion are you talking about? I'm kind of.
What if he never has seen an animation?
The heliocentric religion that you don't understand.
The what religion?
The
Can I still have image perms then?
Bro, I literally cannot hear.
The image perm isn't us. That's the server side. It has to do with your rank and your amount of engagement you've been on the server.
No, I could give you image perms, but I don't know you, so I'm not going to give you image perms. But maybe once you have a discussion and show that you're legit, we will give you. But at the moment, no. You'll just have to use your words. But at the moment, we're still trying to work with Dominoes here because he hasn't quite understood that his religion requires him to believe that the ground outside is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. He hasn't worked that out yet. That's why he's so confused about the sun moving.
Religion. It's like.
Well, it is really religion, though, Dominoes, because you're claiming something that you have no experience of with your senses. You don't experience the ground to be moving. And your only basis for this claim is that someone's told you, like a priest. And they've maybe shown you some cartoon images.
A priest? A priest is crazy.
A priest, like NASA, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye. Those would be your priests. Yeah. And Dominoes, we'll demonstrate it to you.
I feel like
we'll demonstrate how this is a religion.
Astrophysics and astronomy.
Yeah, we'll demonstrate how astrophysics, that's part of your religious lore. We'll demonstrate it. So could you tell us your best verifiable evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Well, I mean, there's multiple evidences. There's
just tell us the one that's verifiable that we can actually prove is real.
Well, I mean, there's pictures. There's
okay, you can't prove those are real. You can't go and verify those. So what else?
No, how can you not verify those?
All right, can you go to space and see a ball Earth?
I mean, yeah, that's what.
Oh, you can. When did you do that, Dominoes?
No, I didn't. I never said I could.
You didn't. Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you do that?
I'm not an astronaut.
All right, so you can't do that.
No, not yet. I'm not.
No, so we're talking about something that can actually be verified. That isn't just cartoon
there's pictures.
from the government.
There's pictures like.
Yeah. Okay, so cartoons.
So every government that's been on
all right. I knew this bad out. So cartoons from the U.S. government that can't be verified, that would not count as verifiable evidence.
Why are you so?
Think about something that members of the public. Is there anything?
Why are you so hungover on the U.S.?
We're trying to get away from your religion. We're trying to establish that this isn't a religion.
The U.S. government, like there's not
Dominoes. You're the one that's hung up.
This falls outside of religion and falls
it's not just
clearly in the realm of knowledge.
Country to been to space.
Hold on, Dominoes. You're the one that's hung up on the government because you're the one that whenever we ask for evidence, you bend over and say, lick the government boot because you don't have any other evidence. I'm asking, like, what would a member of the public do?
No, it's multiple governments, though. Like, the U.S. is not the only country.
As members of the public,
is the U.S. the only country to, like, leave
Is there any way that anyone who's not a member of the U.S. government space program, so like a 0.0000001% of people, is there anything that you could actually do, or any of us in this room could do, to know and prove that the Earth is a ball without just believing government cartoons? Is there anything?
Well, I mean, I'm confused what government cartoons are because, like...
Oh, I know. So anything that's like...
They tell us that they're composites. The people that he's referring to tell us they're composites, like with their own words.
Composites, CGI...
What government does this?
NASA says it in their own.
Okay. Well, like I said,
I know he wants to deflect.
Doesn't have any.
I know he wants to deflect. I know he wants to deflect. Dominoes, just try really hard. Just try really hard.
No, how about? Wait, I'm so confused. Why you only believe like the U.S. Has the U.S. only is the U.S. only like?
Dominoes, I know you're going to try and avoid this because you already know the answer. You already know the answer. Is there anything that you could do without just appealing to the government cartoons that they've shown you? Is there anything you could do to prove the Earth is a ball that spins?
Is the U.S. the only government to have been out in space, or
none of them have been out in space? But
none of them have.
No. As far as you can tell, Dominoes, they've just given you cartoons and said,
the International Space Station is just
and you said, "Oh, I guess unicorns are real."
No, it's a plane flying over us 180,000 feet. And that was actually told to us by a NASA whistleblower too. It's called
Hold on.
It's called YouTube
We're not
Bomber.
going to take his little like Dominoes. So are you just saying, because you're determined not to move away from the government, are you confirming that the only evidence you have is stories from the government? Is that it?
Well, no, it's not stories from what government?
Okay, good. Then what can people do who aren't part of cartoon government space agency?
Yeah, what government are you talking about?
No, I'm saying what
government are you talking about?
I'm not talking about the government.
You just said government, though. No, you just said the government.
Specifically, what can you do that isn't reliant on a government image?
No, you just said we have
Dominoes.
Like what you said, the government has.
You're just conceding. There's nothing verifiable outside of those images that you believe, right?
What are you talking about? What images? The images of outer space?
Okay, maybe you're confused. Could you go outside and observe something? Could you go outside and measure something that would tell you the Earth is a spinning ball?
Yeah. Time zones.
Okay, finally, we're getting somewhere. Explain how... What do you mean by time zones?
Like, the sun is... Like, different parts of the Earth are lit when different parts are not. Like, if it's a flat Earth, then the whole Earth, if it's, flat, the whole Earth would be lit at the same time, and the whole Earth would be night at the same time. That would
you're talking about night, and so you're talking about day and night.
Yeah, if the Earth was flat, it would all be day at the same time.
Right.
And all be night
because it's nighttime in certain places and daytime in somewhere else. That you're saying that proves the Earth is a spinning ball.
It's a part of it. I mean, it's pretty.
Maybe
not prove that it's a ball, but it proves that the Earth is not flat.
How does it do that?
Did you not listen to what I just said? Are you just too busy?
Yeah, I did. I heard what you said.
So then what did I say then? What did I say then?
You said it proves the Earth isn't flat. When
Okay, but what did I say before that,
doesn't
though?
tell you anything about the curvature
light somewhere and it's dark somewhere else. There's light and then there's
Yeah,
dark.
exactly. So how, like, I'm confused
How would
how
that
that does
tell
not
you that the
prove.
surface
Don't ask a
is-
question.
How does
Don't
that
ask a
not
question.
prove that it's flat?
No, don't
How
ask
does
a
it prove
question.
that it's not flat?
Huh?
You said that proves it's not flat. How does it prove
does.
it's not flat? How?
Because if it's flat,
Yeah,
a flat surface, if you shine a light on a flat surface, the whole surface is going to be.
Oh, is it?
Really?
Is it?
Really?
What if the
So
light
you only need one street light for an entire highway.
Yeah, so one street light will light up the
You're
entire
literally
city.
comparing a street light to a
Oh,
fucking
okay, so are you
street. We're
assuming
talking.
Hey,
We're talking
you
about
said it. You said it. You said if you shine a light on a flat surface,
talking about
it'll
the
light the whole
sun.
thing.
Oh, we're talking about the
Right.
sun.
No, you said. You said. You
Dominoes,
said if you
you
shine a light on a flat
assuming-
surface, it'll light the entire surface. Did you or did you not say that?
Yeah, I did, and we're talking about the
Okay.
sun. I'm talking about the
All
sun.
right, what if the sun doesn't light
Yeah,
up the entire
okay.
Earth
Sorry.
at once?
dumbass.
What if the
Yeah, I'm
sun
talking
doesn't
about the
light up the
sun.
entire Earth at once?
It doesn't.
Obviously not.
I mean, I don't understand. Of course, it doesn't. But like that's what I'm saying. Like, why?
Yeah. So the sun is moving, and
the sun
as
is
it
not
moves, it takes its light with it. You observe it
Okay,
moving.
I'm confused. How? So like,
I know you are.
dude, you guys are like.
It's very obvious. I mean, you're a globe believer.
So the
You
sun
live
is
in
moving.
confusion.
The sun is moving, right?
Like you observe, right?
No, absolutely.
No.
Not. Okay, wait.
But
So,
so you don't observe it
Where's the
moving
sun moving
west
at?
through
Where's
the
the sun
sky?
moving at?
Does
Where's
it
the
not
sun moving
rise in the east and set in the west?
Where's the sun moving at?
Well, you just said you don't observe it moving.
No, but you said you do, so I'm asking. You just said it moves.
No. Because remember, you said earlier you do observe it moving.
No, I said it looks like. No, I did not. I said it looks like.
Yeah.
It's moving.
It looks like it's moving.
Yeah, I'm not
right?
saying I know it's not moving. I'm saying it looks like it's moving. But like
So
I just
you
asked
agree.
you,
So it
like I
looks
just
like it's
asked you,
moving.
like
means you're
I
observing
just
it
asked
moving,
you,
Domino.
where does the
saying it
sun
looks
go?
like it's
Where does the sun
moving.
go when it's so-called moves?
It's moving over the Earth, isn't it? Like you observe east to west. That's what you
I
observe.
think first you need. I think Domino's first needs to understand that by saying it looks like it's moving means he's observing it moving.
Yeah, you understand that, Domino's, right?
How far?
When
How
you
far
say
is the
it
sun away
looks,
from
when
the
you
Earth?
say the sun looks like it's moving, that means you observe.
How far is the sun away
moving,
from
yeah?
the Earth?
How would you measure that?
What? Like
Uh-oh.
people have been to space.
How would you measure that, Domino's?
I literally just said that. There people have been.
You gonna get a big ruler out?
Like our ruler's gonna measure that.
Yeah, exactly. So how would you measure that, Domino's?
Well, I'm asking you because you just said that.
Well, I'm not making a claim how far away.
Well, you just said it passed over the Earth, so I'm asking how far.
It
how far it is.
observably moves over the Earth. That's what you observe every single day.
Okay, but like how far though?
How
far is it
would you
away?
measure how far it is, Domino?
So you don't know how far it is. You just know that it moves.
Do you know how far it is?
I don't.
Okay, so we both don't know how far away it is.
Okay,
Now,
but
what?
you're saying it's moving over the Earth.
Yeah,
right?
we both observe it moving.
No.
Correct.
No, we do not.
We do
Yeah,
not.
you do.
You did. You said it looks like it's moving.
Yeah, you do.
We do not.
Domino's, you just said it looks like it's moving.
I literally said, dude, you keep
Yeah,
like
is it
rewording
so?
my
So listen.
words. You
When,
keep
when
like
you wake up in the
rewording
morning,
my
is it
words.
there?
Someone else
When
in
you
the
get
chat.
to bed at night,
Okay,
is
let me
it
mute
the
this
Hold
guy
same
because
place
Hold
or
on.
not?
Everyone in the
wait.
chat just heard you
you
say
re-
it looks like it's moving.
It looks like it's moving to us, but it's not
There you
actually
go.
moving.
So you
yeah, but it's not
observed it
actually moving
moving.
though. But it's
So
not.
you
actually,
observed it
know?
moving.
it's not actually moving though.
How'd
How
you know
do you
that?
know?
Because
How do you
it's-
know that?
because like it's not fucking.
Because the
How do you
religion
know?
tells
Stop
you.
with the circular
The
No, it's
reasoning.
not.
religion.
Dude, the religion has
Domino's,
nothing to do.
You
with
asked earlier, what religion are you talking about? This is the religion we're talking about. It looks like it's moving, but it's not. How'd you know? Someone told me. Who told you? How do they know?
Because everybody knows.
Because they've done studies over like they have.
They've done studies. Oh, Domino's, this is the good bit. What studies did they do to disprove observable reality?
We know
been to
because
space,
they
they've
know.
done their
They
really,
know
like,
because they did it, and we
fucking
don't know
Alright,
because
hold on.
they did
So
it.
Domino's, this is where it gets good, Domino's. You'll like this bit. So they've done studies to prove that when you observe the sun moving, it's not actually moving. What study was this?
Wait, what'd you say?
You just said they've done studies that shows or proves that even though you observe the sun moving, it's not actually moving. So what study was this?
So What? What are you talking about? I never.
Wow. Do you not know what you're saying? Are you not listening to yourself?
No, I am. That's why I'm asking you.
Okay,
like,
so you just said they've done studies because you said it looks like
yeah,
it's moving,
people have
but it's
majored.
not.
People have majored in like astrophysics.
People have majored in the sun looking like it's moving, but it's not really. Is that what they've majored in?
No,
Because you
I
just
just
said
said. Are you?
dominoes.
Do you know what astrophysics are? That's what I just said.
It looks. That's well. You just said it looks like it's moving, and then we asked how do you, but it's not, and then we said how do you know that? And you said people have done studies, and we said what studies?
Yeah, I
and then
said
you went,
people
what?
have.
What studies?
You just like interpret your words into like.
No, that's literally
I
verbatim
literally
what
said
you just
people
said.
have done. People have studied like astrophysics and
that's
astronomy.
what
like
we said.
people have.
All right,
people
so
have
what
done that. That's what I've
study?
just
All
said.
right,
like
so what
over and over again.
astrophysics study then? If you want to be, if you want to be more specific,
I
what
don't fucking know
astrophysics
what
studies-
study the
so
name
why
of. I just
did
know
you say it? So why
astrophysics.
did
Like
you say it? Why did you say it?
because like you just dude, you just
say
don't
shit
listen.
you don't know.
No, I literally just said it. You just don't listen. Like
What study did you say?
I never said. I just told you I don't know the exact study.
Exactly,
But I
you
know
don't know. So I said,
astrophysics.
why did you
study
say it?
is
You don't know if
like
it's true or not.
astrophysics are
How do
literally
you
the
know
study.
it?
You don't know. You just said you don't know if that's true.
How do you know
Yeah,
it?
I
if
don't
you
know
don't
the
know it?
exact study that they fucking did. Like I
So
probably
if you
wasn't
don't
paying
know
attention,
it,
Do you
but it's
know
ast-
then at all?
Dominoes, if
because
you
there
don't
are
know it,
people
how
that
do you
literally
know it?
study and do at like people.
People
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Domino.
Because there's fucking research about it. Like go look it up online.
How do you know this? How do you know this?
Because of Google.
You don't know.
You're asking
When we
me how
asked
I
you
know.
about it, you said
Look it up. Look it up on
yes,
Google. Look
yes.
it up on Google.
Oh,
Hilarious.
so you did that? You did that, did you?
Dominoes. Why would
Yeah,
we
I
be
did.
looking
I
up
looked up
your?
stuff
Then
on
you'd
Google.
be able to cite it, and you just said, "I don't know."
I don't know the exact.
Why would we be
study.
looking
Like,
up
what? I
your
wasn't
claim,
looking at
Dominoes?
that. I was
So,
looking up-
Dominoes, this is how it works. If you make a claim, you provide the evidence. You don't say, "Here's my claim. Go and look it up for me."
No, I'm not
Right?
saying. I'm not saying look it up for me. I'm saying look it up.
Well,
and,
then
like,
why are you
do
telling
some
us to
research.
Google it?
I told you to look it up.
Yeah, why are you telling us
Google
to
it.
look up something that you
do
don't know?
research yourself. Do research yourself. It's not.
Yeah, we've done it. No one's
Obviously
proven.
not. If you
no
literally
one's
just said
proven
the
what you're
sun
claiming.
moved.
There
just said
are
the
no
sun
studies proving what you're claiming. We know that.
Literally look it up. Like there's
Yeah,
plenty
we
of
looked it
people-
up, Dominoes. Dominoes.
You haven't even looked it up.
Unlike you, we have looked it up. That's why we're here laughing at you.
I'll send you something for you just so you can.
Good. Please do, Dominoes. Post it in the chat. We cannot wait. Let's see. The study that proves that the observable sun moving is not actually moving. Can't wait.
Well, studies don't prove things, right, Cyclone?
Not if they're globe related.
I don't believe any scientific study ever proves anything.
Oh my God, it's Rich Evans. Rich, are you still here? I thought you'd given up.
I noticed I was no longer banned from the room, so I decided.
Oh my
to come
God!
back. Yeah.
Well, Rich, after all this time, what's your top globe proof after all this time?
Globe proof? Well, I could tell you why I'm a glober.
So it's not based on proof of a globe.
Well, how are you using the word proof? Are you using it?
Oh, here we go. There we go. What do you mean by proof? It depends how you define proof. Well, I don't know.
It does.
If you're jumping on here, okay, so you still don't know, Rich.
Right?
You still don't know, Rich.
Well, you can either use proof in the way of like logic and mathematics, or you can use proof colloquially, which is we all take it to mean evidence.
It depends how you mean by proof. It depends how you define very well-known words. It depends what you mean by level. Depends what you mean by spin. Rich, another glober is currently embarrassing himself, so you'll have to wait your turn. But rest assured, when a fluffer is required, you'll be called upon. So what about it, Dominoes? Did you manage to Google your sun isn't moving?
I'm getting it
even
right
though
now.
it looks
Hold
like
on.
it's studying?
You can be quiet and be patient. Thank you.
Yeah, you're getting it right now. Where are you
I am.
searching? What are you looking up? Quora?
Like I told you before.
Reddit?
Google.
Is it Reddit or something?
Reddit does.
Yeah. Reddit's where you guys get your arguments from, isn't it? That's where you say the dinosaurs got like flung off the earth or something.
Yeah, that makes sense. Dinosaurs got flung off the earth. Who the fuck said that?
That's what you guys say on Reddit, isn't it? The Globers on Reddit.
Oh yeah.
You guys believe in Jurassic Park and all that.
Yeah, I mean that was a great movie.
Yeah, that's like shit that you believe.
No, not really. I mean, I don't believe dinosaurs got flung off the planet. That was a great movie, though. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but it was really good.
It was a good movie.
It was indeed.
But come on, we need to study here because you're telling us that
hold on a second. Hey, hold on a second.
You're going to need more than a second, but go on.
Yeah, maybe a couple seconds. I mean, why don't you talk to the rich guy? Why'd you mute him? Why don't you talk to him?
He's been in here for years. He's like you if you'd been here for 2 years and learned nothing at all, and we're still saying the same shit you're saying right now. But okay, if you want to hear that embarrassment, yeah, you probably should listen to this kind of thing, because this will be like a warning for you how not to become like this.
Yeah.
So, Rich, try again. What was after all this time, years of trying to battle Flat Earth, Domino's here is really struggling to find some evidence that Earth's a globe. So
no, I'm not struggling. I'm just looking for a good site for you guys to read.
Don't let them rile you up, Domino's. Don't worry.
Oh no, they're not.
Don't let them do it. Maybe you guys actually, Rich, you can work with Domino's and you can just present the best globe evidence, undeniable, 100% verifiable.
We'll make a PowerPoint for you guys. Well,
Domino's. I assert the globe.
Until 5 minutes ago, Domino's didn't realize that the sun is observably moving. So he's going to have to come to grips with that first. But Rich, come on, knock us out with your number one globe proof, no denying it, verifiable, no doubt. What is it?
Of course, any claim that anyone makes, someone could deny. What do you want about?
Okay, so you don't have anything then.
If that's the way you want to take it.
Oh wow! So there you go, Domino's. I mean, he's been at this for years, but he can't present one thing.
Wait, hold on, Cyclone. Can you unmute the not an alt guy?
Who?
The not an alt guy, the guy above you. Can you unmute him?
Why? What's he? Is he a globe specialist?
Yeah. He's a globe specialist.
Yeah, he's in the guy's DMs. Cyclone.
All right, good. Not an alt. You've been selected. You must have the globe proof, do you?
No, he's typing it.
He's typing. You told me to unmute a guy so he could fucking type. You joking me?
No, I thought he was actually gonna say something. Hold on.
I guess not an alt. You've been unmuted. Where's your globe evidence? Domino's is really hoping you've got something.
Yeah, Rich let me down
because he cannot believe that the globe is getting so destroyed by flat earthers. He was like, "Hey, it's the flat earthers."
Too bad.
They're dumb.
Can't get 5 seconds in edge.
You must be able to present something.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to explain what evidence I bring for the globe. It's that we have working, coherent models for explainable phenomena.
Models. What do you mean models?
Models are like mechanisms.
Wait, so you've got multiple globe models?
No, the globe model.
The globe model. All right.
Contains multiple.
Post that globe model.
Computer games, Rich.
And explains that globe model.
If you guys aren't going to let me talk, I have no reason to be here.
What format? Yeah, of course you don't, Rich. You haven't had a reason to be here for 2 years. You've never been able to present one coherent argument. When you say model, do you mean like a simulation?
And then I had 2 people jumping onto me.
Do you mean like a cartoon CGI simulation, or do you mean like a physical model? What are you talking about?
No, when we talk about a model, right, we're talking about an abstract idea that explains
so you've got an abstract
phenomena.
Idea
Excuse me, I was not even done with what I was saying.
No, let him talk.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, come on.
So when we have
a
model,
abstract idea proves a globe.
When we have a model like the heliocentric model, we are able to explain things such as day and night, year length and seasons, eclipses, limit of vision along the horizon. Well, that's not necessarily heliocentric, but all of the first 3.
What about distance to the horizon?
What
about the amount of drop over distance?
Sorry, T-Dub. Almost done. I was almost done.
Yeah, we understand. Blah, 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 blah.
Explainable.
Eclipses, seasons, blah, 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 blah. Like, just get to the point. Does it...
Dude, he can't get to the point because you keep talking. Be quiet.
He just did, bro. He just did. We heard enough.
Hey, Domino's.
Let him talk,
Rich, you've got a study to find, Domino's. You've got a study to find.
Yeah, and I can't fucking hear because T-Dub over here wants to keep fucking...
Does it accurately predict the distance to the horizon, Rich?
The heliocentric model has nothing to do with the distance to the horizon.
Does it accurately predict distance to the horizon?
Oh.
The heliocentric model has nothing to do with the distance to the horizon.
I'm going to... Okay, let's T-Dub.
So it can't do that then?
Yeah, rewind.
So it can't do that. Does it explain why we see clear across a 21-mile body of water to the other side?
If I may continue my point,
No, shut up, Rich. Just for a second, I'd like to ask Domino a question. Rich, shut the hell up. Rich, shut up. Hey, Domino, I'd like to ask you a question. Rich, shut up. Rich, shut up. Domino, I'd like to ask you a question. Would you be more satisfied if Rich here, meaning he's your white knight, would you like him to present the heliocentric model for you, and then that way it'll help you along?
Wait, what?
Domino.
Sorry. What'd you say?
Well, Rich there was talking about the models that you guys have. So why don't we have Rich post the heliocentric model, and it'll make it a lot more clear for everybody. What do you think?
Yeah. Sure, that sounds fine.
Yeah, okay. There you go, Rich. Post the heliocentric model for us so we can see all the predictions it makes and stuff.
Well, he said it was an abstract idea. So how's he going to post an abstract idea?
Oh, so it's only conceptual.
Well, that's what he said, because I said, what do you mean by model? And he said, well, when we talk about models, what we mean is an abstract idea. So his globe proof is apparently an abstract idea. Is that right, Rich?
Am I going to be allowed to answer?
Yes, we will allow you to continue embarrassing yourself while Domino's looks for his sun not moving study.
Okay, so the utilization of an abstract model is...
How do you use an abstract model?
No, you're done.
How do you use an abstract model exactly?
No, my boy Rich.
Oh, my boy. Rich, he pulled the Rich board.
Look what y'all did.
Why did we unmute this not an alt guy? He's just chat skanking. What a waste.
You know who Rich needs? He needs Rob Noxious in here, because Rob Noxious actually goes into his garage and builds little physical models.
He does. It's amazing. He swings paint cans and shit around. It's amazing. He's like building Home Alone style globe models. Great.
Evan.
All right. So, Domino's, you're still looking for that study?
Well, I'm not really looking for that study. I'm looking for.
You gave up? You didn't find one?
No. I'm trying to finish. I'm looking for like a more in-depth study because there's nothing that really like blatantly.
Yeah, there's nothing really that proves that.
It says it everywhere, but there's nothing that really goes. Yeah, you're just gonna keep talking. You're gonna keep talking.
No, Domino's, you're right. You're Domino's. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. Thank you. It sounds like you're stumbling onto something where they say it says it everywhere, but when you actually look for some proof, there is none.
No, that's not what I was actually going to say. If you let me finish.
What were you saying?
I was going to say that it says it pretty much everywhere, but I'm trying to find something in depth. That's what I was going to say before you just kept talking and talking. More in depth.
Would you mean that adds like proof to the claim?
Yeah. Because there's
that's what I'm saying. That's what I said.
That's what I'm. Thank you.
Well, take it. Well, Domino's. Good for you, because we've also been looking for that same shit for like 10 years. We're like, well, they say it everywhere, but where the hell's the proof? Where's the measurements? Where's the observations? Where's the science? It's just some dickhead saying it.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that there's like,
pretty sure.
I don't believe in that stuff. So
pretty sure, Domino's. So were we. We were so sure.
So you guys were actually round earthers before you guys were flat?
We were all
really? That's
straight up blue cards, bro.
That's surprising.
How's that surprising? We had
I cannot physically. My brain cannot believe the fact.
You think we were born into a flat Earth family?
Someone that has
mum and dad
thought that they were a globe, and now
teaching us
what the Earth. That's right, now they think the sun moves. I can't believe that someone
40 to 50 years old right now.
Someone was like smart, and then they believe that the sun moves. Like that just blows my mind.
Yeah, but Domino's, that's how fucked up they've made your brain. You're blown away by the fact that the sun is due.
Yeah, your mic just cut out, bro.
Yeah, it cut out there.
Uh-oh.
All right, okay.
Dude, I think the problem... Yeah, let me jump in here real quick. The thing is, you keep talking about people, not the topic. This is TMZ, BuzzFeed, top 10, number one surprise you. You're coming here with literal brain rot. Social media brain rot, trying to tell other people they're stupid for thinking something that you don't even understand yet. You've weaponized your complete ignorance.
But think about that, Domino's. You're saying
they were stupid. I thought it's kind of funny.
You're genuinely surprised that we're saying the sun is doing what it is observed to do.
Yeah, I'm surprised you think that the sun is moving. Like that's
isn't that amazing? That's what they've done to your brain. They've made you think it's crazy to think that the sun is doing what you've the only thing you've ever observed it to actually do. Move through the sky above you in repeated cycles. That's all you've ever observed it to do. And when someone says, hey, maybe that's because it's moving, you're like, oh my God.
Right. For example, right? Okay. You see a bird in the sky. It's flying. Dominoes. You see a bird in the sky flying, Dominoes. Hey, Dominoes. You see a bird in the sky. You see a bird in the sky flying. Is it moving?
What? Yeah.
Is it moving? Right, okay. You see a cloud in the sky moving, right? Is it moving?
Is he a cloud in the sky moving? Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
move.
It's moving, right? Okay, what about an airplane? You see an airplane go over your head. Is it moving?
Yeah.
Okay, now you see the sun go over your head. Is it moving?
No. Why is it different? Wait, that's actually a great point. Now, hold on. So wait, do you guys believe that the ground moves or no?
No, the ground moves. I like an earthquake.
So if I'm in a plane, okay, and I look out the window and I see the ground looks like it's moving because I've been in a plane before and it looks like the ground's moving. Why is it not moving?
Because there's no well, listen, if there's no force, if there's no
gotcha though.
If there's no energy if there's no energy applied.
Oh my gosh, can one of you guys answer? Like, holy cow.
Somebody else jumped in.
Yeah, obviously, because you know that you're in a moving vehicle, right? You can measure that. Is this analogous to the Earth?
So wait,
is this analogous to the Earth? Is this analogous to the Earth?
In the air.
Do you have a measurement? Excuse me.
Looks like it's moving, and if I'm
gosh!
And I look down at the bottom, and the ground looks like it's moving, but it's not actually moving because you guys said it's not. Why does it look like it's moving?
Bro, I'm asking you a question. Do you know that the plane is moving? Can you measure it? Right? I'm asking you a question about the thing that you're asking me for clarification.
You answer mine.
This is a clarifying question. So, in the plane, can we measure that the plane is indeed moving?
How would you measure that?
Well, they have wind speed, they have angular relationships to the Earth, all of these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Inertial reference frames, all that stuff. It's also being propelled by, jet engines. Are you saying the Earth is like a jet where we're propelled and enclosed and there's jet engines and shit?
No, I never said that. I said, why does it...
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm asking you, but you just failed to, like...
Well, why does it look like I'm moving? Because I know that I'm in a moving vehicle?
Oh my gosh, isn't that crazy? It's like the Earth is moving. And
yes, right. So what we would need now from you is for you...
Crazy?
So Domino, I know you're really excited, but one thing I need to ask you... Wait. Okay, Domino, just one more thing I want you to know. So you think the Earth is some kind of, metal tube being pushed by jet engines?
Wait,
is that right?
No. Can you say what you just said one more time for me, please? Just so
say what?
What you said about
the plane. What?
What you said about the plane. One more time.
The plane moving?
Yeah. Say what you said again, so I can just clarify myself.
Obviously, the plane is moving.
No. That's not what you said. You said I want to hear like the whole little sentence you said.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. You said because.
Well, you can rewind the live stream and play it back.
You said because the plane is moving.
You also say
because the plane is moving.
Looks like it's moving. Isn't it?
Domino, I know you're really excited. You think that you've won a point here. So what I would need you to do, great. That's for
moving, right?
That's terrific. Wait, Domino. Now let me ask you a question. I don't know why you're filibustering. Dude, we have to do this. Do I have to mute you? Domino, do I have to mute? I'm answering your question, but you won't stop talking. You're very excited. Are you hoping this is your way out? Or are you just going to filibuster the whole time? So now I want you to prove to me that the Earth is moving.
I don't have to. I don't have to prove it to you.
You don't have to. I can prove to you that the plane is in motion.
He's just using the logic that y'all used in the same way. It's the same logic.
No, I'm sorry. Okay, so listen.
I just said no. Stop. Let me talk. I let you talk. Let me talk.
You didn't. You've been filibustering this whole time. So what I need to do is point out to you that I can prove that the plane is moving. We can prove that. Can you prove? Yes, it is.
Why does the ground look like it's moving? And you said because the plane is moving, and it looks
in this case. Yes, I know. We're going to get past this point. I'm going to help you, but you won't stop talking.
Yeah, you won't stop talking.
Okay, bro. Do you have to stop filibustering?
Oh my gosh, isn't this?
So you have to.
25 minutes.
My goodness gracious.
Wow, this is a crazy spiral you're now doing, Domino.
So now, we know that the plane is moving. So if you're going to make it analogous to the Earth, you need to prove to me that the Earth is indeed moving. How are you going to do that? And then you had White Knight back there, Square Foot. Hey, Square Foot, can you prove to me that the Earth is moving? Because you're saying that we're not using the same logic, or maybe we are using. Okay, great. What is it? Is it the Foucault's pendulum?
Well, I mean, like, here's the fundamental. Agree science. There's no.
This has nothing to do with science, I promise you, bro.
You don't believe in that? You don't believe in authoritative.
Don't ask me what I believe or not believe. This has nothing to do with. By the way, you're cutting out terribly. You may want to jump out and come back in.
Is that just me, or is he cutting out?
He's cutting out.
He's roboting. Dominoes, you have to show that it's comparable now by demonstrating that the Earth is in motion, because you only have two options.
A little better.
Well, you have three options. Both are in motion, right? Or one of the things is actually the thing in motion, right? And the other
but I just showed. I mean, if you don't agree with
nothing is in motion. Motion is an illusion by your senses. Have you not?
Things are in motion. I mean, you just experience motion through physical and.
It's an illusion.
Okay. Well, then but then by that logic, then the bird argument is null and void because birds aren't in motion. So how does it look like it's in motion? If not,
hold on, bro. You're talking to a guy now that doesn't have the position that we do. He's making up his own position. Please continue about how nothing is in motion. Tell us about that.
Zeno? Are you familiar with the ancients?
You only get motion sickness from being emotion.
I don't really need the books that you read that gaslight you about this topic. What I need from you.
And are you not?
Holy shit.
It's kind of crazy.
So instead of the book that you read that gaslit you about motion, why don't you just actually prove it?
Okay. All right. If you shoot an arrow at a target, it has to go halfway to the target, right?
This is just division by two, dude. Zeno's paradox is just divide by two. It doesn't mean you're not moving anywhere.
Does it have to go halfway to the target?
Half the distance, yeah. Just divide. If you divide by two, you divide infinitely. That doesn't mean there's no motion.
Okay, then
it never hits the target.
Bro, I mean, just like move around your house. There is motion. That's
illusory. That's an illusion.
How is it illusory? If I stand up right now, that's just your
brain trying to make sense of reality. That's not a real thing.
That's everything, though. But your brain still processes.
Let's get back to the point.
Your senses are like without a doubt. I don't know how messed up yours.
Do you think you directly perceive reality? Are you a naive realist?
Do I think?
Oh boy, here we go.
Right? I think I directly perceive reality. I think everybody perceives reality. I actually think it's an interesting concept.
No, pump the brakes here. We're not going to get into some weird.
Well, you sound too high to make sense of any of it. So maybe just.
Well, just because I'm not on Adderall talking at 1,000 words per minute doesn't mean I'm high. It's so crazy, dude. What a fucking weird ass. Like, I'm just like, if we don't agree that agree in the focal the Foucault pendulum or the Coriolis effect, then we just have nothing really to discuss at that point. Because
those two beliefs are those things that we need to believe in.
I mean, you kind of have to believe. Like, unless I'm a scientist, unless I came in here and lied and said I'm an astrophysicist and I've done all the, I'm not that. I choose to believe. You can choose to believe who you want. I choose to believe what I think are scientists that have been not mandated by some sort of global conspiracy, across the globe. I just don't see how it could possibly be that. That doesn't make sense to me.
That's not what I'm getting at. What I'm saying is we are not talking about beliefs here. Let's talk about Foucault's pendulum and the Coriolis effect. So what is the Coriolis effect defined as so we can apply it in this situation?
I guess I'd have to look that one up too. Hold on. Actually, I just clicked on the link. Earth's rotation or Earth's spin is the rotation. So I guess it's just Earth's rotation. Let me see. I'll just look it up. Don't know off the top of my head what the actual definition is.
Well, what it actually is the effect, right, that you get observing something in an inertial reference frame from a non-inertial spinning reference frame. So it's an apparent effect, just like the name says, Coriolis effect. It is an apparent deflection. You have two reference frames. You're on one that is a spinning non-inertial reference frame, looking into an inertial reference frame, and the object in that reference frame. It has nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth.
For layman's terms, because the Earth rotates on its axis, circulating air is deflected towards the right in the northern hemisphere and towards the left in the southern hemisphere, which would make sense if we're on a sphere, because depending on where
those are two claims. We need to prove those, not assume those.
You can prove those. That's
okay. How do you prove that?
How do I prove that the Coriolis effect is in effect?
Is your claim that you can't?
But this is what I'm saying. Like,
that you can't?
I'm not a scientist, but all I'm claiming is that I believe scientists.
Great. Is your claim that you can't have wind cross the equator? Is that your claim right now?
No, I'm not saying. Well, I don't know what that would even mean. What this is saying is that wind rotates in a different direction depending on the hemisphere you're at, just like the stars do. That's
right, so if I can blow a fan the opposite way at the equator, you're done with this claim then. That's all I have to do.
You can blow a fan at the opposite end of the equator, but it would depend on where you're. Yeah, I guess, but there are eastern and western winds.
Yeah, I've seen a guy at the equator with a fan. Therefore, that one's done. What else? What else do you have? No Coriolis.
Done that. What are you saying? You're just saying you could do that. That doesn't.
I know a guy who has a fan at the equator, so we did that.
Well, I know a guy that said that's not true. So I mean, we're back to ground zero. I know a guy too. What the fuck do you mean? I know a guy.
I know a guy that we have at the equator.
It's not about knowing a guy. I know, right? He has a video of a fan
is what you just
at the equator. It's not just about just knowing him, right? So you're saying you have the opposite evidence. You have a guy trying to blow the fan to the west, unable to do it. Can you show me that evidence?
I can guarantee you that. Okay, let's fuck.
You know how ridiculous you sound that you can't blow a fan across the equator?
Let's just look at the stars, bro. You cannot change the direction that the stars rotate in the southern hemisphere.
Okay, so you're done with the wind not being able to blow in a specific direction across the equator. You're done with that.
That's not what this is saying, but I mean, sure. What I'm saying though is that if you go to the southern hemisphere, the stars, and you are on FaceTime with your friend in the northern hemisphere, the stars will appear to rotate opposite directions, and that is because it is a sphere. Or you are.
I don't have any evidence of that.
Or you are at least on the bottom side of the flat Earth. So there has to be a bottom side.
Sorry,
I can find you a video of FaceTime, dude. Who's been on FaceTime with their buddy and watch the stars?
You can do it though. You can. Like if one of those in the southern hemisphere. You can do it, but we observe stars.
No,
you don't have to have like a FaceTime.
Wait.
I'm saying if you wanted to get this, if you wanted to test this out for yourself, you can do that.
We've already done this. I promise you. Stars always with the sun and the moon, by the way, they're not rotating in different directions. They're always going from east to west. And if you can debunk that, by all means, show us stars not going from east to west.
When you go to the southern hemisphere, dude.
Oh, really? It does. Okay, so east to west is different in the south.
Still east,
if you are on the southern,
it has nothing to do with east west. Let's talk about
we based our compass in north and southwest based on a global Earth, not based on a flat Earth. It would be completely different. There wouldn't be any need for
talking through everybody.
Where's north on a flat Earth?
You're obnoxious, bro.
When you talk about rotation, think of clockwise and counterclockwise, not east-west, because they're different.
But that's not how that works. Okay.
We don't want to have relative directions. We want to have fundamental directions.
Fundamental disagreements that we can't bypass. Then I believe in science. I believe in people that are smarter than me, and you don't. And that's just where we disagree.
Yeah, we believe in 100%. We all agree.
You don't believe in the Coriolis effect. I do. That's just how it is.
Well, go back and define it again. That's where you left off. Dude, stop talking while everybody's talking. Just define it again. Define your Coriolis effect again. And Ewan says who can pick it back up.
An apparent force that deflects moving objects like air and water to the right in the northern hemisphere and to the left in the southern hemisphere due to Earth's rotation. That is the basic layman's terms ChatGPT fucking answer of it.
Okay, so an apparent force
But there's more
deflects things
that
left to right.
Answer, obviously. I mean, you can't just take. This is what I'm saying. You can't just take. Like, I'm not smart enough. I'm not a scientist. I can't sit here and be like, I've done all these tests and shit. I just have to trust people that are smarter than me. But that have been educated in these specific fields. Not even necessarily that they're smarter than me. That's kind of diminishing myself. But they're just.
Oh my gosh, dude! Shut up. There's no need to ramble. Make your points concise. We know that you believe in, scientists and whatnot. We get it. Now we want the evidence for the claims, even from the scientists, if they have it.
Yes, they have it, and they have been presenting it. You just haven't.
Okay, great. All right, so no problem. So you tell me about the Coriolis effect now. You're up.
Yes. Let's talk about the Coriolis effect. If you are in a rotating reference frame, no matter whether it's spherical or flat, it doesn't matter. There are always things known as pseudo forces. Like if you stand on a disk and the disk is rotating, you will feel a force.
Hey, bro, I don't want to hear your explanations. I want the evidence. I don't need your explanations. Please shut up.
This is the evidence. The evidence is.
This is not the explanations. This is you explaining something. What I need from you is to prove that the Earth is a rotating, non-inertial reference frame.
Hey, says who?
That's what I'm gonna do. You have to understand. You have to understand what it means to be a rotating reference frame. Then I'm gonna show you how it's gonna work.
Shut the fuck up for a second, dude. He said if you spin on a flat surface and you go towards the out, you're gonna go. The fake force is gonna push you away, right, dude? Right, it's gonna push you to the outside. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. So what you're telling me is that's like gravity. The more you spin, the more you get pushed down, right?
No, it has nothing to do with gravity.
Oh well, then we're not using that.
Professor Triangle, it's not gravity, it's a fake force that's acting on you.
Yeah, pseudo force.
I told you, if you are on a rotating disc, you will feel a tug on the outside. Like
a tug.
It's it's called pseudo force. It's the same thing that happens when you're on a rotating sphere. That's what causes the Coriolis effect. And we can observe this through hurricanes and how they rotate clockwise and anti-clockwise in different places.
You're confusing something. You're confusing effect for the force.
You just went to spinning air, dude.
Yeah, but why they spin differently depending on whether you're in the north or the south?
The effect is purely visual for the person observing something in motion as they're standing on the non-inertial turning reference frame. It's just an apparent deflection. That's all the Coriolis effect is.
Yeah, so what? But we can observe it. That's the point. Is it observable or not?
It's only observable. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's what we're asking you. Can you show us the observation of this particular phenomena? But what we need from you, first of all, is to prove that the Earth is the spinning non-inertial reference frame. So how are you going to prove that?
By showing you that the Coriolis effect exists.
You can't use the phenomenon.
So this is circular reasoning, then.
It's not circular. The reason why we talk about the Coriolis effect because we want to use it as evidence that the Earth is rotating.
Ipsy-dixit, bro.
If the Earth wasn't rotating, we wouldn't have the Coriolis effect.
Why can't you have cyclonic activity on a non-moving? Why can't you have cyclonic activity over a non-moving object?
You could. No. I'm not talking about the cyclonic activity. I'm talking about the fact that you have different rotations depending on whether you're in the north or in the south.
Pressure? Prove it.
I can show you pictures of storms.
No, that's not how you prove it.
Just talk.
How do you mean?
You just said we're not talking about cyclonic activity.
Yeah, you just said no. You said no. We're not going to talk about it.
We're not talking about cyclonic activity. I said it doesn't matter whether cyclonic activity exists on a flat or a rotate. The point is cyclonic activity would look different whether you're on a flat or a rotating body.
Why?
That's the point.
Prove it.
Why?
Because of the goddamn Coriolis effect. That's the point.
Prove it.
I did. We can look at storms. We can look at storms.
You have to have a measured curved Earth. You have to have a measured ball Earth to claim that it's because the Earth is curved.
Bro, at this point, your problem isn't like what we observe. Your problem is logic. You don't understand how to reason.
For example, like this, you hover the drone 1 hour, and then drone is 15 degrees going away from you. Is that correct?
What?
That's the Coriolis effect. You put the drone hovering above you, then you see that your drone is 50 degrees per hour moving, move away from you in 1 hour, and then it will show you the Coriolis effect.
That sentence made no sense.
He's saying,
No sense.
very simply, he's just laying out a scenario where
I will explain it.
Like a time
I will explain it. I will explain it to you. Rotation is 15 degrees per hour. That means if you put anything like helicopter hovering above you, the earth will turn 15 degrees per hour. That means that helicopter will be 15 degrees
Wilson,
from
mute
you.
your mic. You're causing feedback and echo.
That is Coriolis effect, what we don't observe in reality.
That's a different thing.
That's the Coriolis effect.
No, the Coriolis effect is a completely different effect. What are you
Imagine
talking about?
Imagine that drone it's a ball.
It doesn't matter. That's not the Coriolis effect.
Of it. He's saying the effects of it.
Okay, because that's not going anywhere. So Wilson, let's just streamline this. Just name one person in human history.
What about stellar parallax? What about the fact that stars look different?
Am I coming through?
Different?
Did you hear me? I said, Wilson, let's streamline this. Name one person in human history that's ever measured the ground to be moving.
You mean like people's names?
Yeah. Someone real, in reality.
Well, the ground doesn't move, though. It's not that the ground is moving.
Okay, so the ground doesn't move.
The ground is shifting. The whole Earth is moving.
Wow. This is easily Googleable answer.
Right, so
he wants to get something you can Google. Cyclone, you're not going to be able to use him for anything. He needs something that's in Google.
Yeah, okay.
I said it's easily Googleable to find the names of people. You're just going to deny their existence.
So why don't you know it then, Wilson? If it's easily Googleable, why don't you know it?
Because I didn't Google it yet.
So why are you claiming it then if you don't know it?
I don't know everything that's ever been done.
Right. Okay. Well then, we'll just tell you. We'll just tell you.
No. 1 second. 1 second. I do. 1 second. I use.
We'll spoil it for you, Wilson. Wilson will spoil it for you. No one in human history has ever measured this motion.
Yeah, of course, that's what you're gonna say. Of course, that's what.
Okay, great. Prove us wrong.
Do you know? Wait a second. Just because I don't have people's name. Just because I don't have people's name on the top of my head, it doesn't mean it didn't happen. You see?
No, it doesn't pass the litmus test.
We'll let you consult
the imaging of the atmosphere.
We'll let you consult your globe oracle, Google, and you can prove us wrong. Tell us who measured the ground to be spinning and moving around at millions of miles an hour like your religion dictates.
What millions of miles of hour? It's
Let's Google it, bud. Come on, hurry up.
It's not a hurtling, spinning space ball flying through a vacuum at millions of miles an hour now.
Why do you keep talking about the millions?
Why do I keep?
Because that's what's claimed. That's the claim, Wilson.
Yeah, you just want to concede, Wilson. You just want to concede, Wilson, but you don't have any evidence for your claim.
It's once per day.
Once per day. Well, so you're not flying around the sun, and that's not changing. That's not.
One second, we've got to figure out who's talking over the top of you. Who is it?
I think Wilson is backfeeding, like he's echoing. His mic echoes.
Oh, okay. Please mute up if you're not speaking, Wilson.
Yeah, and Wilson, if you are speaking, it's going to have to be to provide that measurement that some person apparently did, which is where you got this crazy idea from. Easily Googleable, but for some reason still hasn't Googled it. What's the bets, guys? He's going to talk about a spinning pendulum from the 1800s.
Dude, I go
to
shadows.
I was going to go to 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
2,000 years ago, the Greeks. Good idea. Good guess. What you got, Wilson? Come on, you've had long enough.
You already talked about the Foucault's pendulum.
Yeah.
Also, is the pendulum?
I talked about it because before I even joined. I can see it in the chat. You already
All
know.
right.
That blows.
No, but I was asking, but we asked you who measured the ground to be moving, not who just swung a pendulum and then claimed the ground is moving.
That's how you measure it. You do experiments, and if the experiments aligned with the theory,
you don't measure
then
it, you
it's
just swing a
actually
pendulum.
moving. If it doesn't,
No,
then
that's
it's not.
affirming the consequent, friend. That's illogical. You talked about, you told us that we don't have follow logic, and now you're going to introduce something that's illogical?
What's the cause of the pendulum rotating?
What?
What's the cause of the pendulum rotating?
That's why I didn't mention it, because I don't understand it. I just skipped it.
Right, okay. So you don't know of any evidence or proof or measurement that the ground is actually rotating. You've just heard a story about a pendulum that you don't
We're
understand.
conveniently gonna ignore the fact that we have satellites and we have
Okay, so now you're on to
planes and rockets and everything.
You're moving on to satellites now, is that right?
What?
It's easily explained.
Now satellites proving that Earth rotation.
Now you're on a satellite. Okay, cool story.
Of course they do.
But Earth was rotating before. But Earth was rotating before invention of the satellites.
Yeah, they would have had to know that.
I didn't say it didn't. I didn't say it didn't. I said we're conveniently gonna ignore that.
Prove that? Can you Google it? You said I will Google it and I will find it.
Yeah, it's gonna take some time. So I
No, it's easy to put like this. Who proved the rotation of the Earth? If you put for penicillin, it will give you the answer. If you put for any invention, what human did, they will give you the answer. Put the same question. Who proved the Earth rotation? It will give you for sure answer.
Nah, this is Google. The thing, guys. The globe earthers have no answer. They have no measurements. They have no observations. They have logical fallacies, begging the question, stories about people swinging pendulums hundreds of years ago. That's why it's a laughable joke, and why we're all here making fun of you globers. Because all you really have...
Yeah, that's how science works. People do experiments and show things.
You got to the point. Experiment. You don't actually really believe that the Earth is a globe because of this story about a pendulum. You believe it because the US government showed you cartoons of a ball Earth. That's why you believe it. Just be honest.
You think the US government is thousands of years old? Like, people have been talking about the Earth rotating before the existence of the US, before even discovering the Americas.
Okay, well, let's say they were talking about it. They certainly weren't proving it, were they?
No. It doesn't. We're not talking about the proof now. You just claim that the US government made me believe it.
No, Wilson, see, that's exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about how all of these people have just been talking about it, believing it like a religion, but there's no proof.
There is a proof. That's the point.
Remember, you couldn't find any.
No, like, I give you an example.
Okay. Tell us the top globe proof.
Like, we have
best globe proof.
Wait. There are lots of phenomena. Can you let me talk for a second?
Yeah, I'm going to let you tell us the best globe proof.
There are many phenomena on Earth we can observe, like the day and night, like the star parallax. Wait. Let me talk. Like, you have a set of phenomena, 10, 20, 100 phenomena, and then you have two competing theories. Like, some people say it's a ball. Some people say, which one fits these measurements better? I would say the rotating Earth model fits it better.
What measurement?
It can explain the seasons. It can explain the day and night.
Tell you the Earth's a ball. Name one measurement.
Those are measurements.
So if you're looking for measurements of a ball, we're looking for measurements of curvature and motion of the surface as described in the globe model. Who has that?
The measurements of curvature, you can find them on, like...
No, you can't. You can't find them.
This is the thing. Anything I'm going to show you, you're going to say it's fake. It's made out by the US government.
You didn't show us anything.
It doesn't matter what I'm going to show you.
You can't say that.
Because I already, like, before I even tried, you already said it's fake.
You can't say that because you haven't even tried to show us the measurement.
You already denied it before I even tried.
No, you haven't showed us any globe.
You already denied the hypothetical evidence.
A single measurement of curvature. What curvature measurement?
You already denied it before I even tried.
What? You didn't show us anything.
You already denied it.
Denied what?
Are we getting? you already said that the U.S. government convinced me of X and Y. If anything I would show you, you would say it's fake. You already said as much.
Yeah,
No, he said if you show him curvature, he will agree with you.
Just Wilson, stop bullshitting. Show us who measured curvature ever in all human history. Who? How? When?
I mean, we know about Eratosthenes, for example. He measured.
Yes, I know about Eratosthenes. He didn't measure any curvature, did he?
Why not?
Because he measured shadows, according to the story.
Yeah, that's how how you measure. Wait. Can you give me, in your opinion, if let's suppose, for the sake of the argument, that you are living on a ball, okay? How would you measure the curvature?
That would be.
How would you measure the curvature?
That'd be for you to prove. Well,
no. Like the thing is, you said he measured
the rate of curvature.
The fact that you said he measured shadows, it means you don't understand how you measure it. How would you measure it? Let's go do that.
I'll tell you. We would measure drop over distance.
Yeah, drop over distance. About 8 inches per mile squared. So measure the deviation from horizontal. Measure the deviation from horizontal.
Give me an experiment. Bro,
no, Wilson. This is for you. This is for you to give us the measurement. Why are you asking us for your measurement?
Yeah, because I gave you a way how to measure it. You said the way. That's not how you do it.
You didn't give us any measurement of curvature.
I told you about Eratosthenes, and you said
we already know about that. He assumed curvature. He didn't measure any.
Yeah, that's how you measure it. Why would the shadows be different if there was no curvature?
He didn't measure it, did he? He assumed it.
No, he didn't assume it.
He did assume it because he didn't measure any drop over distance.
Assume it based on what? Why did he assume it based on what?
No.
Based on what?
This is your argument, Wilson. This is your argument.
You said I already know. You said you already know. Why would Eratosthenes assume curvature? Why?
Why are you asking me why?
Because you said I already know. You said
years ago in Greece.
You said I already know it. You claimed that you already know.
I already know that he assumed curvature. He didn't measure it.
Then why would he assume it? Then if you know the story, you must know why would he assume it.
We're in agreement. He didn't measure curvature.
No. You said he assumed it. I asked you a question. If you actually know about the story, why did he assume there is curvature? Did he just
why would I speak for a story about a Greek guy and what he believed in his mind? We already know. It's accepted in academia that this is what he did. His method is discussed in academic articles, and they agree he assumed curvature. So that's all that matters, Wilson, because we were asking you for a measurement of curvature, not an assumption of it. So where's that?
It's not an assumption. Why would he assume it? There's a reason.
Is anyone else?
I can't hear him. Can you guys? Yeah, dude, you're cutting out now, Mark.
Your coping is not audible. You're gonna have to say that again.
I said you didn't answer my question.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer your stupid question. It's not on me.
Why would I answer yours? You claimed you knew something, and then when I asked you, you didn't want to answer. Why would I answer any of your questions?
Okay. So you're not going to provide any measurement of curvature.
I already did. You denied it.
No.
What was the measurement?
I told you about Eratosthenes, and you said it's assumed. And we're
what did he measure, Wilson? Wilson, what did he measure?
He measured the circumference of the Earth.
No, he didn't. What did he measure?
The circumference of the Earth.
No, he didn't. What did he measure?
And what is the final result?
Wilson, you've not even looked into what he measured.
The quote unquote direct measurement, he measured the angle between the shadow in the well or on the street and the ground. Yes.
There we go, Wilson.
And based on that, you can measure the circumference of the Earth, and based on that, you can find out the curvature.
If you assume curvature and a ball Earth, yes.
It is not my problem if you cannot understand how experimental science works. You don't. You're just throwing words like he assumed it.
And you
didn't answer my question.
You can assume a ball, and then you can calculate for your theoretical ball. I understand that.
And then
that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for a measurement of this curvature that was assumed. So who did that?
It wasn't randomly assumed. That's my point.
Okay.
And
Regardless
you
of
didn't
if
answer
you
my
believe
question.
that, are you telling us that from 2,000 years ago until now, 2026, no one has directly measured that assumption and confirmed that assumption of curvature?
I asked you, how do you directly
Wilson, answer that
measure
question.
the curvature?
It's now. Well, that would be your problem, Wilson, because that's your
It
claim.
is your problem because
No, I don't need curvature. You're needing curvature.
how
So who's
your
measured
mind,
that?
what does it mean to directly measure it?
Wilson,
Explain
your
this
mic's
to
too
me.
shit. Your mic's too shit. If you don't fix it, you're just gonna go on mute.
How?
Whoa, everyone calm down, chillax.
So Wilson, since 2,000 years ago, you're saying this guy stuck sticks in the ground and he looked at shadows and he
I
assumed
asked
the
you a
Earth was a
simple
ball.
question.
So
Answer my question, and then I will provide you. With evidence
okay.
once you.
No, you lost your chance. What a shame. What a shame. All right, so we're on to someone else then. Who else have we got? Farms? Shanks?
Hey.
Why are you piping up there? What's up, Shanks? What brings you to the Flat Earth chat? Farms? What's up?
Hi.
What brings you to the Flat Earth chat?
It's like looking into a zoo.
Oh, at the Globers? I agree. It is very funny. Yeah, they are like animals. And it's funny because they actually think they're like half monkey or something. They come from these monkeys, yeah?
Yeah, they were talking about that today, that they were talking about evolution and if you live on a globe that you're a monkey. I thought it was the weirdest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Okay, so Farms, so you're just right in time because we've been asking all these guys for the best globe proof, like some verifiable globe proof, and none of them have had anything. Do you have anything?
Well, I mean, who's the one here making the positive claim?
The Globers, they're saying, despite what is observed and experienced by everyone on Earth, because everyone on Earth experiences no curvature of the horizon, no motion of the ground, the people are saying, but
Did Cyclone cut out for everybody else?
Yeah, I think so. I thought it was such dead space there for a while. I thought I disconnected.
Me too.
Jump out, come back in, Cyclone. There you go.
You got it? Right, fine.
You're back.
The positive claim lies with the person and people saying, despite what you experience and despite what every human being on Earth experiences, which is a horizontal horizon and a motionless surface, that would be a flat, motionless Earth.
Are those two things in contradiction to a globe model?
Those things are the ground is actually a spinning space ball in a vacuum. So that would be the positive claim: curvature and motion and flying through a vacuum. Those are positive claims, right? So what verifiable proof exists that that's true?
Like, I would say that they're not positive claims necessarily. I'd say the claim that we're like. The claim that we're on a globe is not something that is refuted by our experience, right? As I was saying, if you're on a really big sphere, it would make sense that you wouldn't see any curvature change because the sphere is really big.
If you're on not a spinning sphere, it would make sense that you don't experience a spinning sphere. Right.
What I'm saying is that if you're on a sphere and we're using inertial reference frames to say that. Yes, it's spinning, but if you're on the sphere, it doesn't...
Right, but if you're on a sphere, then you should have some measurement of a sphere spinning around, like, in space. So, is there any measurement?
I was actually going to ask, because this is called Flat Earth Discord, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, do we know that it's a flat Earth?
Yes, bodies of water are flat.
Bodies of water are flat?
Yeah, like a lake. You ever been to a lake?
Yeah.
Do you think the surface of that water is curving?
Well, if I...
Uh-oh, deflection? You going to deflect?
I'm not going to deflect. But it's. I think that if you... let's say that I took a football and I stuck it in like a puddle, the water clings to the surface of it does cling to the surface of the ball.
Okay.
Like it's not like they always
Okay, but what about the lake, though? That's what we're interested in. Where's the curvature of this lake?
Well, can you tell me what the difference is between the water clinging to the ball and the lake?
Yes, you're in your example. You're using a football, so you would be assuming curvature, or you'd have curvature of a football.
Wait, you were saying
you don't have curvature.
Well, I'm confused because you were saying that the fact that we have lakes is disproving the Earth.
Well, no, the lake surface being flat and having no detectable curvature is what disproves the whole football Earth theory.
How does the lake have no detectable curvature? Because the lake is going to be following the lake is going to be following the same path as the surface of the Earth, right?
Exactly. Yeah, but it doesn't.
So it's the same as saying that would be the same as saying the surface doesn't have
So there you go, Farms. You've stumbled across the positive claim. You're claiming that the lake surface is going to follow the contour of a ball. Right, so
I'm a bit confused because you were talking about.
Well, Farms, if you would listen to me, I'll explain to you what we're talking about, and you'll be less confused.
The problem is that when I'm saying something...
Farms, the problem is you're not listening. You're already trying to not listen. Could you listen?
I don't think it's a conversation we're having, right?
The surface of the lake will follow the curvature of the ball, correct?
Yeah, that's why I said the surface of the ball.
Right. So what is the claimed rate of curvature of this ball? Let's say over 10 miles. How much curvature would that necessitate on this ball Earth that they're claiming?
Well, on the Earth. I don't know the exact number.
In reality, on the Earth, the thing we're talking about,
Across 10 miles, curvature would be negligible, wouldn't it? Because the radius of the Earth
Could you put that into a number for us, please?
I think the curvature... Okay, hold on. I think the radius of the Earth is... You can correct me if I'm wrong here, but the claimed number is like 6.5 thousand kilometers.
Right, and over 10 miles?
You could do a calculation there.
Yeah, we can do the calculation. You're right. You're stumbling on.
Do we want to do a calculation there? I mean, we can.
We've already done it. We've already done it, Farms. We're just wondering if you're going to catch up.
Well, okay, let's do the calculation then.
Yes, please do. Tell us how much curvature, drop over distance, from the horizontal should exist over 10 miles. We'll give you a second to figure that out, and then you let us know.
Okay, so 10 equals theta r, right? We need to know what the radius of the Earth is, so...
And we'll get to that later, how that was ever measured. But yes.
Well, no, but let's just take it on. Let's just take it. So radius of the Earth is, about 6.3 thousand. So, is it right to 10 kilometers instead of 10 miles?
That's weird how you did that. You said, so we need the radius of Earth, and then you kind of looked it up.
Well, yeah, but you asked for a calculation, unless you want me to calculate the radius of the Earth as well.
10 miles. Let's do 10 miles. Where are you from? You're from UK?
Britain. Yeah.
Yeah, so why would you want to wanting to use kilometers? Use miles.
What? We use kilometers in the UK.
No.
Are you stupid? We use the metric system.
No. You ever driven down the motorway? How far away?
It's in miles.
It's in metric. It's the metric system we use.
Man, I'm in UK also. We are using the miles. Maybe in schools you're using for calculating, but on the road you're using miles.
Everyone uses mph as the standard for measuring car speed, but that doesn't mean that we use the metric system.
So we use
the imperial system.
What per hour?
But that's the standard for measuring a car's speed.
So when we're
miles per hour.
The standard for measuring a distance is kilometers.
It's not metric per hour. It's miles per hour.
The cars are all in miles per hour. The signs are all in miles.
Because that's the standard for it's an arbitrary unit. That's the problem with it.
So you're saying you can't figure out how much curvature exists over 10 miles. Is that right?
No, I can. It's just you're being a little bit.
Okay, so go and do it.
So I mean, we count 10 miles to 10 miles.
It's 16 kilometers. Can you do on 16 kilometers?
Okay, so 16 kilometers, right?
Yeah,
16 kilometers. 16 equals theta r. So just do 16 divided by the radius 6,371. You get 0.002 degrees.
Okay, so what would that be?
That's in radians, though. So also not degrees, radians, which would be
in metric system. How would be that?
The metric system for degrees.
So how many meters? How many meters of drop would that be from point A to point B? You've got a certain amount of drop. How much would that be in meters or feet?
Let me figure that out. You Okay, hold on. So that'd be 0.0025. I haven't actually got my proper scientific calculator. Do you want me to go get that?
You could just Google a curve calculator and just get it off of that.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, but that's assuming the curve calculator's doing the right calculations, right?
Oh, really? Now we're getting somewhere. Are you assuming that's what it's doing, or are you assuming?
Well, if you want to put 100% trust in some random guy's GitHub.io project, then that's
the curve calculators are just based on a claimed ball with a radius of 3959 miles.
All right, but I'm just saying, I don't. Look, if we want to put our whole evidence on some guy's GitHub.io project, then I think
it's not my evidence. That's your belief, apparently. I mean, that's NASA's claim.
I'm saying I think we can do a little bit better than that. We can do the calculations.
Well, apparently
it's not
not
very difficult.
Well, listen, dude. I mean, we're still waiting. This is a 5-second Google search, which you've taken now 5 minutes.
16 over 6371 gives you 0.0025 radians. So you multiply that by hold on, pi over 180. So it's about 4.38 degrees, and you can obviously form a triangle from that.
Right. Was that what you were asked for? We asked you for the drop.
You're asking for the drop. You want the drop? I'm going to give you the drop. So you use trigonometry to find the side of the angle. So the side of the triangle.
Great.
So we use tan here.
Not on a ball though.
What? You're just finding the drop, right? You want to know the vertical drop?
Sure.
Yeah, from point A to point B.
So gonna do observer adjacent. You want the adjacent angle here. So you do 16 over tan of 0.0004. Or in fact, we can actually just do 0. If I put my calculator in radians, we can do.
You need to talk to yourself the whole time. Can you not just, get it done?
So,
can you imagine him on test day in class?
Unbearable.
Him talking out loud with everybody sitting around him all quiet.
I mean, I got
an A in physics.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got
an A in talking my. I got an A in talking my math problems out loud.
I don't know why you want to calculate now, because there are at least 10 of them examples, and they're all based on the same value radius. That's 6,000 kilometers, what you said. But you want to calculate.
You just do 16 multiplied by tan 0.0025.
Just give the results, man.
So, okay, you go through 16 kilometers. The vertical drop would be 0.04 kilometers.
So what's that in meters or feet?
It would, 4 meters?
4 meters?
Yeah, that's not correct.
Correct.
Oh, wait, hold on, sorry.
0.04 of a thousandths point calculation is 40 kilometers.
So 40 meters, right?
40 meters, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, so 40 meters. Okay, so there's a drop of 40 meters over 16 kilometers.
Okay, so who's measured that in all human history?
What do you mean?
Who's measured
Do we have that in reality?
Do we have what? Drop of 40 meters?
That 40 meters in 16 kilometers. Do we have that?
Or is that just
what do you
made
mean
up?
by that? So are you saying that has anyone actually ever walked 16 kilometers and then measured?
Pretty clear what the question is. Has that ever been measured in reality? That was the question.
Well, fuck off.
Okay, we'll tell you. No, it has not, because it does not exist. How about
Well, I don't trust you.
Okay.
Here's some motherfucker on
Discord. Do you want to trust observations?
Prove us wrong. Post the measurement.
So what, you want me to go on to the...
If we're wrong, show us the measurement.
Okay. So how would you guys measure this? If you think you're measuring it right and you've done it and there's no curvature, so
you just said there's a drop over distance of 40 miles.
There'll be a drop over distance of 40 meters. So how can you demonstrate that's not going to be there?
Well, let's say theoretically you're on one side of a lake and your friend's on the other side of a lake, and it's 10 miles, 16 kilometers wide. Would you be able to see your friend on the other side?
Would I be able to see my friend on the other side of the lake?
Yeah. If you're both just standing at the edge of the lake.
So it is completely clear day.
Yeah, completely clear.
I believe that there's some stuff to do with the way that light refracts with that. The answer is I'm not sure.
Okay, well, if there's 40 meters of geometric drop between you, that would necessitate a curve of water obstructing
your intuition would say no, right?
Well, no, the geometry would say no, right?
No, there's a difference between your perception and reality. Like
but the geometry.
What light receives, what light reaches your eye is different to the geometry of the thing.
Unless your friend is over 40 meters tall, geometrically, you would not have line of sight to him, right?
No, but if the light has reached his eye, then he would.
Correct. Right, so geometrically you wouldn't, right?
What are you talking about geometrically? We're talking about whether he would see him or not, right?
Well, you said there's 40 meters of drop over that distance due to curvature, didn't you?
What are you talking about geometrically? How do you geometrically see something? You either see it or you don't see it,
the geometry would be
if the light reaches his eye, then he will see the friend.
Remember, your friend is now 40 meters down around a curve. According to what you just said.
I understand that. Right. So he had a 40 meter drop. So your intuition would suggest you wouldn't see it.
Actually, right. Okay. So, but when you're saying intuition is telling you wouldn't see it, that means what you're saying is geometrically, just looked at this on paper from like an orthogonal view, you wouldn't have a line of sight to him. Okay.
Yeah. So your intuition would say you wouldn't.
Say no. Intuitively, you would say no. Okay. What about if you shine a laser from one side to the other? Would you hit your friend with a laser?
Sorry, what? If I hit my friend with a laser?
Yeah, let's say you shot a laser across. You shot a laser across there. Would your friend be able to see it, or would it be?
Oh well, no. Yeah, the laser would be above the curvature.
So the laser would be like 40.
Yeah, so the friend would. Yeah, I agree with that one. Yes.
Right. Okay. So that might be a way that you could demonstrate it. So who's ever demonstrated that? Yeah. And do you know what people actually find when they do this?
Well, they find
the laser doesn't sail above them in the air; it just hits the target directly.
Oh, that's weird.
That is weird.
Can you show me this experiment?
Yeah, people can post that in the chat.
But you got to look at it. If we show it to you, you got to look at it.
Look at it. Yeah, if we show you some examples, you're actually going to look at it, and you're not just going to.
I sound like I'm going to look at it. Yes, of course I'm going to look at it.
All right, okay. We'll post a couple in the chat. And then
this better wait. This better not be some like.
Here we go.
It's the cope. I'm not gonna click on your link. I'm scared of your link. Watch.
No. It's not about that. Yeah, no. I was just saying if it's going to be like some YouTube video or something, then like I feel that's going to be.
Which server would you like it from instead of YouTube? Instead of YouTube, which server do you want these from?
Well, preferably like an academic paper.
You want something to read?
We would love to see the academic.
Yeah, like I would like a peer-reviewed academic source.
Well, listen, Farms, welcome to the club. We would have loved to see MIT, Oxford, or Cambridge having measured some Earth curve, but guess what? They've never done that.
You don't need to be Oxford to make an academic paper.
Okay, well, you don't need to be Oxford to shine a laser across a lake. So there's the videos.
So you don't need to be Oxford to make an academic paper where you do that. Does this mean
you're now not gonna watch the things you asked for?
Can you just?
I told you he wouldn't watch them.
Can you just acknowledge? I will, of course, I'll watch them. Okay, but can you just acknowledge that there is a fault here, and it would be better if they actually did an academic paper?
We do have a paper. We do have a paper, but you're gonna watch these first.
If the Earth was flat, it'd be day all day, bro.
Actually, a visual demonstration on video is a lot better than just words on a page.
You guys should listen to that shit.
You guys, farms. It's okay. Just watch some of a couple have been posted now, so you can pop yourself on mute for a few minutes, watch it, and then come back.
Because I've done this shit before, and what happens is you guys usually. No, I'm going to tell you what happens. You guys usually serve me afterwards when I've said I've rushed it, and say I have issues with it, huh?
Well, no, we're going to listen to what your issues are for when you say, oh, now the laser shouldn't sail above their head like you just said. Now you're going to say the laser should hit the target perfectly, even though you just said it should sail above their head.
What, because I'm supposed to trust Joe on Taboo Conspiracy on YouTube with my...
Well, you can tell us what he done. Has he CGI'd it?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna trust random average Joe on YouTube. Why is this guy?
There it is. There it is. I don't trust links anymore. Guys, I can't trust any links
on the link right now. I'm on the link. I have it in the background as I'm saying.
Okay, Farms, put yourself on mute then and watch it, and then tell us when you've watched it. Yeah.
Fuck no. I'm gonna keep on speaking.
No, because you can't watch it and listen to it and watch it at the same time, Farms.
Can I not? I'm doing that right now.
No, you need to pay attention to it.
Not in good faith at that point, Farms. I thought you said you wanted to see the evidence, dude.
Okay. Well, we can just
if we were talking about good faith, I think they would have made.
If you're going to do this, Farms, we'll just skip to the end. So tell us how the laser hits the target 21 miles across the lake.
So what I want to understand is, and I'm watching this video right now as I'm seeing this, right? Shit's grainy as hell.
Shit's grainy as hell.
Oh, now it's because now it's grainy.
Yes,
it's grainy. Now it's grainy. Now it doesn't count. So moon landing videos don't count anymore. No more moon landing videos.
I didn't say anything about the moon landing.
Yeah, they're grainy.
It's trying to resolve things at distance.
What I'm trying to say is, there's no reason for me to take this on the surface level, right?
No,
there isn't. There's
you have to understand our long distance observations. They're going to look pixelated or grainy with the distance.
But
it's not because the footage is bad, it's because the distance is extreme. Also, there's a lot of air between the optic and the thing that we're trying to look at, which causes things to blink in and out. Why is he talking through me? I don't understand.
Because he's
Jedi, what you do...
The Earth isn't a globe. So this is why he's doing this. Farms, we don't really need all the rhetoric. Could you just tell us why they observed the laser on the other side? Well, Farms, could you address the point? Why did they receive the laser on the other side?
So, can I say what I've wanted to say? I've been trying to say this for the last 5 minutes.
I know you're going to try and avoid this, so I really just want the answer. Why do they see the laser on the other side?
I'm actually going to tell you.
Okay, why?
Okay. So, all I was going to say was that I don't trust this motherfucker.
Deflection. That's a concession. So you can't tell us why the laser is observed on the other side.
So if I said to you right now...
It's a laser targeting system, dude. You understand the premise of a targeting system.
If I told you right now, yeah, my friend slept with you
we want to know if you understand the premise of a targeting system.
The truth is that my friend said it.
You can't answer
he no longer trusts the military targeting systems, guys.
Okay,
fine. I don't trust the guy on YouTube. That's different.
No, this is a guy on YouTube verifying a claim that we can all do. It's surveying the land using tools.
If he was doing that, why didn't he publish
this banker talking through me? Why is he talking through me?
Jedi, you don't command the room, okay?
I will in a minute.
I'm afraid people can speak.
Oh, well, let me handle that for you.
Unfortunately, in the real...
Thanks, mate. So we're trying to get down to the crux of the issue. We don't need all your blah, 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 blah. We're trying to understand if you at least understand the premise of a laser targeting system.
So unfortunately, in the real world, you actually got to let adults speak.
That's not addressing the question. In the real world, when adults speak, they speak reasonably and answer each other's questions.
Yeah, but we know the rhetorical tactic that you're using, though, Farms, which is why you're.
There's no tactic. I'm a human being, right? I'm seeking the truth just as much as you are.
Your tactic is to avoid and deflect from the whole point of the demonstration, which is that the laser is.
No, you want me to accept what this guy is saying as truth, unequivocally.
Farms, do you observe in the video that you watched that the laser is observed from the observer?
The truth is, if the observation in this video was true, I don't know how I would explain the laser. Now that doesn't mean
well, there you go.
that it's true. No, it doesn't mean it's true.
That's
though.
fine. That's fine.
Longer
Farms.
ones or shorter ones now?
That's fine.
But then you just explained to me why I need to.
Okay.
Why do I need to
No,
trust?
no, Farms. To be
why
fair,
do I
that's
need to
fair,
trust
that's
someone
fair.
called
We're
Taboo
not telling you
Conspiracy
you
on
need to.
YouTube? I'm
We're not
asking
telling
Because you can do it yourself if you have the equipment.
Yes, you are. You're telling me to trust Taboo Conspiracy.
No,
So why
we're
should I
trying to
trust this
tell
guy?
you that you can verify it if you have the same
I've been
type
trying
of
to get this
equipment.
up for the last like 10 minutes.
Farms, you can verify it if you got the same type of equipment. That's what he's doing.
Why is this guy? This guy has no peer review.
because Farms. Remember,
Oh my God, you're not addressing what I've said. You can do
The only
this.
person who's put this
You're
out
the
is this
peer. You're the peer now.
Yeah, Farms. You don't just have to appeal to authority. You can use your brain and your tools and your senses, and you can go out into the world and you can test the claim of the globe. Because remember, you asked me, how would you measure or detect this curvature that's being claimed? And I just said, well, here's some things you could do to verify whether or not there's a geometric claim like curve that's being claimed. Yeah, we've done long distance observations. Most people in this room
shot a
have.
light
I've not done
over a
like that.
lake.
I've not done the laser
over a
test.
lake.
No, but I've tested the line of sight, which is what the same thing. It's the same
line
thing.
of
So when
sight
you're
is
testing
completely
line of
different, isn't
sight
it?
over the surface. No, it's the same thing. Line of sight would be like stretching a line, how far you can see across the surface. According to the globe, there's a geometric limit to how much surface you would be able to see because of the curvature. You just confirmed it would be 40 meters over the 16 kilometers, and
there
that's
would be an
not
issue if the light itself was hitting your eye because it was refracting. Then that would cloud your observation, wouldn't it?
No, that's just. I mean, that means nothing. You saying that?
What, does light not refract?
Well, define refraction.
It has characteristics when it refracts.
Light bending.
Chromatic aberration being one of them. Do you understand what chromatic aberration is? If we see refraction, we will see chromatic aberration. Do you know what that is? Well done, Farms.
Yo, Hebrew, you're hot micing, dude. Mute up.
My bad, boy. My bad.
Be muted. Guess you need to be muted, dude. You need to be muted, don't you? Oh.
Man, shut your mouth, Triangle.
You know, I'm just curious. Do you guys trust this guy? Would you say you trust him?
I would say you trust but verify.
Yeah, it's repeatable. You can repeat what he's doing.
You haven't verified it.
Oh yeah, that. Yeah, I have a P900. I can duplicate what he did.
Okay, so then you can verify it for yourself. But I don't understand why he wouldn't publish
and
this
so can you.
academically.
And so can you. Oh, somebody already has on another one a different observation like that. It's already been published, though. But you're not going to read that because it's like 120 pages or something. You don't want that one.
If you have an academic source, I would love to see it.
No, we're not giving that to you. You cried about this thing.
It's funny how he says that. No, dude.
Yeah, like it's kind of interesting how you said that you are into academic stuff, but your first shot when you came into this room, you said you're here to observe.
Bro, you have a horrible lisp.
You said you're here to observe animals.
You've got
a cracked fucking attitude, sunshine. Shut up.
Your very first
listen to yourself.
Your very first idea was you're here to observe animals in their in the zoo, but yet you think that you're some sort of academic level thinker. No, you're like sophomoric, junior high level.
Oh no.
Yeah, so like in an academic setting.
So then what would that make this one? What would that make this place?
Whatever you make it. Is that
are you saying this is above sophomoric? Like, are you saying this is what, bachelor level?
Well, are you a minor, Farms?
No, I'm 18.
It's only
If you
18,
realize, if you realize that Earth is not curving, do you need a peer work for that?
Yeah, you have to go to a psychiatrist then.
Well,
if you realize that surface, there is a two things: the surface it's curving or surface it's flat, and now you're realizing one on another. Do you need the peer group
No,
of
you
peer
just said
workers?
you're a bachelor level scientist, but you can't do an academic
Scientist.
paper. You can't show it to me.
Can you tell me can you tell me which science deals with geometry?
Isn't this geography
Which
though?
science deals with geometry?
No,
That's
it's geometry.
Yeah, I was speaking about geometry. You said scientist. Which scientist deals with geometry?
No scientist deals with geometry.
Why you said science then?
What?
So what do you want a scientific academic paper for a geometric claim for then?
Well, this is not a geometric claim though, because we're doing
the shape of the Earth. Listen to the word shape. Shape that falls under the world of geometry.
Are you acting thick on
don't appeal to my fucking name, sunshine. As soon as he realises in a corner, he's just going to keep talking. He's going to have a go at me. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, we understand that this is a geometric claim, not a scientific claim. So we're still wondering why you want a scientific academic paper.
Well, wouldn't it be interesting if this claim had to be backed up with experimental evidence? Wouldn't that be
experiments for a shape,
dummy?
Sorry, you think you can apply the scientific method to a shape?
Well, that's what you're doing. You're shining a light over a lake.
No, we're not making a scientific claim. Dude, we're not making a scientific claim.
What is the difference?
It's a geometric claim.
You're applying the scientific method. If you're shining a laser
we haven't given you a scientific experiment. We haven't observed the natural phenomena. I'm not making a prediction of cause. No, you're incorrect
You can talk over me all you want, but that's true.
But just because you're incorrect.
That's what the scientific method is.
But we haven't provided any because our claim isn't scientific. You understand this, right?
No, this is a scientific method, isn't it? If you've taken an observation
what does
and then
the
you're drawing
scientific
conclusions
method
based off your observation, then that's a scientific method, isn't it?
No, shut up. What does the scientific method do?
Your scientific method, you have a hypothesis and then you refine the hypothesis through experimental evidence.
What's a hypothesis?
Can you even let me finish?
Yeah, what's a hypothesis?
The hypothesis in this example would be, well, we take the base claim.
No, not in this example. A scientific hypothesis.
So our base claim is that the Earth is a globe. If we want to disprove
that's not a hypothesis.
Have experimental evidence that disproves
not a hypothesis. Right? I'm asking you what a hypothesis is. What is a hypothesis?
In this example would be that
Not in this example. What's a scientific hypothesis?
It's like a sort of model, isn't it?
No.
What is it?
It's a supposition of causal relationship. I suppose this
I'm going to be honest,
which I observed in the natural world. Why are you talking through me? What a wanker.
Jedi. What does that mean, though?
Forms!
Just say it again. What was it?
The scientific method elucidates cause of phenomena.
That's not what you said.
You did. Scientific methods, hypothesis, is the prediction or supposition of the causal relationship of the phenomena we witnessed in the physical natural world. The cause will be the independent variable, the phenomena will be the dependent variable. Well, why is this wanker talking through me?
Jedi, if you want me to understand, you've got to explain what that means, because I'm going to be honest, I didn't get that.
But you don't understand what the scientific method is.
No, it's just the way that you explained it.
Okay, I'll start right from the beginning then, before the hypothesis.
Jedi, just slow down. Let's chill, yeah?
What a wanker.
Let's chill.
First, we observe something happening.
Yes.
Cool. Then we make a supposition as to the cause of that something happening.
Wait, hold on a second. We start with observing something?
Yeah. It's something happening, a phenomena. We start with the observation of the phenomena, and then to conclude our hypothesis, we'll predict the cause of the phenomena. We will then go forward and then test the hypothesis in an experiment, right?
So yeah, but you can hypothesis test this. You can hypothesis test this, right?
Go on then.
You can have. I'm telling you, H0, our base claim is that the Earth is a globe. We want to disprove that.
No, we don't need
H1
base
is our alternative
claims.
hypothesis.
No, there's no base claims in hypotheses.
Yeah, there is.
No, there isn't. Is it the dependent variable or the independent variable? The base claim.
The base claim would be the Earth is a globe, and we want to disprove it. So
no, we don't have base claims in hypotheses. The Earth being a globe, is that the dependent variable or the independent variable?
How do you carry out a hypothesis test then?
You very manipulate your presumed cause to see if it causes the phenomena. Now, can you answer my fucking question?
That's not an answer. If I wanted to carry out a hypothesis test to...
you vary and manipulate the independent variable. You keep all control variables the same, and you will observe or not a change. It's like, I'm trying to answer you, but you keep talking.
That's not hypothesis testing.
A hypothesis test is an experiment. You have three variables within an experiment.
Arm, stop talking through him, dude, if you want to actually hear the answer.
He's wrong, though. That's the scientific
method. A hypothesis test in natural science is an experiment. You think that's wrong?
Yes, because it's not in science. It's a mathematical thing, isn't it? Hypothesis
No, we're doing natural science, dude. Experiments, they're the things that validate hypotheses.
All, are they?
Farms, are you acting?
Oh wait, but Jedi, I thought we weren't making a scientific claim.
I'm trying to point out to you that you don't understand what science is.
No, it's
at the moment the claim of the shape of the Earth falls under the category of geometry, not science. You think that we can apply?
Why are we talking about science if it's not a scientific claim, Jedi?
Noun.
A concrete noun? What are you talking about?
Yeah, a shape. It's not fucking doing anything.
So a hypothesis test in mathematics is where we have a base.
We're not doing mathematics. We're doing natural science.
Oh, wait. So it's a scientific claim now, is it?
No. Is it a mathematical claim? The shape of the Earth. Okay, we'll start there then. Understanding that we're not doing natural science. Understanding that we will apply mathematics and measurement. Okay.
So we have H0 and we have H1. H1 would be that the Earth is not a globe, and H0 would be that it is a globe, right? So if we want to disprove H0, we can do this experiment, can't we? We can shine that laser light over the lake. And if it doesn't do what we think it will do, then H0 is false. And therefore H1 is true.
So it's a nice mathematical hypothesis.
So it's pretty simple, isn't it? If I'm shining the laser light over the lake and it doesn't do what I think it's going to do, then the Earth isn't a globe.
Yeah. So cool.
Okay, cool. So we can write this up in a paper, right? Like that's not something that's impossible.
We can write it up in a bit of paper if you want to.
So what I'm asking is, why didn't you? Why is it only on this YouTube video? It seems really weird to me, and I'm not gonna just take this guy's word at first.
No, you don't. No one does. No, you go out and do the same or similar things yourself.
But why isn't it published in an academic paper? It seems like such a trivial thing, but it really doesn't make any sense to me.
It seems to be that this is your only roadblock, and it seems unreasonable. The point is whether it's published scientifically in a peer review paper or not, is you should be able to do the same or similar things yourself.
So the barrier of entry is I need to buy a laser and then
no, you can do the same or similar things yourself.
Well, what would those similar things be, Jedi?
Oh, this is a complete wanker. Somebody else talk to him.
Dude, Farms, you're being unreasonable with your standard of evidence.
What? Just requiring a peer-reviewed academic paper is unreasonable? I mean, go on and license. Why is that unreasonable?
None of that matters. What matters is if it's repeatable and you get the same result. Therefore, whatever the result is true. You can literally do this yourself, bro. Do you have a lake near you?
Say I do. Not the one that's 16 kilometers long. I can't say I do. No, I'm saying I can't say I do.
And it's only long enough to see it flat, right? If it's not 16 kilometers.
All you have to do is disprove the curvature.
No, you have to prove the curvature.
I mean, prove
Yeah,
the
so
curvature. Yeah.
all that someone needs to do is just disprove the curvature, right? And then write it up in a paper.
No,
And then
you
people can
prove
peer
it.
review it and
You
find
prove
out the
it.
truth.
You don't have to disprove it. There's none proven yet. So you're trying to disprove a negative? Now, that's
Yeah,
weird,
I said that
dude.
wrong.
Well, you guys are trying to disprove the globe Earth, right?
No, we just told you it's
So you're trying
flat.
to prove the flat Earth?
No, we just told you the measurements, and you guys are freaking out.
The globe
Who's
hasn't
freaking
been
out?
substantiated, bro. It's never been substantiated.
Well, you've been in here like an hour and a half now. Obviously, you're one of the freakouts.
I haven't been here an hour and a half. I've been here 40 minutes.
There's only a claim, right? There's a claim that across a certain distance of on top of a body of water, there'll be a geometric consequence visible in the form of, a horizon, let's say, or a laser not being able to hit its target. Right?
Yeah, so, I mean, it seems like a strange barrier of entry. Right. You're expecting people to, buy a laser, go to a really long lake, and then shine it across with another person?
No, but
it seems like kind of a strange thing to be
You could use a mirror and the sun's reflected light. You could use a mirror and the sun's reflected light. Don't tell me you can't afford $5 or $10 for a mirror.
Oh, no, okay, take me through this one then. So how would I do that?
It's a mirror flash test. If you've got a friend, you've got a mirror. Yeah. If you've got a friend, he goes to the other side of a lake, and you know the distance to the other side of a lake. Let's say it's 10 miles, and then you know your eye height. Let's say you're 6 foot, and your friend puts the mirror at 6 foot, angled towards the sun, so you get a reflection. You should or should not be able to see it if the surface of the Earth was curved or not. Right? Same premise.
Okay, but yeah, sure. But you're taking the geometry of the Earth and then applying it to a physical situation, right?
Yeah, because it should cause physical obstruction of things.
Well, yes, but are you acting like you understand how the intricacies of light work, for example? I was explaining.
No, we're just
there are
saying
going
if
to
we
be
can
things
see
that
things
obfuscate the results of this experiment, right?
No, we're just seeing if we can see things far away or not in this instance.
If the model matches reality, that's what he's saying.
But I'm saying, there are explanations for what you observe. Let's say, for example, you did. So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say these experiments do give you what you want, right? They give you this result where you can see either your reflection on the mirror or the laser on the lake or whatever. Do you think there's any other explanation for that?
Hold on. Not reflection of yourself on the mirror, dude. That's not what he's talking about.
Okay, so wait, what's the mirror flash test then? Maybe I misunderstood it. What is it then? What would you say?
It's a mirror flash. You know how you can see
so you just shine a light on it or something?
Light. Mirror can reflect.
It can only reflect to one. It requires a straight line of sight. It's like multiple people could not witness the mirror flash. That's not how it works. It requires a direct line of sight.
Yeah. Okay. So
you played
war games before, any other possible explanation for those observations? Let's say I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Say that those things happen. Do you think there's any other way to explain them other than the Earth is flat?
Well, if I make multiple observations throughout different seasons, then I'll notice that I may or may not be able to see more or less. But this would just be due to the meteorological conditions changing. We can measure this. We measure this by using different wavelengths of light because we understand a different refractive index of light. So we can use dual or tri-band lasers.
Light doesn't have a refractive index.
Oh, shit.
Why would it require an explanation? Why would it require an explanation other than that?
Well, I mean, what you're doing basically is taking an observation, saying, I don't understand why this observation happens. And I'm just taking that on face value because
you don't understand why it happens is what you told us. We told you the Earth is flat. That's why we see it.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I think that's a bit of a jump, isn't it? You're taking an observation.
We're just telling you what is really happening, and you're jumping to say, no, it's really a ball, but something else is happening.
So
that's you, remember? You're doing that.
Yeah, we followed your argument to its logic. Yeah, we followed your argument to its logical conclusion, dude. That's what ended up happening because you're gonna have to say that eventually you could see the back of your own head.
No, I gave you the benefit of the doubt. I said, okay, you know what? Even though there's no one who's actually done this in an academic context, and
yes,
the only
I have.
way that you
Would you
can
like
show this
it?
to me is on a. Oh yeah, I'd love
Yes,
it.
you
Yeah,
have.
you can show that to me.
Yeah, okay, give me 2 minutes. I think it's from the University of Kentucky or Texas, and a few other people. This isn't us. This isn't flat earthers. This is military people trying to align their lasers over distances. Give me a minute.
What's
You
going to be
could
your
also show me where they conclude that the Earth is flat. That would be really cool.
Oh, so
Because
you need
what
a
I'm trying to say
conclusion
here
that
is that
says
these
that too.
observations. My point was that the
You know
observations.
how you keep moving the goalpost? Do you see how you just keep moving the goalpost?
He also
How
needs
am I moving the
somebody.
goalposts?
He
I
needs
was
somebody
giving you the
other
benefit
than
of the doubt, right?
He needs somebody other than us to tell him the Earth is flat. Did you hear him?
Oh no! I have like
You
some
need
crazy
government
family members,
approval,
man.
bro, before you can believe something.
Yeah, he said.
No, I have like.
He
I
said, "I
have
want
some
them
family
to
and
tell me
friends
the
that gone
Earth
into
is
this stuff
flat."
before.
I think you gotta give him the benefit of the doubt. He's trying to work the math out. You know what I mean? He was trying to do the curve thing all on his own. He's like, at least he's trying.
But if you want to do an experiment on your own, you won't do it unless it's going to be a peer-reviewed experiment, right?
Wait, I thought it was
No, I
supposed to be
thought that I won't do
geometry.
it, but I
bro.
think it's a bit of
Isn't
a high
it
standard
geometric?
to just expect everyone in your group to get like a laser and go to a 16-kilometer lake and then get two people and shine the
A lot
laser
of people
across
have.
it.
They're going out with a lot of people have. They're going
It
out
would
with.
be like a
Why
lot
do you
easier if
why do you
someone
need
just
to
like
do an
did an
experiment
academic
if it's
source.
just geometry? If it's just geometry, then why do you need to do experiments?
Well, it's not just geometry, is it? There's
No,
other
I'm not.
things
I'm
involved.
not
There's
talking.
lights.
Wait, just let them answer.
There's the 149 laser alignment test done in Hawaii. They'll say that it was completely cursed because for whatever they fucking couldn't do, the light at the bottom they could always resolve. The light at the bottom was a test light. They shouldn't have been able to see it because of the curvature of the Earth, but they could always see it. So yeah, enjoy reading that.
Hey,
Yeah, you could,
Jedi,
like,
can I ask a question? Maybe I'll just ask it to anyone. So, Sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Ask your question.
So I get the whole like, okay, the Earth is flat. I get that. Like, let's say that's true. I'm willing to buy into it. But how big is it? Like, okay.
Super big. I told you that 3 times in chat.
Yeah, but that's not a measurement. I'm asking, like, how big does it measure?
Very super big.
But that's not a measurement.
Measurement's always going to be.
Well, it's at least 3 feet. I know that. Is that good for you?
It's bigger than 10 feet.
That's always going to be a part, right? That's not going to be the whole. The measurement's always going to be a part. That's it. Otherwise, you'd have to measure, right? Whatever you call the whole, all at once, simultaneously. Otherwise, that's just
how big does it measure?
Hey, no tanks, but we do have him recorded finally saying the Earth is flat. He finally concedes it, so we don't have to worry about him going back to the globe side anymore. Yeah, you don't have to be a glober anymore.
How big does it measure?
It's super gigantically big. Super gigantically big.
What makes you think we'd know? What makes you think we know?
So
what makes you think we would know?
I did. I told you.
100 miles, dude.
Yeah, maybe 110 miles, maybe.
Okay,
at least.
You guys don't know what happens if you go to the end of it. I mean, presumably it doesn't go.
Why would we know that? Why would you assume we'd know all these things?
I do that all the time, and it's called the beach.
Yeah, my car stalls when I hit the water. The salt water is bad for your engine. Did you know that?
Going opposite. One guy's going towards the beach. One guy's going towards the water.
I'm driving into the water.
Right,
yeah,
but you could also fly over.
No, I'm seriously curious as to what makes him think that we'd have these answers.
Well,
you guys have no idea what's on the edge.
You're claiming to know.
No, we're not.
No, we know.
Okay, if you don't know, then why should we listen to you?
Okay, let me break this down.
We know that the necessary precondition for that measurement, right, to measure like the extension and the extent of something, is the straight line perpendicular to the vertical. We know that. So that's the thing that's necessary to even start measuring, to get up off the ground, is that it be flat. So you're going to need that in order to know where it ends.
Okay.
You can't go on to destroy that possibility.
You still haven't answered this question, though.
But you didn't answer.
Clearly answer.
Right, what was the question? What happens when you reach the edge of the Earth?
Yes, where is the edge of the Earth?
Okay.
What happens when you reach it?
Okay, dude. I don't know because I've not experienced this, so I couldn't tell you.
Okay, thank you.
Now, does that invalidate, the question for you, does that invalidate the surface measurements of water?
Well, it just makes me skeptical of how much you really know. Like, if you're
let's break that down, right? We measure the surface of water at distances that we can measure to be horizontal. So therefore,
how far do you measure it?
Maximum distance that I can find is 149 kilometers. Posted in the side chat.
Is that how far you can go?
No, that's how far that apparently can be measured with lasers.
Okay, can it
from like relative altitudes? Let's say a few hundred feet. Sorry, a few hundred meters. Because we're dealing with a couple of volcanoes on mountains here.
How big do you think it is?
Let me break this down to you, dude, because I want to give you a reasonable answer. So we measure the surface of the Earth at any and all distances that we can measure that should show curvature, not to have curvature. We measure the surface of water at any and still talking. Good. So we measure the surface to be flat. I don't know how big the Earth is, i.e. how far the Earth extends horizontally. And we also don't know what happens when we get to this hypothetical edge, being as no one's experienced it. That's reasonable, isn't it?
It's really not. It's a malformed question. It would be like me asking you, Mark, like, where is the end of two parallel lines? Like, where do they end? Where do two parallel lines?
Well, lines
end?
by definition go on forever. Just mathematically, lines go on forever.
Well, there you go. So then, like, where we measure, like where we can prove and establish, right, points of equal elevation in the horizontal orientation. Where does that end? Nowhere. At the end of reality, because everywhere in reality, that's true.
So do you think the Earth extends out into infinity?
Oh, he just said
the point is, it's a malformed question. To ask the question, where does horizontal end? That's what Mark is asking. He's saying, where does it end? Where does it stop?
I'm asking.
Yeah, we know. Like, are you asking how big are the continents or something? Because people know how big. Like,
he's saying it's horizontal, therefore it doesn't end. So do you think the Earth doesn't like have an end?
No, he's not saying that. But you do have two. You do have two choices, though, right? It's either infinite or finite.
And which one is it?
We don't know.
You don't know if the Earth is infinite or finite.
Well, I'll put it like this. Let me put it like this. I don't think infinite exists. But we'll go for finite, right?
You don't think it's infinite?
Finite could be absolutely massive. It could take me, for example, lifetimes to get from one end to the other. Same with the space stories, right? Light years to get to one end of the galaxy to another. No idea how big the Earth is, dude. But what we can say is the bits that we're on is measured to be flat.
Okay, so you think it could take a lifetime to go from one end of the Earth to the other? At what distance are you? At what speed are you traveling?
I'm using it as an example for you.
Okay,
maybe
so you
the
don't
Earth
know.
is so big we cannot
measure. Exactly. That's the point, my friend. Well done. Don't know how big the Earth is. Yep.
Okay.
I'm saying maybe the Earth is so
then
big
why
we
should we
cannot
listen
measure
to
the
you
curve.
if you don't know?
Because our claim isn't about the size of the Earth; it's about how the surface is measured.
Okay.
Right, but you don't even know how big it is.
It's only he wasn't claiming how big it is.
Again, sorry, Franz, please. Thanks. Exactly. Don't know how big it is, but the bits we measure are measured to be flat. You understand this, right? Me not understanding how big the Earth is doesn't nullify the claims that where we measure it's measured.
Nor should it cast any doubt on anything. I mean, except that it's a globe. That's what it should cast doubt on.
Okay, I'll accept.
Have you ever experienced? Have you ever experienced the end of Earth? Have you ever experienced a place where you went? Like, you're saying, like, why should I listen to you then? Right? Like, where there is no Earth, like where the Earth doesn't exist. Where's that happened?
Thanks. But where do you think we didn't explore the Earth?
I'm asking Mark
where do we need to go?
Where he experienced no Earth.
No. But there are places where there is no Earth, right?
Okay, where?
Well, okay, if you went up into space, thousands of miles, is the Earth there?
Have you experienced that?
They want to say that doesn't exist.
No, but I also haven't experienced North Korea. Should I also not say that North Korea doesn't exist?
can if you want
can,
to.
but why should I listen to you? If you don't even know that North Korea exists, why should I
Why can't you go there?
If that is the case, why would we even believe anything you're saying?
Wait. So do you think if you don't have direct experience of something, it doesn't exist?
No, we understand there's a level of trust involved when we're talking about places on Earth that we haven't experienced,
No,
like
I
in
don't
your
want to trust
experience, North
anything.
Korea.
So you just trust that North Korea exists. You don't know that.
The good thing is you could find out if you wanted to.
Yeah. For my part in this analogy, I have a level of trust that North Korea exists because I've not necessarily been there. And we
Trust in
understand
what?
that this, dude, we understand that we have to have a level of trust to negotiate the fucking world.
Trust,
right? Walking down the
trust in who?
sidewalk, for example.
Okay, trust in who?
But in the sidewalk example, the driver that's driving past at 50 miles an hour.
No, I'm asking about like a hypothetical country that you haven't been to. Who do you trust that it exists? Like North Korea, let's say. I mean, I'm just using that as an example.
My education and entertainment.
But your education
that's just a name. Listen, dude, that's just a name that they gave to a certain section of. That's just a name that they gave to a certain section of dirt. Again, these guys are experiencing dirt, like Earth. They're not experiencing it. Everywhere you've ever gone, you've experienced Earth in reality.
Yeah.
So have you gone to a place where you've not experienced reality? And if so, why should we trust you if you've gone to a non-reality place?
Okay, can I ask you something, No Tanks?
No, that was like 3 questions I asked you. You got to answer one of them.
There's no Earth in planes.
Wait, I have a question. I'll answer your question, but can I ask you something?
Go ahead, I'll listen. Go ahead and answer it.
You're trying to come up with some place where there is no Earth.
I think you are. That's what you. Isn't that your question? Your ultimate question? How big is it, and where does it end? As if it is a single object.
Well, we both agree that it's a
when
flat
have you?
plane,
When have you?
Right? We both
been able
agree
to
that it's a
determine,
flat
and what
plane.
methodology did you use to determine that Earth is a single object?
The bits we know about, it's a flat plane, and
it's a flat plane. Okay.
Yeah, the bits we know about.
Extend?
Yeah. The bits we know about. That's the key part that we know about. You're asking us something that we don't know about.
We should be honest if we don't know things.
Yeah, we are being honest.
We don't know how far the plane extends.
We are being honest. Well done. Thanks for finally getting
all
there.
of you that I know that the Earth is flat. I saw it in The Simpsons, right? And
Please be quiet, dude. Thank you. We've just reached an agreement, right? We don't know how big the Earth is. How could we? We haven't experienced it. No, dude, I've got too many things to do in my day, like look after my kids and family, to go gallivanting around the world to prove how big it is to you. If you want that, you go do it.
I want
to fly. Do you have the measurement or not?
Hey, Mark, if we're gonna do it, like just so me and you can come together on it, right? Like if we're gonna do a measurement of flatness, right, which would mean that all the parts are of equal elevation. What tools can we use to establish points of equal elevation in reality, so that we can then extend that line?
We could use whatever you want. Anything.
No. What can we use? What can we agree upon that will establish points of equal elevation?
Why have we got?
I don't know.
Why don't you do it?
I'm just learning about
this
flat Earth.
This is the thing that needs to be proven to you. You
don't have to prove it. I'm interested in what you have to say. You don't have to
say
prove
that the surface of water is measured horizontal, and we don't know how big the Earth is.
Okay. Let's agree that the Earth is flat, right?
We have.
What is it made of? What is it made of?
Look around. Have a look.
Rocks and water.
My God. You can't go out and experience physical reality? You dipshit.
Dirt, rocks, and water.
What is physical reality made of?
Dirt, rocks, and water.
What are those made of? What are dirt and rocks and water made of?
You're a 2-year-old. Why? But why? But why? But why? Fucking shut up, dickhead.
I'm not asking why. I'm asking what.
I said shut up.
Why are you getting so triggered?
Because you're an idiot and you're asking stupid, dumb questions.
Dude, people measure in their areas, right? People measure in their areas and they come to conclusions of what things are, in their areas, and they all measure them and everything like that. Putting that all together, what ends up, I see your name has philosophy in it. Do you know what being in a fallacy of composition is?
Is that an informal fallacy or a formal one?
A fallacy of composition?
Yeah, is it an informal fallacy or a formal one?
I'm not exactly sure. I believe it would be informal. So it would be the form is off. Okay?
No, please explain it to me.
Let me find out for you. Yeah, it's a parts to the whole fallacy, right? So what you would be doing is measuring...
It's a mereological question?
What's that?
It's a mereological question?
No, just real quick, dude. Just hear me out. So everyone's measuring the parts, right? And then they combine it, and they go, "This is, this seems to be the whole." But they're only measuring 7 parts, just the continents and stuff. That's all anyone's measuring. So when you say like, "What is this stuff made of?" and everything, people tell like they know what the dirt is. They have all kinds of theories on it. So I don't know if your question really, makes any sense.
Wait, I'm not interested in theory. I'm interested in facts. What is Earth made of?
That's just what we call it, dude. Like, what is tree? We just call it tree. We're just describing like the properties and the characteristics.
No, I'm asking not about the language we use. I'm asking about the physical properties of it. What is it?
Are you asking about the elements?
All right, they're made of elements. What are those?
Go get a table of elements.
We're just going to go back, and eventually we're going to come down to some kind of electromagnetic behavior on a smaller scale. Where we're going quantum. What's your point, dude? We understand we're on the road and we're going down this infinite regression. So what's your point?
What's the road made of?
So maybe you could say that things are made of like substances, right? An atom, things like that. Do you believe that?
I understand that things are probably made of something, but even the best scientists would say that the majority of stuff is empty space. We don't really understand, so I don't think I do. But what's your point?
Okay. So you think most things are made of empty space?
Well, that seems to be the profound narrative at the moment, right? For example, the atomic model that you mentioned earlier.
Do you have any experience of
the atomic model isn't made up of matter; it's made up of empty space.
So, if you take a chair, you're telling me that most of the chair is empty space.
On a vibrational level, yeah.
On a vibrational level?
Yeah.
Define vibration.
Okay, different wavelengths. But again, what's your point?
Define a wavelength.
Asking us about what makes up reality. I'm going to get to the conclusion, my friend, is I don't really know, personally, myself. But what's your point?
My point is that you don't know.
Yeah, about this. There are lots of things I don't fucking know about, mate. I don't proclaim to know everything.
But you know the Earth is flat.
I know that water's measured horizontal on the surface. We use it as a tool for leveling. Yeah.
But you don't even know what water is. You just admitted that.
No, on a molecular level, what H2O, we can define these things and we can come up with models of them. Right? This chemistry, this. Okay, but this, when it's combined as liquid water, when we measure it on the surface, it's horizontal. Maybe I don't understand what it fucking actually is, but when I measure it, it's horizontal.
What do you think it is, Mark?
What's horizontal, Mark?
I believe in the monadology. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the concept of the monad.
I'll tell you. Are you
familiar
right now? All right.
Yeah, you didn't solve the one to the many problem.
I'm going to make a concession. We don't know a lot of things, and you shouldn't trust what we say about the Earth. You should go and figure it out your fucking self, you fucking dickhead moron, childish prick. Now stop with these stupid fucking games and start asking decent, intelligent questions, or I'm kicking you the fuck out.
Okay, I'm not sure why you're so angry. Are you familiar with the concept of the monad?
I'm tired of your childish bullshit. Obviously, no father ever pulled you aside and gave you a good fucking hiding.
The monad.
T-Dub, can I ask you a question?
Let's move on. Right, the monad, you keep to want talking about that, even though this is a flat earth.
The monad. I believe that we exist in the mind of God, so the Earth is really just an illusion. But that's just my idea.
We're in a container.
Okay, question for you: Is it a delusion that everybody takes part in, i.e., we all say the same, we all see the same thing, or is it dependent on the individual?
No, we see the same thing because God has ordained.
So what is, for example, this simulation of? Is it of a sphere or is it of a flat surface?
No, it's not a simulation. It's a series of monads that exist in the mind of God.
Awesome stuff. So it will be projected to some kind of reality as we experience it. Being as it's a joint experience, is it a joint experience of a sphere or of a flat plane?
The only reason that it's a joint experience is because
that wasn't my
God
question. I wasn't asking why it's a joint experience. I'm asking what the joint experience is of.
Yes, it's a flat plane. Yes.
Thanks.
Good.
That's only because I don't understand what your point is.
My point is that it's only that way because God has ordained it that way.
That's lovely, but that's not the point. The point is when you said flat plane, that was crescendo.
Okay. Do you disagree that it exists in the mind of God?
Dude, I'm on a very weird spiritual path at the moment, so it's probably best not to ask me those types of questions. Though I understand where you're coming from, though you have a different concept of the monad to other people I've spoken about it to.
You gotta go to church, Jedi? You gotta go to church?
I used to go to church, man. I haven't been for a while.
Well,
and I mean, like decades now, to be fair, not like a couple of weeks or a couple of months. We're talking decades.
Look, all the monad is simple substance. It's a simple thing that exists in God's mind. And you don't have to believe that.
And it's
you don't
flat.
have to believe that, but that's what I think.
That's nice, but it's flat though, right?
It's no problem, Mark. Like, you have this idea that God has in his mind, right, distinguished one thing to be distinct from another thing, so that we can then experience and use our intellect to then derive universals. No problem.
Yes.
Okay, so what are those particulars? No problem. Nobody's even arguing with you on it. So now can we reference some of these particulars in reality to then abstract these universal truths? And if so, what are they?
What are the universal truths?
No, like some of these that we can use in regards to the surface of Earth that they want to talk about. What are some of these things that these particulars that we can reference?
Particulars of what?
Yeah, what are they? Yeah, some of the particulars. What can we reference?
Like you could reference objects, different things that are distinguished from each other by perception, like a chair, a table, an apple, a piece of wax.
Okay. Surface of water, a distant mountain.
I think I had asked you this in the chat, right? Do you agree with the statement that a single object can only have a single orientation?
Define orientation.
Yeah, in reference. Yeah, whether it be horizontal, vertical, diagonal, that orientation would be singular, and in reference to something else, like a frame of reference.
An object can have whatever orientation that God ordains it to have. So, hypothetically, it could be infinite because God's power is infinite. If God's power were limited, then God would be limited, which is absurd.
Well, you're not answering the question. Can a single object have a more than one orientation, or not?
Not sure what you mean.
Just what I'm saying.
Like an orientation in space?
Yeah, free space, right? Just free. Like I have let's say I have a table. It's in the horizontal orientation. Can it also, at the same time, in the same way, be in a different orientation?
If God ordains it to be as such, yes.
Okay, but now in your reality, that's being being communicated and revealed to you. Is your table in multiple orientations or not?
Well, it certainly appears to be one way, but it could be an infinite number of ways.
All right, listen, you don't have an argument for that, but let's just stick with the argument that you do have, right? The proof that you do have in front of you, right, is that the object has a single orientation. Now, do you experience that to be anything other than what I have stated?
Let me clarify. Do you agree that God created the world?
When you're laying down, are you laying down, or are you also laying up? Or are you in a single orientation?
You're making like an Aristotelian argument. Yes, of course, whenever I'm laying down, I can't also be standing.
All right, great.
Like, yes, in a trivial sense, that's true. But my point is the point that if God ordained it to be such, then yes, I could be doing both. It's like asking, did God create a stone so heavy that he could not lift it?
Yeah, right. Yes, but could he tell a lie or something? Right. So, so now that we've established, right, that in reality, a single object, if it's whole, can only have a single orientation, and that orientation will be in relation to something else, right? And you have earlier stated that the Earth is a single object. Is that still the case?
No, the Earth is a manifold of monads.
Okay, so it's not an object. So you're off that, right? So you're off that the Earth is a single object.
No, it is an object, but it's a multiplicity. It's a manyness.
It's a many object. It's a many singular.
It's not one thing. Like the ground is not one thing. There's many different particles of dust of Earth that all make up an object.
I think you can make charitable donations somewhere.
All right, so if, Mark, we've established that a single object can only have a single orientation, right? Now, in reality, you've experienced Earth to be in different orientations than now we've established it's not a single object.
Hey, Jedi, do you think that he chases you around at the airport when you're at the airport, one of those guys?
It's not, no tanks. Let me be clear. It's not a single object. It is a multiplicity of monads that exist in the mind of God. Do you disagree that God created the world?
Which God?
Yeah, well, you can name him whatever you want. God.
Mark, I don't really think you're trying to come to a conclusion or really kind of trying to understand anything. I mean, that's just my opinion. But I think you're being retarded.
If you say creator God,
okay,
then
so
obviously
you're not answering my question. Do you think God created the world?
Yeah, the creator.
I'm not answering your question. It's not. You're not really staying on track. You're not really aligning with read the room. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the room is trying to keep you on track, and you're trying to go off track. Is there a reason for that?
No, you're trying to box me into this thing where the Earth is a single thing. That doesn't make any sense. The Earth is a manifold.
Whoa.
He's been making charitable donations.
All right, so you've come to the conclusion. You know now that the Earth is not a single object.
Earth is
so then you shouldn't be asking, where does the single object end? That would be a malformed question. You've already determined that the Earth is not an object. So to ask, where does the thing that's not a thing end, would be retarded, Mark. You know this.
No, it is an object, but it's a multiplicity of things.
No, you cooked yourself, dude. Stop it.
What happens when you get to the edge of this object?
And there's a bit of an issue with that, right? Because if you say a multiplicity of things, right, you gotta pinpoint the ultimate smallest thing that can no longer be done.
A monad.
Okay, and what is that? Is that
actually a particle that exists in the mind of God? It's a simple substance.
So it's an actual substance, an actual physical entity. And not
no, it's not a physical entity. It's something that exists in God's mind.
Okay, so how can something non-physical manifest something physical?
Because God has willed it.
Okay, so it's like what? It's on the threshold of physicality and non-physicality, but isn't actually physical, but is at the same time?
That doesn't make any sense. Do you accept?
Yeah, I know. I know. You're right. It actually doesn't. Because you're not making sense, dude.
No, it makes perfect sense. Have you read the Monadology?
Sure. Okay, if it makes sense, can you actually, speak to it coherently?
Okay. What kind of mereological suppositions do you have?
Mereological.
Can you speak English, please?
I am speaking English.
Yeah,
I'm asking you about your mereological presuppositions.
What are they?
Speak better English, please.
What's that?
20 cups, whatever your name is.
He's talking about the fallacy of compositions that he was put to earlier. Now he's bringing it up
Do you have any kind of mereological presuppositions? Are you a mereological nihilist?
Homie, speak to me like I'm 5 years old, all right?
Okay, what do you think a whole
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.